Summary.
Jessie Wells has always been a loner, but sexy detective Jason Anders is getting under her skin, and maybe under her sheets, as they investigate the murder of her father, the corrupt former governor. Jessie Wells is a loner, but sexy detective Jason Anders is getting under her skin, and maybe under her sheets, as they investigate the murder of her father, corrupt former governor Adam Welling. The killer isn't finished, and sparks fly as Jessie and Jason race to stop a madman and figure out what they can do about the fire blazing between them. The deeper Jessie digs into the governor's past, the less she knows about him, and the less sure she is about her own feelings. Was her childhood a lie, and if so, how can she trust anyone or anything ever again? Is Jason someone she can count on to have her back, or is he just one more in a long line of betrayers? The past seems to have caught up to the present as the killer targets anyone who may know what happened nearly 20 years ago, and now he has Jessie in his sights. What is true? What is a lie? And can Jessie fight the passion threatening to change her life forever?
Chapter 1.
I covered my mouth and nose with a hand as the smell hit me with the force of a Mack truck. I knew that smell. My job as a journalist had put me in more than one situation involving the dead or dying. I turned the corner and entered what was undoubtedly known as the parlor. Governor Welling lay motionless on the ground, a small, neat hole drilled through his forehead. I sat down hard on the floor, my legs unwilling to hold me upright. I tried to untangle my emotions as I sat there. I wasn't exactly sure what I should be feeling, but I was fairly certain it wasn't the mixture of relief and disgust that roiled through me. I heard the sound of wailing, and it yanked me back to the here and now. I followed it to the back door where a woman in a pale blue tracksuit sat on the steps, huge gasping sobs shaking her tiny body. "You're the one who called me," I said, knowing this had to be the housekeeper whose panicked voice had pulled me out of a deep sleep. I lowered myself down beside her. "Can you tell me what happened?" The woman continued to cry, but shook her head vigorously. I laid a hand on her shoulder, hoping this little bit of human contact would calm her. Instead, she flung herself into my arms, her tears creating wet spots on the new silk blazer I had opted for today, rather than my usual simple tee. Great. I'll never get anything out of her in this state. I really didn't want to do this just yet, but I reached into my pocket and pulled out my cell phone. A tinny feminine voice answered, 911. "What is your emergency?" "I'm reporting a homicide." I inched closer on the rough wooden step, afraid any sudden movements might set off another round of wailing and gnashing of teeth. I knew it wouldn't be long before the scream of sirens assaulted my already tender eardrums, and I didn't think I could handle that on top of the maid's sobs. I needn't have worried, however, because as soon as she realized who I had called, she settled. Apparently, she had a lot more faith in the men in blue than I had. I disconnected and closed my eyes, hoping to shore up my patience. I had to take it easy, or I would lose her again. "What's your name?" I asked, trying to keep my voice soft and gentle. She sniffled a few times and swiped at her red nose with a velour-swathed arm, but managed to whisper, 𝑏. "Okay, B. The police are on their way. Everything's going to be all right." I'm amazed I was able to say this with a straight face. She nodded, as a child might when comforted by a parent. "Do you live here?" A violent shudder quaked through her. "No, praise God. I come every weekday to cook and clean and do for him." "What time did you get here this morning?" 8 o'clock, just like always. 45 minutes ago. "How did you know to call me? And where did you get my number?" "Your father," she said. "He told me you were the one to call if anything ever happened." "He knew how to reach me?" I asked, surprised. "He made me store your number, so I wouldn't forget it." I had assumed I would be the last person Adam Welling would list as his ICE contact. I guess it's slim pickings when you piss off the entire state of Virginia. "Did he tell you what he thought might happen?" She gave a snort. "No, I'm just the maid." I caught the bitter edge to her voice. "You didn't like him much, did you?" She looked up at me, and the light breeze lifted away her lank, nut-colored hair so that I could read the mixture of horror and pleading on her splotchy face. "I didn't mean it like that. He was a good boss, just uninterested." "It's okay," I reassured the woman, who was trembling and pale beneath the mottled red. "I didn't like him much, either." Before I could attempt to use our newfound rapport to learn anything more from B, I could hear those sirens building to a crescendo that screeched to a stop on the oak-lined street in front of the house. "They're here." She jumped to her feet and scurried around the corner. I also rose, only I was considering heading in the opposite direction. I really hated talking to the cops. I sighed and followed her onto the front lawn. I knew from experience they'd just hunt me down. Even though the governor was no longer alive to scold, I saw that B took the more circuitous route on the stone pathway rather than trample the lush, jade-green grass. I did the same, in no real hurry to speak to the two uniformed officers climbing from their vehicle. "You reported a homicide?" The taller of the two men asked flatly. For all the energy he expended, he might have been asking if we called for a cab. Leafy tree branches created a play of shadows, so I couldn't read his expression, but his partner's face was screwed up in a frown. I guess we had severely cut into his donut time. Actually, I decided he could use a few donuts. His belt was drawn tightly, causing his pants to bunch where they were cinched around his skinny hips, and his shirt cuffs gapped around his delicate wrists. "Yeah," I said, looking back to the senior officer, and B nodded vigorously. "Is there anyone inside?" "Not living," I answered. "Where's the body?" "The parlor." "Okay," he said. "You ladies stay here while Bob and I take a look." "You don't need me," I pointed out. "It's not my house and I didn't find the body. I really wanted to get out of here and put this nightmare behind me." I began backing away from the trio. "Hey!" Skinny Bob shouted, and I froze as he placed his hand on the butt of his gun. For God's sake, was this walking stick actually going to shoot me? Mr. Personality gave his hot-headed partner a look, and the man dropped his arm back to his side. "Ma'am, you're going to have to wait right here until the detectives arrive. It's hot out and getting hotter, so after we secure the crime scene, we'll all go inside." "No, not back into that house of horrors." The man must have read something on my face, or maybe on B's, because he quickly added, "Not into the parlor, of course. We'll keep you as far away from the body as possible. It's not ideal, I know, but you'll be far more comfortable in there than outside in the sun." Nothing would be more uncomfortable than going back inside. Memories far more painful than murder lived in there. But before I could correct him, he turned away and he and his lapdog stalked across the lawn in the direction of the front door. It would have been so easy for me to get into my car and drive away, forget everything that had happened this morning. But before I had taken that first step, he shouted out to me, "Don't go getting any ideas about leaving, Ms. Wells. If I have to track you down, your shitty day is going to get a whole lot worse." I sat in the kitchen, a stainless steel and tile cavern that would have given any chef worth his puffy hat wet dreams. I glanced at the pricey designer clock on the wall. I had been sitting on my ass for an hour waiting for the detective to interrogate me. An hour spent going over key moments in a childhood spent in this house. I remembered my 5th birthday, when the governor had given me the most beautiful doll I had ever seen. Maggie, it came back to me. I had named her Maggie. I searched for other happy moments, but I couldn't find them, and nothing at all involving Gloria. The sadness I hadn't been able to feel before now slammed into my chest, but it wasn't for the governor. It was sorrow for that little girl. She was the one that deserved my pity, after all, not the heartless man lying on the floor, his blood staining the plush white carpet. Then something else pushed its way into my brain. It was the image of a little girl standing over me with a dispassionate stare. It was the same look I imagined had been on my own face as I looked down at the governor's body. My breath caught hard and my hands began to shake, so I shoved the image aside just as I heard quick footsteps clicking down the hall. I had covered dozens of crimes over the years and had met countless members of Virginia's finest, but I had never met one who looked like the man who appeared in the doorway. He was tall, 6 foot easy, and more. He had dark hair that he wore long on top, emphasizing strong cheekbones. His skin was bronze and his eyes were a shade of green that rivaled the perfectly landscaped lawn. Jeans were slung low on his narrow hips and a black tee stretched tightly over broad shoulders. Yum, too bad he was a cop. "Ms. Welling," he said in a voice that held a honeyed trace of the deep south, "I'm sorry for your loss." He held out his large hand and I felt a tingle shiver up my spine as his skin, warm and calloused, stroked mine. Detective Jason Anders. As I slowly pulled back, I noticed that I had bitten my fingernails down to the quick. Great, I thought I had kicked that habit. "Wells," I corrected. "It's Miss Wells." His eyebrows rose. I had it legally changed. "Can you blame me?" A thin smile crossed that handsome face. "No, I guess not. Journalistic integrity, and all that." "Louisiana." I identified his accent before I registered the bite in his tone. So, he didn't like journalists. Well, I guess that made us even. "Okay, Miss Wells, I am sorry." I shrugged. We were estranged. Had been for years. Why was I volunteering information? I had let myself get distracted by lust. If he wanted to know something, he could damn well ask. His face remained impassive, but I could sense disapproval coming off him in waves. "You called this in, but you weren't the one who discovered the body, correct?" "That's right." He waited a beat, but when I said nothing more, he continued. "The maid found him when she came into work this morning and called you, not the police." I said nothing, as he was stating a fact rather than asking a question. "Why do you suppose she called you first?" Apparently the governor drilled it into her head that she should call me in case of emergency. "And yet, you were estranged." "Had been for years." I felt like a swarm of bees was buzzing under my skin. "Look, I have no idea why the governor would do that, or why the maid didn't call you first." "Okay," he said, dropping that particular thread. "What did you do when you found the body?" "Let's see," I said, putting my fingers to my temple in mock concentration. "First, I walked around handling everything. But I decided that wasn't quite enough to screw up your crime scene, so I spit in a few places for good measure. Scattered a few bodily fluids around. Even I knew I was being a bitch, but I really disliked Detective Hotty's attitude. He sighed heavily and gave me a look that practically screamed he was running out of patience. Miss Wells, all that you're managing to accomplish here is to convince me that you have less maturity than my 5-year-old. Please, just answer the question so we can move on. A worm of shame wriggled in my belly. I hated it, but there it was. I could tell he was dead, so I didn't touch him or anything else. I heard the maid crying and went outside. Called you. You didn't go through the house. Conduct your own investigation. He asked, doubt coloring his voice. No. Okay, he said. But I could tell he didn't believe me. So, when, exactly, was the last time you spoke with your father? August 15th, 2001. He looked up at me, eyes narrowed. You know the date. You said exactly, I said with a smug smile. And you remember this why? It was the day I was declared legally emancipated. I see, he said, but I knew he didn't. He couldn't possibly know what that mixture of relief and terror had felt like to a 16-year-old who suddenly wasn't so sure she wanted the freedom she had so desperately craved. Did either he or your mother try to contact you in the years following? Crap. I didn't want to go into any of the details of my relationship with my dysfunctional family. There was nothing to be gained from it, except bringing up a lot of unresolved anger, but he wasn't going to give up. The governor sent a few emails after he got out of prison, and again after Gloria died, but I never replied. What did he want? What makes you think I read them? I asked. He just gave me that look I was beginning to know all too well. I sighed. He was sorry to have let me down, wanted to reconnect, blah, blah, blah. And you weren't interested. I could hear my voice rising, hear my words becoming fast and sharp, but I couldn't rein it in. He wasn't interested in me for the first 23 years of my life, so, no, I wasn't interested in him. What was wrong with me? I didn't have to justify my feelings to this man, badge or no. You certainly seem to be carrying around a lot of emotion for someone who's so uninterested, he said. That's none of your business. I could feel my face burn, so I took a couple of slow, deep breaths. Look, I continued once I felt more like myself. I haven't seen or spoken to the governor in 14 years, and I haven't heard from him in at least 5. How did your mother die? I gulped back the revulsion that particular memory dredged up. A fire. She was killed in a hotel fire. There was pity on his face, which I detested. Again, I'm sorry, he said. Don't be. He sighed and looked down at the page of notes he held in his large hand. So, you don't know any of your father's friends of acquaintances? Know if any of them had an axe to grind? Why would I know that? I don't know, maybe because he was your father. Maybe because his maid had your number on speed dial. And since there were no signs of forced entry, you think it was someone he knew, I reasoned. Do you still have the emails he sent you? I stared at him, unwilling to admit that I did. He didn't say a word or look away. The man could have been chiseled from stone. I didn't want to stand here all day feeling like a bug under glass, so I finally gave in. Yes, I still have them. I suppose you want to see them. I do, he stated. And anything else you may have received from him or anyone acquainted with him. No problem. I stood. I had to get out of here before I told this gorgeous, infuriating cop my entire sob story. There's really nothing more I can give you, and I really need to get to work. He didn't want to let me go. I could tell by the way he hesitated, but he also knew that he was wasting his time. And he didn't like me. Fine, you can go. Just don't go far. We will be continuing this conversation in the very near future. His eyes were now as hard as emeralds, with the same cold glitter. Nope, he didn't like me at all. Oh, and Miss Wells, if I see one word of this in the newsman, you'll be answering my questions from a jail cell. I felt a little prickle of pride that he knew the magazine that often ran my articles. What did that say about me? I probably really didn't want to know. In any event, I had no intention of writing about anything I had seen this morning. I only wanted to get as far away from it all as I possibly could. I relished the feel of the fresh breeze on my overheated skin as I stepped out of that monstrous house and into the sunshine. After allowing myself a few moments to take in the warm rays, I started feeling better. I didn't like what had happened to me in there. I never lose my cool. Damn it. I had to get my professional distance. This was the murder of a disgraced politician. The crime was going to be a huge story, and I had to get my head in the game. I don't know what I had been thinking. Of course, I would write this story. I couldn't let the fact that he was my biological father get in the way. I thought, once again, of that little girl and the smile on her father's face as he watched her clutch the birthday doll to her chest. I was shocked to feel the sting of tears. No matter how awful he was, I realized there was only one way I was going to be able to make peace with what had happened this morning. I was going to find out who murdered him. I marched down the long, winding drive to where my white 1999 Ford Taurus was parked on the street. Detective Anders would be here for quite some time, giving me a good head start, and I was going to take full advantage of it.
Chapter 2.
My first stop was the house neighboring that of the governor. Of course, neighbor might not have been the correct term, since there was a good mile between the Welling mansion and the smaller, but equally lavish, home to the east. I knew it was a long shot, but it was a rather out-of-the-way location without much traffic. The person who lived here may have noticed a car driving by early this morning, and there was the possibility that he or she had traveled in some of the same social circles as the governor. Being an ex-con had removed him from a few select groups, but he was far from a pariah. I found it rather odd that notoriety could make one popular among certain crowds. Just look at the Kardashians. I drove up to the wrought iron gates and pushed the call box button. "Who's there?" A female voice boomed over the speaker. "Jessie Wells," I answered. "What?" "I'm a little hard of hearing, dear. You'll have to speak up." I leaned out the car window, nearly pressing my lips to the device, and shouted, "Jessie Wells, the Welling, from next door." I hadn't used that name in years, and really hated using it now, but she would be far more likely to recognize the governor's name than my own. The barrier parted, swinging in smoothly and allowing me to drive up to the elegant, 18th-century stone manor. I simply sat for a few moments, enchanted by the vision of sunlight shining on the rose-draped terrace surrounding the second floor. When I stepped out of my car, I felt the blooms invade all of my senses, dazzling my eyes, whispering in the breeze, filling my nose and tickling my skin as the rich scent wafted through the air. The scene was breathtaking. I felt beauty smooth out the rough edges of my nerves. "What do you want?" The spell was broken by the high-decibel shout resembling the one I had heard moments before through the speaker. I looked up to see a small elderly woman, as round as she was tall and encased in a red satin house dress, standing on the veranda. Her face, the color of rich milk chocolate, was crisscrossed with hundreds of lines and fissures, but her hazel eyes were sharp. For some reason, I felt like I recognized her, but I couldn't imagine how that could be. "You speak to a lot of people in my line of work," so I chalked it up to having come across someone she resembled. "Mrs. Morgan." I had searched out the name of the owner on my smartphone before I drove up. "That's me, but I ain't buying anything, so you can just turn right around and go back where you came from." "Great. A crotchety, deaf octogenarian. Lovely." But I had to find out if she knew anything, so I persevered. "No, Mrs. Morgan. I'm Jessie. My father is Governor Welling, from next door," I repeated. "I really need to speak with you." She snorted. "Next door, my brown butt. Well, come on in, then." She turned and stomped inside, moving with surprising speed in her feathery scarlet mules. Wow, just like that, she was letting a complete stranger into her home. Not smart. "Don't you want to see some ID or anything?" I asked as I followed her over the threshold. "No need," she roared, pointing to the winding staircase that graced the parlor. "I've got Fifi." I looked up to find myself staring straight into the icy blue eyes of the biggest Saint Bernard I had ever seen. "Ape." "I admit it," I squeaked. I couldn't help myself. I hated dogs, really hated them, I'm not sure why. There's just something about those saliva-dripping fangs and spine-chilling growls that get to me, even if they're only in my imagination. The old lady cackled at my reaction to her monster pet. "Don't worry, Fifi's a pussycat as long as you don't get her all riled up." She gave the beast a sloppy kiss on the top of her massive head. "Aren't you, sweetheart? And what does it take to rile Fifi?" I was going to make damn sure I didn't do anything to upset her. Well, she's none too fond of loud voices, and she doesn't much care for sudden moves. What really gets her worked up, though, is when she thinks someone's harassing me. That really gets her goat. She guffawed again as she sank into a plush purple armchair, and I wondered what she considered loud. I moved as slowly as I could, eyes glued to the animal, until I made it to the matching chair beside her, angled to promote cheerful fireside conversation. I knew that this broad was probably having great fun at my expense, but I wasn't about to take any chances. I carefully took my notebook and pen out of my back pocket and prepared to take notes. I'm old school when it comes to interviewing. Recorders only tend to make people nervous. "Miss Morgan," I began. "Land's sakes, child," she interrupted, "call me Agnes." "Agnes," I said, shooting a furtive glance over my shoulder to make sure Fifi didn't take offense at my calling her owner by her first name. "Thank you for taking the time to speak with me. You've come about the murder, haven't you?" I felt my eyes widen. "How could you know about that?" I demanded. She nodded her wiry, gray head in the direction of a bookcase pushed up against the far wall. It was crammed full of a mishmash of books. On one of the shelves, wedged between embossed leather-bound volumes and drugstore paperbacks, was a police scanner. Her eyes gleamed with unabashed interest, and something else I couldn't define. Who was it? Was it the governor? Now I knew why she had let me in so readily. For a moment, I had second thoughts about sharing anything with her, but it would be public knowledge soon enough. It was, I admitted. Was he with his tart? Did she do it? I felt me antennae shoot up in the air like a cartoon alien. Is tart. The governor had a girlfriend. Agnes gave me the same look I reserved for idiots who asked if I wanted regular or decaf. Of course he did, child. He was a handsome man. And that wife of his, all gold and glittery. She tessed, shaking her head in disapproval. She was a royal bitch. Can't blame him for wanting something sweet after she passed. Do you know who this woman is? Do you know her name? Of course not. Do you think your old man called me up to share details? She laughed again, and it reminded me of sandpaper rubbing against metal. But I seen her drive by plenty of times in that shiny yellow Corvette convertible. Pretty gal, 'bout your age, but blonde. What makes you think she was his girlfriend? I may be old, but I can still put 2 and 2 together and come up with S.E.X. Did you happen to notice anything else about her? My voice had begun to rise, but I remembered Fifi and quickly tamped down my excitement. Anything at all might be useful. Well, now, I did happen to take note of her license plate number. I couldn't believe my ears. You what? I cried, screw the dog. You never know when information like that's gonna come in handy. She looked at me shrewdly, and I began to wonder if Ms. Morgan had sources of income that went beyond bridge games and bingo. And just what do you want in exchange for that information? I asked. I'd been down this road before and lifted a hip to reach into the back pocket of my jeans for my wallet. Oh, for heaven's sake, she exclaimed when I opened it up to see how much cash I had with me. I don't want your money, I have plenty of my own. Thank God, because I only had a 10 in the lotto ticket I purchased yesterday morning at the gas station. I want in on the action. What? This was not at all what I had expected. I want to know what's going on. Your daddy didn't always do the right thing, I'll admit, but he was always good to me. He called me every day to make sure I was all right. He did. I asked in surprise. This didn't sound like the governor at all. He knew I lived alone and was afraid something would happen to me. It seems I was in his favorite movie, Lightning in a Bottle. I cried, finally remembering where I had seen her before. She was decades older, a bit heavier and more wrinkled, but she still looked like Rosie, the character she had played in the movie I had watched at least 50 times. It's my favorite movie, too. I didn't know the governor had even seen a movie, and I really couldn't believe he and I shared the same taste in cinema. Your father wasn't evil, Jesse, she said, her voice surprisingly soft. No, I agreed. He was too superficial to be truly evil, or truly anything but selfish. He loved you. He talked about you a lot. I felt my face grow hot. He treated me as if I weren't there most of the time. But another memory was shimmering before my eyes, one I had locked up somewhere in the back of my brain. I saw my parents arguing while I hid behind the door of my pretty pink and white bedroom. They were fighting about me. Gloria was insisting that I should be sent to some fancy school in Washington, D.C. The governor was insisting that an 8-year-old had no business being separated from her parents. In the end, Gloria had won, as she always did. The governor came into my room and sat on the canopied princess bed where I had flung myself, sobbing. He scooped me up and held me close as I cried my eyes out. I shook my head and the scene faded away. I reminded myself that if the governor had really cared about me, he wouldn't have given in so easily to Gloria's demands. I want justice for your daddy, Jesse. Do we have a deal? She asked, bringing me fully back to the luxurious, cluttered sitting room. I certainly wasn't about to trust this old woman. She was obviously a terrible judge of character. But she was observant, and she was Rosie, for God's sake. I didn't have to trust her in order to give her a few tidbits now and then. It's a deal, I said and reached out to shake her gnarled hand. Shit. I was back in the Taurus rapidly tapping the screen of my iPhone when a large, angry-sounding bumblebee flew in my window. I swiveled my head from side to side, trying to get a fix on where it had landed when Gail answered her phone. Hey, Jess. What's up? Hold on a minute, I said as soon as I heard the unmistakable baby doll voice. Gail would have made a great phone sex operator. I had no doubt that men would imagine they were talking to Marilyn Monroe. She sort of looked like Marilyn, too, with a little beyonce thrown in, but Gail was no flirtatious coquette. She was a martial arts expert who taught self-defense at the police academy. I often suspected that it was the soft voice and bombshell looks that inspired her to be a badass. I spotted the bee crawling along the dusty dashboard. I slowly removed my sneaker and slammed it down on the invader. Jess, I heard Gail shouting, are you all right? What's going on? No worries, I said, retying my laces. Just dealing with an unwanted guest. I need you to run a plate for me. In addition to having mad ninja skills, Gail was also a hacker. And combine that with her connection to the academy, and she could find just about anything. Ooh, she drawled, have we got another hot one? Maybe, I said. I'm going to text it to you. Call me back when you have the info. Wait a minute, not so fast, Gail said. We haven't discussed my fee. I heaved a sigh. Isn't the knowledge that you're not only helping a friend, but also exposing dark criminal underbellies to the public payment enough? Nulla, she said. Fine. How does a dozen lemon cream cupcakes sound? pina colada frosting. What else? Okay, she said, apparently appeased. Let me at him. I had made the unfortunate mistake of letting Gail know that I sometimes bake while outlining stories in my head. Since then, I have been financing my intel with baked goods. And a woman like Gail can work up an appetite kicking butt all day. I rolled down my windows and began fanning myself with the newspaper lying on the passenger seat. A trickle of sweat rolled down my neck and I pulled my now frizzy hair up and held it on top of my head. Fortunately, the phone rang less than 5 minutes later. Kara Montgomery, age 31, height 5'9", weight 130, hair blonde, eyes blue, address 365 Mount Royal Road, Kingsdale, Virginia. I scribbled everything down on the back of my loser lotto ticket. Thanks, you're the best. You know it, she replied. Are you gonna tell me what this is all about anytime soon? Don't know, I answered truthfully. But you'll be one of the first on my list. Screw that. I'd better be the first on the list after risking my job and freedom for you. Come on, Gail, I said with a smile. We both know there's no risk. You're too good. You got me there, she said. Okay, you take care of yourself. I'm looking forward to my cupcakes. Always, I answered before disconnecting. Kingsdale was about 100 miles south. I turned the key in the ignition and put the car in gear. I couldn't wait to see what the lovely Ms. Montgomery had to say for herself. And if she happened to be away from home, I'm sure she wouldn't mind if I took a quick peek around. Especially since she wouldn't know anything about it.
Chapter 3.
Jason shook his head as he walked up 3 steps to the screened-in porch of the craftsman he had purchased 4 years ago. He had just caught what was going to be the biggest case of his career. And what was he thinking about? A chestnut-haired reporter who was destined to make his life hell for the foreseeable future. He could still feel the tingle where her hand had touched his and see the pain in those hazel brown eyes. Pain he was sure she thought was well hidden. Was that what had gotten to him? That vulnerability behind the tough protective shell? Or maybe he had imagined the whole thing. Maybe Jess was every bit the hard-as-nails journalist who really didn't give a damn that her father was dead. In any case, he knew without a doubt they would cross paths again sooner rather than later. Dahlia, Tess, Jason called as he shut the door behind him. A willowy blonde in yoga pants and a slim-fitting baby blue tee hurried into the foyer wiping her hands on a dish towel. What are you doing home? She asked. Daddy. A little girl with long dark curls bouncing around a heart-shaped face came barreling into the entryway and flung herself into his arms. Hey, Bebel, he said, hoisting her up and balancing her on his hip. What have you been up to today? Tess and I went to the park and I got to play on the swings, but I fell and a big doggy came up and I was scared. But he only licked me and it tickled and then we colored and I had ice cream. So I see, he said, running his finger over the chocolate mustache gracing her upper lip. All that before noon. I wanted to avoid the heat, Tess explained. Can we watch my princess movie, Daddy? He felt a tug of regret in the center of his chest. I wish we could, sweetie, but I have to go back to work. We caught a big one today, Jason said when Tess gave him a questioning look. I just came to pick up my iPad. I'm afraid I'm going to be pretty late tonight. Do you mind? Of course not, she answered. No classes tomorrow, and it's not like I have a long drive home. She jerked her thumb in the direction of the mother-in-law edition. Thanks, Tess. He gave his pouting daughter a kiss on top of her head. Be good. I'm always good, she said, wriggling until he set her on her feet and she raced off down the hall. He watched until he saw her tiny form disappear into the playroom. Are you sure you don't mind? He asked, turning back to Tess. Not a bit. She's had a busy day. She'll be out by 8 and I can work on my thesis. He leaned over and brushed his lips over her cheek. You're the best. I know, she answered and sighed dramatically. It's a heavy burden to bear, but I have broad shoulders. I'll see you later, Jason said with a smile that dropped from his face as he left his home, iPad under his arm. I glanced down at the dashboard clock. It was already closing in on 2 o'clock. I hadn't bothered with lunch, but my stomach was swirling with a mixture of excitement, anger, and disgust. The thought of food held no appeal. Kingsdale was a former coal mining town near the West Virginia border that had been turned into a trendy tourist trap in recent years. I had driven the twisty, hilly road several times, but I couldn't recall actually stopping for anything other than a quick fill-up at the gas station. I remembered peppermint candy-striped awnings and frou-frou shops selling various soaps, lotions, and potions. I wondered if Ms. Montgomery worked in one of the stores. Probably not. She was likely some trust fund brat who'd never had to work. I bet she was only seeing the governor to piss off her daddy. My teeth began to ache 90 minutes later when I reached the edge of the saccharine sweet town. Welcome to historic Kingsdale, proclaimed a sign decorated with butter churns, spinning wheels, and picks and shovels. Old-fashioned lamps lined the street and antique stores battled with candy shops and upscale boutiques for tourist dollars. and damned if there weren't the canopies. I had hoped they had been a part of some fever-induced nightmare. I cursed as the masculine and very British voice of my GPS told me he was recalculating route and found myself wondering what he would sound like with a bit of a southern drawl. Why had I gone there? Sure, Detective Anders was hot as hell in the middle of a heat wave, but he was also arrogant and more than a little irritating. It had definitely been too long since I'd been with a man if I was fantasizing about one who wanted to see me behind bars. I tried to concentrate on not getting lost, and soon Prince Harry, as I called him, led me to a ranch-style home on the far side of town. A yellow Corvette was parked in the driveway. Apparently, Ms. Montgomery didn't have anywhere to be on a weekday afternoon. My knock was immediately answered by a tall auburn-haired beauty dressed in short shorts. A tight, neon green tank stretched across her ample bosom. She stared at me a few seconds and then stated, in an unexpectedly rich voice, "You're not Danny." "No," I agreed, "I'm not Danny." "Well then, who the hell are you?" she demanded, her cupid's bow lips pursing so tightly she looked like a large, lipstick-wearing fish. "I'm Jessie," I said. "Adam Welling's daughter." I slid my foot quickly into the opening before she could slam the door in my face. The sharp wooden edge hurt like an sob, but I had to speak to this woman. "Go away," she cried. The bimbo kept trying to shove the door closed, squishing my foot a little harder each time. "Damn it, stop," I shouted. "We need to talk." "I have nothing to say to you," she said, but she did stop trying to slam the door. "Listen," I said, determined to convince her to let me in. "I have bad news." I peeked through the crack in the doorway so I could watch her painted-up face. "Adam Welling is dead." The door flew open, causing me to lose my balance and fall face-first onto soft, vanilla carpet. "What are you talking about?" she demanded. "Why would you say such a thing?" I pulled myself up, brushed back the strands of hair that had escaped from my ponytail in that graceful dive to the floor. "Because it's true. I was just at his house this morning." "He's dead." "No," she insisted. "There's been a mistake. I just spoke with him yesterday evening. He's fine." She reached into her bra and drew out a cell phone. She began tapping away while I pondered how on earth there was room for anything else in her undergarments besides her surgically enhanced assets. The call must have gone to voicemail, because the fish face was back as she tossed the phone on a small table at her hip. "He's busy," she said confidently. "He's a very important man and he has a lot to do." "Yeah, like decomposing." "Okay, I shouldn't have said that." He had apparently meant something to this woman. Her mouth formed a red "Oh, how could you say that? You're horrible. Go away." I saw her reach for the door again. "Wait, I'm sorry," I pleaded. "You're right, I'm handling this all wrong, but I really do need to talk with you. Please let me in." I dug my driver's license out of my back pocket and shoved it in her heart-shaped face. "See, I really am who I said and the governor really is dead." The door opened wider and she stepped aside. "I don't believe you," she insisted, jutting her sharp little chin in the air. "Okay," I said, rethinking my strategy. "You don't have to believe me, just talk to me. I want to find out what happened to him. Can you please humor me and answer a few questions?" The chin came down an inch. "How do I know I can trust you?" "You don't," I answered. "And I don't know if I can trust you, but I'm willing to take the chance if you are." I found myself sitting on a hard, straight-back chair at a table in the medium-sized kitchen. The floor was polished pine and friendly yellow, and white butterfly paper brightened the walls. The stove and appliances were modern chrome and everything was spick and span clean. This was obviously a well-cared-for middle-class home, which surprised me. I had expected to find the governor's tart stashed in some fancy condo or apartment, and I wondered which one of them had chosen this particular abode. "So talk," she said, plunking herself down in the chair opposite the one I occupied. She was trying to appear tough, but her lips quivered and she was nervously clenching and unclenching her fists in her lap. "I'm sorry to be the one to have to tell you this, but the governor was murdered this morning. The maid found him. I thought it would be best if you heard the news from me rather than on television." Okay, I didn't give a rat's ass how she heard the news, but I wanted her to open up to me. She gasped and covered her mouth with a trembling hand. "It's true," she asked. "He's really dead." I nodded and waited for the flood of tears, but I was once again surprised. Her china blue eyes were wet, but there was no incoherent sobbing. Rather, she took 2 deep breaths and willed her tense body to relax. "I'm sorry for the way I behaved earlier," she said. "I was expecting my yoga instructor, and you showed up instead." As if on cue, the doorbell rang. "I'll send her away," she said, standing. Kara left the room. I heard a few quiet murmurs, and then she returned and sat back down. She took a few more breaths before speaking. "I should have known you were telling me the truth." "Why?" I asked. "I wouldn't have trusted me." She looked at me so intensely that I felt a shiver of intuitive electricity race through me. "You're a reporter, right? You look into crimes." "Sometimes," I answered, leaning forward and steadily returning her gaze despite my racing heart. Was this woman about to share something with me that would blow the case apart? Was I about to learn the identity of a murderer? You need to find out who framed your father, she stated. He was obsessed with proving it. I fell back, the spark of excitement sputtering. Had I driven all this way just to hear the governor's tramp proclaim his innocence? There was absolutely no doubt in anyone else's mind that he was guilty. Even Rosie knew it. I don't want to talk about the past, I said with a sigh. I was too wired to sit here and dick around. I need you to tell me what you know right now. Right now, I know the man I love is dead. She snapped. And if you'd get that chip off your shoulder and investigate, you might learn something that will help you. Oh, no. I wasn't about to let little Miss Booty Call pull attitude with me. I stood and jammed my notebook back into my pocket. Okay, we're done, I said, surprised at how icy cold my voice sounded given the rage that was burning inside of me. I turned and started for the door. So that's it, she called after me. What kind of reporter are you? You have your mind made up about someone so you just stop looking for the truth. I'm not about to stop looking for the truth, I spat back at her, and I'm not going to waste my time on delusions. Deep down I knew I should play nice, that she might still be able to tell me something useful, but I just didn't have it in me at the moment. Jessie, don't go. Her voice had turned plaintive. No one will take me seriously, but it's the truth. I softened slightly at the look of misery on her face, and she sensed it. You told me you were willing to take a chance on me. I'm holding you to that. Your father isn't the man you think he is. She gulped visibly. Was. He bent the rules, but he never accepted bribes or made any illegal deals. It was someone else, and I think that someone killed him.
Chapter 4.
Damn it, Jason exclaimed as he stomped out Kara Montgomery's front door. He had made a point of warning Jessie to keep out of the investigation, and she'd gone ahead and poked her nose into it anyway. God, he hated reporters. What kind of woman used her own father's murder for a story? It could have been worse, said Dylan, interrupting his inner tirade. Intelligent and wiry as a coat hanger, he had been Jason's partner from the time he joined the VSP 4 years ago. Jason glared at the smaller man. How? He demanded. Well, she is a school teacher. She could have sent you to the principal's office. Jason ignored his partner's lame attempt at humor, his brain throbbing with questions. How the hell had Jessie learned about her father's girlfriend? She had probably lied about searching the house before the police arrived. Surprise, surprise. She had undoubtedly checked the call log on the cell phone. Just as he, himself. It really wasn't that bad, Dylan insisted. I mean, sure, she handed you your ass on a platter, but she eventually told us what she could. Which wasn't a whole hell of a lot, Jason argued. She did point us in a new direction. We were already thinking the murders had something to do with the governor's shady past, but we figured it was someone he had cheated or wronged in some way. Yeah, well, who's to say she isn't sending us on a wild goose chase? He said. Why would she do that? Dylan asked. I don't know, he said with a sigh. Who knows what kind of deal Jessie made with her? Jessie, Miss Wells, he corrected. You know her. His partner asked, eyebrows lifted at Jason's familiar use of her first name. Of course not. Easy. Dylan held up his hands in mock surrender. What's got you so riled up? It's Jess. That woman. I don't like her and I certainly don't trust her. This is a big case and she's going to make the miser, mark my words. I don't speak Cajun, Dylan reminded him. I have no idea what you just said. She's going to cause us a whole lot of headaches, he translated. Geez, Jace, we've dealt with reporters before. I know, but they were never personally involved like this one. And there was just something about her that set him on edge. Maybe it was because she made him think of Dahlia's storybook, Beauty and the Beast, all rolled into one. Or maybe it was just because she was so damned aggravating. Well, there's not a whole heck of a lot we can do about her. Oh, yes there is. If I find out she's tampered with any more of our witnesses, she's going to find that pretty little butt of hers in jail for obstruction of justice. That's a tad extreme, Dylan said. Not if it means we'll be able to close this case, Jason said, smiling at the thought of Jessie behind bars where she couldn't cause any more trouble. Now, come on. We've got an old case to reopen. I flopped down on the once cream-colored sofa in my dingy apartment and sat a bag of Chinese takeout on the small faux mahogany coffee table at my knees. After opening and mixing cartons of white rice and Hunan chicken, I added 2 packages of soy sauce and propped my chopsticks up in the meal. I knew I'd give up halfway through and resort to a fork, but I always liked to give them a try. Next, I flipped open my laptop and situated myself so that I could work and eat simultaneously. I hadn't followed the governor's trial, having no interest in the public misdeeds of a man who had committed so many private ones in my presence. Therefore, I was at a serious disadvantage when it came to looking into his past. Good old Google was the best place to start, so I pulled it up. For some reason, though, I found myself typing Jason Anders into the search bar. Apparently, my brain had called it a night and turned control over to my hormones. The only local story I discovered was a short, 4-year-old piece welcoming the new detective to the VSP. He had relocated from New Orleans with his infant daughter. I stared at the screen in disbelief. I couldn't imagine the big, gruff, sexy as hell cop with a baby, but then I remembered the crack he made comparing me to his daughter. There was no mention of a wife, and an unbidden little trill of pleasure danced along my nerve endings. Then I thought about the little girl with no mother to care for her and felt guilty for my reaction. I knew only too well what that was like. I wasn't surprised when newer memories hit like a slap to the face. It happened less frequently these days, but they were always hanging around just waiting. The fear and guilt churned in my gut as I let myself wonder about the little girl I had handed over to be raised by strangers. Was she growing up with loving parents? Did she have a kitten to squeeze? Maybe she had some brothers and sisters to play with. No, I slammed the door on those particular memories and sealed it with a padlock. Nothing good could come of dwelling on things I couldn't change, even if I had wanted to, which I didn't. I did another search, this time focusing on the New Orleans area, and unearthed a story about an officer who had heroically charged an armed gunman and saved the life of the 15-year-old hostage. The policeman had been shot, but had recovered and received a commendation for his bravery. That lawman was my very own Jason Anders. I located several more stories about the superhero cop and a few references in articles about different cases, but no personal information. I was about to give up when I happened upon a piece devoted to the sexiest bachelors in Louisiana. Lo and behold, there he was, splendid in dress blues. His hair was longer and he appeared to be slightly less muscular, but the most shocking differences were his broad smile and beautiful eyes that, even in the computer image, were warm and sparkling with humor. He showed no trace of the hard, haunted look I had assumed he'd been born with. I skimmed the brief bio. Age, 27. Height, 6'3". Weight, 200 pounds. Idea of a perfect date, a Secrets of 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 marathon. I fell back against the cushions. Secrets of 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 was a campy fantasy television series that had been a guilty pleasure of mine during its 3-year run. Wow, he was an Anki. Who would have guessed? I could definitely picture Anders as a superhero, but the fun, playful man in the magazine piece had nothing else in common with the man I had met. Was it facing the worst in humanity day after day that had changed him, or had something else happened? Something involving his child's mother, perhaps. Absorbed by my research, I jumped when my phone pinged with an incoming text. Cupcakes, tomorrow, no excuses. Crap, I said aloud, looking at the time. Why had I wasted an entire hour on this nonsense? I was going to have to start looking into the governor's past, as much as I wanted to avoid it. I didn't believe for a second that I was going to find anything to exonerate. Desperately hoped I would, but I'd be damned if I was going to run away from a potential story because of him. I squared my shoulders and prepared to immerse myself in a world I had spent my life trying to float above. Jason ran his index finger around and around on the scarred wooden table, tracing the watery circle left by the condensation from his half-empty Pilsner of Guinness. The scents of grease and hops hung heavy in the air, vying for dominance. Patsy Cline crooned the last notes of Crazy on the old-fashioned jukebox, providing a soft undercurrent for the buzz of conversation and the steady click of pool balls. He tried to ground himself, focus on his surroundings, but he found it impossible to quiet his churning thoughts. He really should be home with Dahlia. She had been sound asleep when he left, true, and Tess had agreed to spend the night in the spare bedroom. But what if she got sick, or had a nightmare, or simply woke up wanting him to give her an extra hug? But he had let Dylan talk him into an evening at the Den, a small bar near the precinct that had become the preferred cop hangout with its good food and cheap beer. This was just the kind of place Jesse would like, he decided, and then immediately jerked away from the idea as he would his hand from a red-hot poker. "What is with you, man?" Dylan said. "What?" Jason asked, trying to figure out if he had missed something or if his friend was being his usual asinine self. "You've been a million miles away, and then all of a sudden you twitched like someone had kicked you under the table. I know it wasn't me, and seeing as how no one else is within 10 feet, I'm guessing that isn't what happened." Dylan studied his partner a few seconds before continuing. "After shift, I find you wailing away on the bag, so I, being a really nice person and great friend, get you out so you can relax and get your mind off things. But you're still brooding. What gives? I know you well enough to know it's more than the case. What is with me?" He ran a hand through his hair. Why was he wasting time thinking about Jesse Wells? Sure, she was a pain in the ass, but he'd dealt with far worse in his many years on the force. Why wouldn't she leave him alone? She was attractive, true enough, and she had that look in her eyes, but she was no damsel in distress. Far from it. Why did she tug at him? Maybe it was a sign that it was time for him to find a woman and try his hand at a normal adult relationship. One that didn't involve dead bodies, dive bars, or nosy reporters. Except he'd gone that route once before, and look what had happened. It was one thing for him to have his heart broken, but he couldn't let it happen to Dahlia. Not again. She had been just a baby when her mother had rejected her, wanting nothing to do with a child of Jason's blood, even mingled with her own. She had no unhappy memories to haunt her, and he refused to allow anything into her life that might cause her heartache. No, it would be just the two of them, and Tess, of course. They would be fine. Jason stood and pulled some bills from his pocket, dropped them next to his glass. "What are you doing?" Dylan demanded. "Going home to my daughter," he said. I juggled the cake carrier from one arm to the other, but gave up and pressed my elbow against the buzzer to the right of Gail's apartment door. Unfortunately, I hadn't struck it rich with the lotto, so I didn't have a valet to carry the box for me. If it were anyone else, I would hesitate to show up at 6 o'clock in the morning, but I knew she would not only be up, but would also be showered and dressed after her 5 o'clock run. News of the homicide of Virginia's most notorious resident was everywhere, and I had the urgent need to get away from it all as quickly as possible. The door swung inward and Gail stood before me dressed in a black tee, leggings, and boots. She looked like a glamorous ninja from a Bond film, even with her smooth caramel skin free of makeup and her massive golden brown curls pulled up in a messy topknot. "What do you want?" she said with a scowl. Then she registered the box I was carrying. "Those better be my cupcakes. Lemon cream and pina colada, as promised," I said. "You can come in, then," she said grudgingly as she stepped aside. I hesitated. I had visited many times, but always just to drop off something or pick Gail up. I'd never been inside before, and didn't really want to enter her space now. We weren't that kind of friends. We helped each other out, but we didn't share confidences or have slumber parties, or whatever girlfriends did. At most, we'd have the occasional drink and bitch fest after work. "Oh, for God's sake," she exclaimed and pulled me in by the arm. "I'm not going to kill you, or rape you, or anything. Just put the freaking cupcakes on the table and sit your ass down so I can tell you what I overheard yesterday. I'm pretty sure it has something to do with your story," she added with a sly smile. That did it. I dropped the box as directed and sat said ass down on one of the 4 old-fashioned diner-style stools that ringed the chrome and formica-topped island in the center of the room. Gail's condo was expansive and reflective of her eclectic sense of style. A 50s soda shop kitchen coexisted with a 30s safari lodge living area. The combination was a bit unsettling. I had no idea what the bedroom or bathroom looked like, but I'm sure each was distinctively themed. "Wow" was about all I could manage. "Your place is." I racked my brain for something nice to say. "Big," she beamed. "I know. Isn't it awesome? It costs an arm and a leg, but I'm worth every penny." She chose a matching seat and helped herself to one of the treats. She groaned, sinking her teeth into the cake, and I was gratified to see her eyes close in apparent appreciation of my culinary talents. "Okay," I said, after giving her enough time to bask in sugar-infused heaven. "What do you know about my story?" "Easy, girl," she admonished. "You don't rush an experience like this. You savor it." I waited, swiveling back and forth, until she had finished her impromptu breakfast. By the time she had licked the last bit of frosting from her fingers, I was faintly dizzy. "That was heaven," she said, rolling her eyes. "Girl, you have a gift. What are you doing chasing cops and robbers around when you could be making these all day?" "That's exactly why," I said. "Baking was something I did to relax. Turning it into a career would ruin it. If I had to spend my days making birthday cakes and cookies for little Timmy's school party, I would kill myself." "Whatever," she said, dismissing both my excuse and the topic of conversation. "Anyway," I lied. "It's not directly related to your story, but guess who I overheard talking about you today?" I felt every muscle in my body tense. Gail worked exclusively with state employees, mostly police officers. Had she run into Jason Anders? And had he mentioned me? What had he said? Okay, I needed to get a grip. She probably ran into Gerald, the crabby dispatcher who's had it in for me since I put a small ding in his stupid pickup with my car door. That was a year ago and he still hadn't let it go. "Come on, Gail. You know I hate secrets, and you've tortured me enough," I complained. "Just spill it." "Fine," she said with a sigh, but her eyes were bright and she was bouncing with excitement. Detective Gorgeous was in the gym yesterday evening punching that bag like it was all that stood between him and the last Snickers bar. A vision of Anders stripped to the waist, muscles bunching and shiny with sweat sent a shot of pure lust surging through places where I hadn't had a surge of any kind for quite some time. She crowed. "I can tell by the look on your face you know who I'm talking about." "No, you can't," I insisted. "We could be thinking of 2 entirely different people. There's more than one hot guy on the police force." "Yeah, but there's only one who told his partner he was picturing your face." "What?" I knew the 2 of us hadn't exactly hit it off, but did he really feel such animosity toward me? "You definitely made an impression," Gail said. "What happened between you 2? "Nothing. This is why I didn't want to come in." I had no intention of telling Gail about my encounter. with Jason, and I certainly wasn't going to tell her that I hadn't been able to get him out of my mind since our impromptu kiss. Oh, it was something, she said with a decisive nod of her head. That man could be made of stone for all the emotion I've seen him show before today. What do you do? I shrugged. I guess I'm just good at making people hate me. I sounded nonchalant, but I was feeling strangely deflated. I had never cared what other people thought of me. Why was I upset that Jason Anders, a man I found infuriating, didn't like me? I was being ridiculous. Nope, she said. Hate's cold and that man was on fire. So talk. There's truly nothing to tell, I said. He and I are investigating the same murder. He seems to have some issues with reporters and was pretty unhappy that I was on the scene. That's all there was to it. I looked down so she wouldn't be able to read the lie on my face. That wasn't all there was to it, not by a long shot, but I didn't want to delve any deeper. I was going to lock it up in a little box and throw away the key. I stood as Gail was opening her mouth. No, I said before she could ask another question. I've told you everything, and I have to get going. I found another lead I want to follow up on, and I need to do a little more research first. Anything I can do to help. I can't afford your help, I said, forcing a smile. Don't think I'm giving up, Gail called after me as I fled toward the door. I'm choosing to humor you for now, but don't forget I can kick your ass.
Chapter 5.
I really did have research to do. In examining the governor's history, I realized he would have gotten away with his crimes if it hadn't been for a man named Bronson Elroy. Elroy, strangely enough, was the current favorite in the upcoming election for lieutenant governor. 14 years ago, he had been working for Virginia Aeronautics, one of the companies with whom the governor had been making illegal deals. He had discovered the corruption and gone to the authorities. Thus, the whole web of lies was swept out from the corners and into the light. He was hailed as a hero and had parlayed his brief time in the spotlight into a political career of his own. I wanted to spend some time studying both the company and Elroy's life in the years immediately following his departure before I paid him a visit. Sick of staring at my own four walls, I decided to spend some time at the park, where I was always able to borrow someone's Wi-Fi signal. I loved sitting on a park bench under the elms by a small, tranquil pond. It was the perfect way to enjoy the great outdoors, landscaping, internet access, and the only wild animals one had to worry about were squirrels and an occasional irate goose. After a few hours, I had dug out all I was going to able to unearth and set out for the campaign offices of Mr. Bronson Elroy. He was based in a small, historical section of the downtown area, surrounding himself with trendy coffee houses, fancy antique shops, and quirky bookstores. I had never spent a great deal of time there. I prefer the cheap, impersonal stores and restaurants near my apartment. I parked along the street in front of the building bearing his shingle, and considered ignoring the parking meter sprouting out of the sidewalk like an ugly steampunk weed. I looked up and down the street and, seeing no one on patrol, decided to risk it. The white clapboard structure was trying very hard to look like its neighbors, but was obviously new. The faint smells of raw wood and paint were still lingering in the air, and the shiny vinyl siding made its weathered companions look shabby in comparison. I climbed the wooden, Air Force blue steps and knocked once before opening a door of the same patriotic hue. A woman sitting behind a bronze and glass desk looked up as I entered. She was probably in her 20s, but looked younger, even though she wore a sophisticated plum-colored suit and had done up her raven hair in a mature twist. The heavy makeup she wore made her look like she had been playing in her mother's cosmetics bag. "Can I help you?" she asked, her timid voice giving away her inexperience. "I could definitely work with this. I need to see Mr. Elroy," I said. Do you have an appointment?" She began rapidly typing on her keyboard, undoubtedly looking up her employer's schedule. "No, but I think he'll want to see me." I handed her my credentials. "I'm a reporter and I'd like to speak with him about his bid for lieutenant governor." "I don't know. Trust me." I gave her what I hoped was a conspiratorial smile. "Mr. Elroy will want all the publicity he can get. It's all part of the game." "Okay," she conceded, reaching for the phone at her elbow. "I'll let him know you're here." 5 minutes later, a short, stocky man in a charcoal suit tailored to make the most of his physique opened a door to the left of the lobby. He ushered me in with a broad smile. Some would consider him attractive with his hay-colored hair and gunmetal eyes, but his heavy brow and slight jowls made me think of movie villains. "Ms. Wells," he said, pumping my hand, "how nice of you to drop by. I'm a fan of your work." He had no idea who I was, of course. "Really?" I asked, unable to resist poking at him. "Which article was your favorite?" "There's no way to pick just one," he said, "but I prefer the political pieces, naturally." "Smooth. I have a lot of questions that I'm sure my readers would love to have answered," I said. "Well, I wouldn't want to disappoint them," he replied, returning to his place behind the huge mahogany desk. "Please sit." I took the chair positioned across from him, which squeaked as my legs rubbed against the wine-colored vinyl. So, Mr. Elroy, tell me a little about yourself. What made you decide to enter politics? I'm sure you've heard about how I brought down Governor Welling and his crooked administration. I nodded. That blatant breach of the public's trust made me realize we have a real shortage of honest men in office. I decided to do what I could to remedy that. And how did you discover that corruption? I happened to find some documents caught in the shredder, he answered after a brief hesitation. It must have been a difficult decision, knowing that if you went public you'd likely lose a very good job. What made you do it? He said nothing, but gave me a narrow-eyed gaze. Why would you ask that? He finally demanded. This is about the murder, isn't it? Apparently, Elroy was no dummy. It was time to go in for the kill. Are you aware, Mr. Elroy, that Governor Welling was working to prove his innocence? That there is speculation that his death was a direct result of that effort? He rose to his feet. I think I'd like for you to leave now, Ms. Wells. I have an appointment in a few minutes and I need to prepare. I remained in my seat. Mr. Elroy, as a beacon of light, surely you want readers to know you're doing all you can to find the truth and see justice done. His face darkened, and I could tell it was taking considerable effort for him to hold on to his composure. He stepped around the desk and loomed over me. I knew he was on the verge of pulling me up from the chair and bodily removing me from his office. I stared back at him. If he wanted me gone, he was going to have to throw me out, and I was pretty sure that kind of press wasn't what he was looking for. You're trespassing, he said instead. I'll ask you once again to leave. If you refuse, I will call the police. Do you have something to hide? Is that why you don't want to talk about Governor Welling? Did you plant the evidence and then report it for the attention? I had no basis for this accusation, and I knew he wasn't going to answer my questions. I just wanted to see how he would react. That can be more telling than anything a person says. He gave away nothing, however, making his face go as blank and unreadable as a mask. This man definitely had what it took to be a successful politician. We're done here, he said, returning to his chair and picking up the phone. The game was over, and I knew it. I stood, but was unwilling to let him have the last word. It's going to come out, I said. The secret you're protecting. It's not going to stay hidden. That I promise you. With that, I turned and left. God damn it all to hell. Jason shouted, slinging his phone onto the dashboard hard enough to knock the battery loose and send it skittering. Murd. He leaned down to scrabble for the errant pieces on the floorboard of his police-issue Ford Explorer. Good to see your mood has improved, Dylan said, one blonde brow arched over the top of his aviators. Are you gonna tell me what that phone call was about, or is that something else you're going to sit and stew over? That was Sarge, he snarled, too angry to hear his partner's comment or pick up on the unspoken accusation. He straightened and snapped the back of his cell in place. One Bronson Elroy, former whistleblower and current candidate for lieutenant governor, called to file a complaint against one Jessica Wells, who paid him a visit this morning. Apparently, he considers her behavior abusive and threatening. Dylan grinned. She is ballsy. I would have loved to have seen that interview. Yeah, well, you're going to be up close and personal for the next one. He jammed his own sunglasses on his nose and slammed the vehicle into reverse. He backed out of the station's small parking lot, sending gravel spewing. Why couldn't the damn woman just do as he'd asked? Didn't she know she was screwing up everything, including him? Where are we going? Dylan asked as Jason roared onto the highway. We're going to arrest Jesse Wells for obstruction of justice. Are you serious? Isn't that a bit harsh? Jason's jaw hardened. What's harsh is potentially letting a murderer go free because you want a headline. I'm not going to let that cool and go on screwing around in our case. We're going to teach her a lesson that's long overdue. What now? I muttered as Etta's husky voice filled my car with stormy weather. Don't get me wrong, I love Etta, but this meant someone was calling and I really didn't want to talk right now. I was still going over my visit with Elroy, turning both his words and behavior over and over in my mind as I drove toward home. Steering one-handed, I felt around the passenger seat until my fingers closed over my phone. I glanced quickly at the screen, nearly clipping a shiny, ruby-red mailbox when I took my eyes off the road. I didn't recognize the number, but I'm simply not capable of letting a phone go unanswered, so I pressed it to my ear. Wells, Jesse, it's Kara. I struggled for a moment before I realized I was speaking with the governor's girlfriend. Did you remember something? I asked, feeling an adrenaline spike. Maybe my visit had jolted something loose. Better, I found something. You need to come over right away. The excitement in her voice was infectious, and I could feel my heart start pumping. I made a sharp U-turn and, ignoring the honk of a tiny blue Mini Cooper behind me, headed toward Kingsdale. I'm on my way. What's going on? I demanded as soon as Kara opened the door. What did you find? I badly wanted her to tell me something that would confirm the governor's guilt once and for all, but I doubted she would let anyone know he passed gas, let alone anything incriminating. Hello to you, too, she said as she stepped aside and made a sweeping gesture that I took as an invitation to enter. 30 minutes ago, you couldn't wait to tell me something, and I nearly wrecked my car racing over here. Now you want to chit-chat. Okay, she agreed. You have me there. She smiled, eyes sparkling, and bobbed up and down on her sneakered toes. I noticed she had a piece of paper clutched in her hand. Look at this. She shoved the sheet at me as I slid past her and into the living room. What is this? I asked. Just read it. I looked down and saw that I was holding the hard copy of an email sent from Governor Welling to a grant 𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒂𝒂 and Brothers Publishing. If I was understanding what I was reading, the governor had written his memoirs and was working with 𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒂𝒂 to get them published. Did you know about this? I asked. About the book? Of course, she answered. He's been talking about it forever. I don't get it. I was still confused. Why did you call me in such fit of hysteria about a book deal that you've known about forever? Keep reading, she ordered. I returned to the page. Mr. S., I understand your concerns, but I am sure you can appreciate the reasons why I'm protective of my privacy. However, let me assure you that what I have is irrefutable proof of my innocence. I will happily share it with you and the whole world when I'm sure it's safe. I looked up sharply. What proof? I demanded. What did the governor have? I need to see it right now. Even I could tell that my voice was shrill and my words coming too fast as icy panic poured through me. I don't know, she said, but we can find it. We can show everyone he didn't do all those things he was accused of. She was as wound up as I was, but for a very different reason. She was frantic to prove that the governor was, deep down, a good man. I needed, to know that he was guilty as sin. I closed my eyes and sank onto the rose-colored sofa. The email meant nothing, I told myself. Of course the governor was holding out a carrot to his publisher. What better way to sell a book than to dangle a massive cover-up? Kara, I said, sanity having reasserted itself, this doesn't mean anything. There is no hidden proof. Of course, there is, she insisted as she sank down next to me. And I know where it is. She held up a small fire safe with both hands. What? Where did you get that? And what makes you think anything's in there? I got it from my bedroom, Kara answered. And I know the proof is in there because Adam told me. He told you. My head was spinning. Nothing about this was making sense. Yes, he told me, she repeated. One night, about a year ago, Adam and I were. She paused, a blush staining her smooth olive cheeks. We were spending the evening together, and he told me about his plans. He was all excited. She stopped again. This time tears shimmered in her eyes and I looked away, reminded that this woman had just lost a man she may have loved. He told me that he was giving me something that would keep me safe. I just assumed he was talking about the paperwork for the insurance policy. I had tried to talk him out of it. You know, the extra life insurance. He was going to live forever. She choked on a sob and her hands began to shake, but she didn't stop. I didn't need anything from him, but he did it anyway. That's what I thought was in the box. Now I think he was talking about his proof. She took a small golden key out of her pocket. Let's open it up. She fitted into the lock and turned. I sat, eyes riveted as I heard a snick and then a creak as she lifted the lid. Only one item was inside, a flash drive. Where's your computer? I asked, even though I wanted to slam the safe shut and pretend I had never seen it, never answered her stupid call. I couldn't imagine what was on the drive, knew it couldn't be anything important, but I had a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. It's right here, she crowed, plucking up a silver laptop from the coffee table. I found myself gnawing on my nails and pulled my hand from my mouth. Well, then, plug it in and let's see what we have. Kara stared at me, the excitement in her eyes giving way to fear. I can't, she whispered, holding the computer out to me. You do it. Fine. I snatched the drive from its resting place and jammed it into the port. I didn't want to know, and yet I couldn't get into it fast enough. I tapped my fingers lightly against the keypad while I waited the eternity it seemed to take for the single file to appear on screen. An audio popped up, saved 15 months ago. I clicked the icon, toggled up the volume, and waited, hot pinpricks dancing across my skin. No, I don't understand. I shivered as I recognized the voice as the governor's. What is it you're asking me to do? It's simple. The answering voice was odd, synthesized so that it sounded flat and robotic. I couldn't even tell if it belonged to a man or a woman. You need to forget all about the past. Did you really think this cloak and dagger garbage would fool me? I know exactly who you are and what you did to me. Then you know why you have to stop. I ruined your life once, Governor. I can and will do it again. There was a click, then nothing. Oh my God, Kara whispered beside me. Oh my God. I turned to her, my brain scrambling to make sense of what I had just heard. This doesn't mean anything, I told her. Of course it does, she said, her eyes burning like gas flame. It proves he was set up by that android. No, it doesn't, I argued. They could be talking about anything. But they're not, and you know it, Jesse. Did I know it? Could it possibly be true? Did I believe that this brief and very vague snippet proved that everything I had believed my entire adult life had been a lie? I began to shake all over and was glad I was sitting down. The truth was, I did believe it. Or at least I believed there was more to the story than I had thought for so very long. Then the anger hit, hard, sharp, hot. I felt it pound into me like a sledgehammer. How could he? How could he still manage to mess up my life from beyond the grave? And how could I trust anything ever again? Jesse. Tara's voice was sharp with concern. I couldn't catch my breath. My ears were ringing and I felt like the room was tilting. I was going to slide right off into some great unknown. I have to go. I managed to stand. Jesse, wait, Kara called after me as I slammed out the door and into my car. My hands were trembling so much that it took me 3 tries to get the key in the ignition. I saw Kara staring at me through the window, saw her vanish only to reappear on the front porch. I absolutely could not talk to her, or anyone, so I threw the car into gear and squealed away from the curb, narrowly missing an SUV attempting to get past me. I had no idea where I was going. But one thing I did know was that I was going to find out who was on the other end of that conversation with the governor. And when I did, I was going to make sure that he answered every single question I had. Then I was going to fry his ass. The longer I drove, the more distance I put between myself and those voices. The calmer I became and the more I began to realize that I couldn't do this alone. I had a lot going for me, sure, but without help, it would take me far too long to get the answers I needed. But who the hell could I trust now? For some inexplicable reason, only one face came to mind, one with a disdainful scowl and deep green eyes.
Chapter 6.
Hey, Dylan said, twisting his body so that he could look out the back glass. I think that was her. Shit. Jason slammed on the brakes, throwing his partner against the seat and filling their noses with the smell of burning rubber. Jesus, Jace. Ignoring Dylan's outcry, Jason wrenched the wheel to the right, forcing the large vehicle into a 180 in the narrow street. He flicked the switch to activate the sirens and jammed his foot on the gas pedal. What the hell is wrong with you? Dylan demanded, gripping the dash as they bounced over a large pothole. She's a journalist, not a serial killer. Are you sure about that? Jason asked as they shot after the disappearing Taurus. Come on, you don't really believe she had anything to do with. He had to stop momentarily or bite his tongue as they came down hard on another dip in the road. The murder, he finished. What is this really about? It's about doing my job, he said through gritted teeth, which I can't do if this posse keeps getting in my way. Raw anger roiled through Jason, scalding his insides. Why did he constantly have to justify his actions? He had guessed that Jessie would come right back to one of his prime suspects, and there she was. Wasn't that proof enough that she couldn't be allowed to run loose, making a mess of his investigation? He had tried asking, he had tried ordering. The only thing left was to throw her in jail. They were coming up on the little white car at an alarming rate, so Jason let up on the gas, a grim smile of satisfaction on his face. Now little Miss Pain in the Ass was going to find out what happened to people who couldn't mind their own business and stay out of his. I was driving on autopilot, completely absorbed in working out how I was going to sell Jason Anders on the idea of a partnership. Convincing him was going to be hard, since I wasn't completely sold on the idea myself. I was so focused I didn't hear the shrieking siren until it was nearly on top of me. What now? I reflexively glanced down at the speedometer, and was relieved to see that I was only slightly over the speed limit. He's probably not even after me, I reasoned as I gently eased over to the shoulder of a road that twined around like an oiled snake. No such luck. The vehicle pulled up behind me and 2 men climbed out. I actually felt my seat fall from under me as I recognized the tall, brawny frame striding ahead of the smaller man jogging to catch up. It was as if, by thinking about him, I had conjured him up from the hot, dusty mountainside. But, given the look on his face, I didn't think he had collaboration on his mind. Neither did I, truth be told, as I watched him approach. The man truly was gorgeous, all hard muscles and sharp angles. Just looking at him made me want to get naked. I rolled down my window, stuck out my head, and immediately felt the moisture in the air drape itself over my skin like a hot, wet blanket. Hello, officer. I gave him my best coquettish smile, and batted my eyelashes. What's the problem? You know damned well what the problem is, he growled, completely ignoring my best attempts at air-headed flirtation. I don't think I'd ever seen anyone look that fiercely pissed off, and I was fairly certain the flush in his cheeks didn't come from the heat. I honestly don't, I said, completely at a loss. Why did you come screaming down a mountain to pull me over? Was my taillight out? Did I come to a rolling stop? What? Jesse Wells, you're under arrest. What? I exclaimed. What are the charges? I couldn't believe this. He hated me enough to put me in jail. The man had some serious issues. Jace, his partner said, laying a hand on his shoulder. Let's just calm down, here. Anders jerked away, not the least bit calm. You have the right to remain silent. I listened in stunned silence as he recited my rights, not really taking in any of the words coming from his mouth. This was really happening. I was going to jail. Do you understand these rights as they have been read to you? No, I answered, my voice shrill. I don't understand any of this. Well then, let me explain it to you, he snarled. I told you to stay out of this, but you went right ahead sticking your pretty nose into everything. Threatening Elroy was the last straw. It took a minute for me to process what he had said, as my brain was stuck on hearing that he thought my nose was pretty. How much could he hate me if he thought I had a pretty nose? I quickly came crashing back to earth as the rest of what he said seeped through the happy crap haze filling my head. Wait, I never threatened Bronson Elroy. In fact, he threatened me. Is that so? He asked, his quirked brow practically shouting disbelief. And just what did he threaten you with? He threatened to call the police. Okay, that sounded ridiculous, but for some reason, I had no filter when it came to this man. Well, he made good on his threat, so I suggest you quit arguing with me and step out of the car. Come on, Jace. His partner tried again to soothe the angry beast. Ease up. She can follow us in. From the vicious frown on Anders' face, I doubted he was going to give even that much. He was being completely unreasonable. Snark hadn't worked. Flirting hadn't worked. How was I going to get through to him? I thought back to my encounter with Kara. She hadn't let me in until I had let her in, or at least pretended to. Maybe the same thing would work with Jason. Look, I said, I get it, but you don't need to be afraid of me. I don't want to make you look bad, I really don't. We can work together. That way, you get credit for the caller and I get my answers. There, compassion and pragmatism all rolled into one. His frown didn't relax, however. In fact, his eyes darkened and the flush spread from his cheeks to cover his entire face. Afraid, he bellowed. You think I'm afraid of you? Well, yeah, I said. Why else would you be so angry with me all the time? You know what? You can drive your own car back. Dylan, you ride with her. He shot his scorching gaze back at me. I'll see you in jail. He turned and stomped away. Dylan and I both jumped when he slammed the door of the Explorer and swerved back onto the road. Wow, I said, flummoxed. That didn't go the way I had planned. Yeah, I gathered that, Dylan answered with a grin. Not exactly good at making friends, are you? He meant it as a joke, but I felt a sharp sting, like I'd been slapped. I don't need friends like you and your hothead partner, I snapped. Yikes, not you, too. What the hell is wrong with everyone today? I mean, geez, you're both. He broke off and I picked up some sort of weird vibe coming off him. His eyes lit up like he'd just uncovered some holy grail. Well, I wish to God he'd share it with me, because I could use a miracle right about now. We better get going, Dylan said, walking around my car to open the passenger side door and climbing in. I don't want to know what Jason might do to the both of us if we don't show up on time. I took my place in the driver's seat, wincing as my hands touched the burning rubber of the steering wheel. Despite my discomfort, both physical and emotional, I resumed my journey downhill. I waited until we were well on our way before I risked a quick look at Dylan. So, what was that all about? I asked. He didn't return my glance, but continued to stare out the windshield at the dusty shimmer left by his speeding cohort. I really don't know, he answered with a shrug. Oh, come on. I wasn't about to be put off. You know something. Why does your partner think I'm the love child of Maleficent and Freddy Krueger? That, at least, got him to shift so that he could face me. That would be an interesting combination, he said. You take after your mother. Huh. I really don't know anything, he insisted as he pulled a pair of aviators out of his t-shirt pocket. I just think it's interesting how the two of you set each other off, is all. I didn't really understand until I saw you together. My bro has it really bad. Has what bad? The flu. Dylan snickered. No, he's got it bad for you. I felt a kick to the solar plexus and nearly took us over the cliff. Whoa, there, Dylan exclaimed, reaching over in case he needed to grab the wheel, but I slapped his hand away. That's insane, I said. Detective Anders hates my guts. He arrested me for crying out loud. I know, Dylan said with a smile. Poor bastard thinks if he locks you in a cell he can lock you out of his head. That's crazy. I agree, he said, sliding on the sunglasses. No, I mean it's crazy to think Anders has a thing for me. He hummed as he swiveled back to the front. This was beyond impossible. Jason Anders was eye candy, and he could definitely get me hot and bothered, but I wasn't going there. While I could see the two of us having a really great night or two, I didn't see him as a one-night stand sort of guy. And I wasn't a forever and always sort of woman. Realistically, I knew it was far-fetched to think that he was interested in me, but how could I work with him now? I would constantly be wondering, worrying, and distracted. I was going to have to find a way to get what I needed on my own. Assuming I ever got out of jail. It wasn't like on TV, or in the movies, being in jail. For one thing, it didn't smell like puke or body odor. Rather, the stringent scent of bleach stung my nose. And there wasn't a drunk in the corner singing himself to sleep or a streetwalker with a heart of gold offering encouragement. I was alone in the cell, completely, utterly alone. I would even have welcomed the company of a tattooed gangbanger as long as he didn't have a shiv hidden in the toe of his boot. I so wanted to get out of this place, but I didn't have money for bail. I was good and stuck. Damn Jason Anders and his crazy vendetta against me. Was it me personally, or reporters in general, that he loathed? I thought about his partner's assertion that Anders had a thing for me and snorted. Sure, he did. And Bigfoot was going to smash through the walls and save me. I had no idea how long I had been incarcerated. They took my phone and I wasn't wearing a watch. But it had to be hours. I sat on a small, hard cot covered with a scratchy army green blanket and stared at the naked white walls. The sounds of muffled voices and sharp footfalls made it past the iron bars and into my ears, but none of them were heading toward me. I was just contemplating marking time by scratching hash marks in the paint with my fingernails when a pair of feet came clopping my way. The man riding those feet soon came into view. He was tall and bulky with pasty skin and a karate buzz cut. A faded uniform at least 2 sizes too small stretched across his chest. "Ms. Wells, it's time to go," he said, finding the tips of his worn shoes more interesting than my face. He unlocked the cell door and held it open for me. I stared at him with what must have been an incredibly stupefied look, because he tried again, only much slower and louder. "You can go now." "What?" I asked, because I really did feel stupid. "Someone paid your bail," he enunciated. "You can go." "Who?" "Don't know. You'll have to ask at the counter." I hesitated, completely baffled. Who would want to bail me out, and why? Who had something to gain by my freedom? Or, more likely, who had something to gain by my owing them? I knew damn well no one would have done it out of the goodness of his or her heart. Despite popular opinion, I was a likable person, but no one liked me that much. I needed to think about this, weigh the pros and cons. The iron bars started closing. "Fine," my new friend said when I didn't move. "Stay in here if you want. I've got a game to watch." "Wait," I cried and jumped across the threshold. "I'm going." While I hated the thought of owing someone a favor, I really, really hated the thought of staying in that cell any longer. "How many hours have I been here?" I asked the officer as we walked down the bleak gray hallway in the direction of noise and light. He glanced over at me with a rather piteous look on his face. "About 45 minutes. 45 minutes. I had only been locked in solitary confinement for 45 minutes. I prided myself on my self-reliance, but it was far different when solitude was imposed rather than a conscious decision on my part. The woman holding the fort behind the laminated countertop wore crisp blues and a no-nonsense expression that made me want to confess every crime I'd committed since grade school. God, I would make a terrible spy. She handed me my phone, car keys, and the paperwork I had to sign in exchange for my freedom. "Who paid my bail?" I asked as I scrawled my name on the documents before me. She jerked her head to the right, and I looked over to see an elderly woman sitting in a plastic chair against the wall. Shoulder-length blonde curls hid the gray, and her house dress had been replaced by a pair of orange leggings topped by a white tunic with swirling strokes of orange and red. The red matched the shiny gloss on her lips and the bright sneakers she wore on her feet. "Agnes," I gasped. "That's me," she shouted, even though I was standing only about 10 feet away. "Who were you expecting?" "Fifi." I checked my phone and shoved it in my pocket as I walked toward her. "What are you doing here?" "Saving your butt, sweetie." "But why? And how did you even know what happened to me?" "I heard it all on my scanner. As soon as I did, I called a cab and here I am." "Why?" I repeated. I was beginning to feel like a broken record, but no one was telling me anything that I could wrap my head around. Agnes riding to my rescue was as surreal to me as Bigfoot busting through the walls and carrying me off into the sunset. "Because I reckoned you needed my help. Don't think I didn't notice the moss flying out of that wallet you pulled out the other day. You don't even know me. What possible reason could you have for helping me?" Fifi's a real good judge of character. "Fifi." I rubbed my forehead with the fingers of both hands, not sure how much more I could take. "She likes you. And I do, too," she added. "You're going the distance for family. Even though you don't want to, you're doing the right thing by your daddy. I admire that. So, you jumped in a taxi and raced down here to bail me out jail because you admire me." I tried to keep the skepticism out of my voice. I really did, but I couldn't help myself. I wasn't buying her story. She wanted something from me. I knew about her desire to be a part of the investigation, but was there something more? "Well, there's also your good taste in movies." Her cackle filled the entire jail, causing everyone to look in her direction. She preened a bit before dismissing them and returning her attention to me. "Let's go." I was going to have to stay on my toes around the aging starlet, but what the hell? I'd dealt with much worse. Since Fifi's not here, I guess I'm driving.
Chapter 7.
Jason stopped in front of the glass door proclaiming the building to be the office of the chief medical examiner. He always needed a moment to prepare before entering this house of the dead. He thought about Jessie and how she had hesitated just a moment before walking past the parlor where her murdered father lay. Had she needed to prepare herself to face death in general, just as he did now, or had it been something more? Had she been preparing herself to face the lifeless shell of the man who had given her life? Dylan reached around him and pushed open the door, apparently not as affected by what went on behind it. Grimacing, Jason stepped inside. The smells hit him immediately. Formalin, bleach, antiseptic, smells he associated with death. "You coming?" Dylan called over his shoulder. "Yeah, I'm coming," he said, following his partner down the long empty hallway. Thankfully, they weren't headed to the autopsy suite. He had never understood why some cops felt the need to watch me at work. Lottie didn't miss a thing. And there she was, standing in the doorway to her office. Dr. Charlotte Rossi, chief medical examiner of Tilson, Virginia. Barely 5 feet tall and slim, she looked like someone's kid sister with freckles sprinkled across her youthful face, and the sides of her long, dark hair pulled back from her ears. Only the long white lab coat gave any hint of her true identity. She had been a top-notch chief since her predecessor Dr. Voorhees had shot himself 6 years ago. He had always seemed easygoing, but decades spent in this line of work had taken its toll. Jason hated to think of wholesome girl next door Lottie going down that same road. She pushed at a pair of trendy black-rimmed glasses, a mindless gesture he knew meant she didn't have anything of importance to share. Jessie chewed her nails when she was nervous or stalling for time, he had noticed. And damn it, where had that come from? For God's sake, couldn't he even visit me without her forcing her way into his brain? "Jason, Dylan," Lottie greeted, ushering them inside. "I was expecting you. Please come in." The two men entered the small, plain office. It held a simple wooden desk, much like the one Jason's teachers had always used when he was back at Holy Cross. On top rested her computer and a stack of folders. A gray filing cabinet and 2 straight-back chairs were the only other visible furniture in the room. Each man took a chair and Lottie sat on what looked like a giant beach ball she pulled out from under the desk. "You're here about the governor, of course," she said, wobbling slightly on her perch. "We are," Jason confirmed. "What can you tell us?" "Not much, I'm afraid. He was a healthy male adult killed sometime between 0600 and 0730 yesterday morning. He was shot with a Ruger LC9. Popular weapon," Dylan sighed. "That doesn't tell us much." "No," she agreed. "It doesn't. I can tell you that this wasn't a suicide, and that the body hadn't been moved. There were no defensive wounds. Tox screens show he had a significant amount of alcohol in his system, but no other drugs. There were a few yellow fibers collected from the victim's hand." "Fibers?" Jason asked. "Yes. My guess is that he pitched forward after being shot, grasping the perpetrator. Some fibers from the clothing were transferred to the victim. They were cheap, common polyester. That's about it, I'm afraid. Do you have any specific questions I might be able to answer?" "Yeah," Dylan said, watching her bob and weave like a weeble wobble. "What the hell are you doing?" "You're gonna fall on your ass." "Working my abs," she answered in her reliable, matter-of-fact manner. "Anything else?" "Of course you are," he muttered before looking to Jason. But his partner was silent, gazing beyond Lottie's shoulder in the direction of the jail. "Earth to Jason," he said, waving a hand in front of his friend's face. "What?" he said, blinking the office into focus. "Do you have any questions?" The doctor repeated. "No, thanks, Lottie." Jason stood. "Let me know if anything else comes to light." "Of course. And you'll want a copy of my report for your records," she said, handing him the top file from the pile. "Right," Jason answered, taking it as his partner snickered at the rookie oversight. "Thanks, again. I'll send you an electronic copy after I finish up for the day." Guilt ate at Jason as he and Dylan left Lottie's office and stepped out into air that smelled of exhaust fumes and food trucks, not death. What if his partner was right about his decision to arrest Jessie? Did she really belong in jail? She had just discovered her father's body yesterday, and he had gone and tossed her in jail for trying to find out why. Wouldn't he have done the same thing in her place? Was he letting his jumbled emotions affect his judgment? "What now?" Dylan asked as they began walking in the direction of police headquarters. "We're going to jail," he answered. "I need to check on Jessie." "Really?" Dylan smirked. "I thought you had washed your hands of her." "Yeah, well, I just want to make sure she hasn't started writing an expose on the evils of the Morgan County Jail." Shut up," Jason growled. The two men walked past HQ and over one more block to a long, flat building built of industrial-looking cement bricks. While its exterior was much uglier than the office of the medical examiner, Jason felt no discomfort on entering. In fact, he couldn't shoulder through the door fast enough. He approached the front desk and flipped open his badge, shoving it under the nose of the officious-looking clerk working the computer. "I'm here to see Jessica Wells. She's gone." "What do you mean she's gone?" Jason demanded. The woman, eyes glued to her computer screen, replied. She posted bail. When? Where did she go? She finally looked up into Jason's furious green eyes. I'm not her parole officer, she said, ignoring his tight voice and clenched fists. She paid, she left. You're the detective. If you want to find her, detect. She went back to her typing. 𝒐𝒏. He roared, pounding the desk with his fist before turning his back to the officer, who hadn't so much as batted an eye at his outburst. Calm down, Dylan said, stepping in front of his partner. You need to bring it down a notch. Or 10. Jason ran his hand over his hair, pulling strands down over his forehead. He brushed it back in annoyance. I was worried about her, he said. I was imagining her sitting there in that cell, where I put her, miserable and alone, and she was out painting the town the whole time. So, I guess we're going after her, again, Dylan stated. No, I've spent enough time chasing after that 𝒂𝒐𝒏. We have more important things to do right now, like solving a murder. Thank God, Dylan replied. What's our next step? We're going to take a good hard look at Bronson Elroy. Something got him hot and bothered. It'll be real interesting to find out what. I kept my eyes on the road as I drove Agnes back to her home. The going was relatively easy in this direction. I didn't have to worry about sailing over a cliff. Whom should I contact about leveling a mountain as a safety precaution? Not the time or place, I warned myself, and refocused my thoughts on the woman sitting beside me. What else have you heard on that scanner of yours, Agnes? Might as well get right to the point. I really didn't have the patience for playing games at the moment, and I was far more comfortable with the direct approach, anyway. I hear all sorts of things, she said. Even though I was watching the road, I could tell there was a wicked gleam in her eyes from the tone of her voice. What else have you heard about the murder? I pressed. Oh, this and that. Care to elaborate? Care to tell me what's going on with your investigation? She countered. Forget it, Agnes. I was finished handing out information like Kit Kat bars on Halloween. You and me had a deal. I looked over and noticed the gleam in the old lady's eyes had hardened into anger. Hey, watch the road, she said. Sorry, I grumbled and corrected so that we were, once again, in the right lane. You and me had a deal, she repeated. We're supposed to be partners. No, we're not. Partners. I had agreed to no such thing. Okay, I had promised to let her in on the action. But I had never agreed to working with a partner. We are, she insisted. I want to know what you've learned. Why were you visiting Elroy? Come on, Agnes. You don't need me to answer that. If she hadn't followed the governor's corruption trial while it was happening, she had certainly studied up on it in the intervening years. Actually, I do, she answered. Oh, I know all about his connection to your daddy, she said at my derisive snort. But I don't know why you spoke with him if you're so convinced you have all the answers about your father's past. Just covering all the bases. Noah, I could feel her shaking her head vigorously. You've found something that changed your mind, haven't you? The gleam was back. The infuriating woman was like her stupid dog with a bone. Look, I'll tell you what I can when I can, I lied. But right now I don't have anything more than ideas. I didn't particularly enjoy misleading her, and I suspected that she wouldn't be fooled anyway, but I couldn't risk sharing. I needed to do this, and I needed to do it without being held back by hangers-on, no matter how well-meaning. She stared at me for a long time, long enough to make me risk another look in her direction. I wasn't able to read her expression, but I had been right in thinking she was no fool. Okay, she said, letting me off the hook, much to my surprise. I trust you have your reasons for keeping your cards close to the vest. I do, I answered, telling the first truth of our entire conversation. Did the governor ever mention anything to you about writing his memoirs? No, was he? She said eagerly. Shit, I don't know, maybe. Well, then, I'd say you need to find out who he was talking to. They probably have a lot of interesting ideas they can share. Damn if she wasn't right. Why hadn't I thought about us as soon as I learned of the book deal? What was wrong with me? Apparently, I couldn't keep emotion from clouding my brain. I had to watch myself if I wanted to find answers. I couldn't afford to let any emotional entanglements distract me. I pulled up to the gate and watched as Agnes worked the control panel with her gnarled fingers. It swung open, and a few seconds later, I was dropping her off at her impressive front door. Come on in, sweetie. We'll have some Irish coffee and talk things over. Sorry, Agnes, I said as I put the car in gear. I have to go. I peeled out, not even looking back to make sure she made it inside. My brain cells were firing away, trying to unearth what they had stored on Grant Estes. They immediately came up with Bowler and Brothers, the name of the publisher he worked for. I pulled to the shoulder of the road and used my smartphone to look it up. The company's website didn't have a phone number or employee directory, but it did provide both mailing and email addresses. The main office was located in Norfolk, which would mean 6 hours there and another 6 back again. I steered back onto the road, deciding I was going to have to do some serious research. I might have driven just a wee bit fast on the way home, but hey, it was literally a matter of life and death.
Chapter 8.
Once I was in my apartment, curled up on my old but comfy sofa, I began to work in earnest. However, my internet search netted me only a brief company history, a list of famous clients, and booking information for the band Bowlers and Pins. So, if I wanted to speak with Mr. Est, and I did, I had 4 options: send an email to a generic account and hope someone would hook me up with Est, spend tomorrow driving over to Norfolk and coerce a meeting with the man, forget the whole thing and hire Bowlers and Pins for a screw-it party, or call Gail and ask her to finesse a number from the World Wide Web. As tempting as the party sounded, I was going to have to beg another favor. I was really racking up those favors and the corresponding payback. That was the thing about asking for help. No one did anything for free, and said help always ended up costing far more than it was worth. I didn't have much choice, though. My stomach muscles twisted in knots as I dialed. Bang, bang, bang. I jumped at the sudden pounding on my front door. What the hell? I never had visitors. Never. I disconnected the call and peered through the peephole. The knock had surprised me, but what I saw on the landing shocked me senseless. It took several seconds for me to recognize the large form standing under the overhead fixture. The dim bulb emitted only enough light to cast a golden halo around his devilishly handsome features, making him look like some wicked combination of sinner and saint. Little tingles of anticipation danced up my back and across my arms, even as I thought about turning off the lights and hiding under the bed. What was he doing here? Anxiety knotted my insides. Whatever the reason, it couldn't be good. Finally, I could stand the suspense no longer and threw open the door. Green eyes widened in surprise. Anders just managed to pull back the fist he had been preparing to hammer against the wooden obstruction. Geez, I yelped as I jumped out of his reach. Sorry, he said, taking a step back. I wasn't expecting you. It's my apartment, I said. Who were you expecting? That's not what I meant. Look, can I come in? Let me grab my wallet and we can go get some Chinese downstairs, I suggested. This won't take long, he said, stepping around me and into my home. By all means, I sighed, sweeping my hand in a welcoming gesture, even though he was already on the opposite side of the room. I might as well take advantage of the moment, I decided. If I wanted to learn more about Detective Anders, I wasn't going to have a better opportunity. So, what brings you to my humble abode? I'm sorry, he said, running his hand over his hair, making it stand up in crazy spikes. I don't know. I guess I just wanted to check on you. Make sure you're okay. You mean make sure I'm okay after you threw me in jail? I asked, already feeling my hackles go up. I warned you what would happen if you kept messing around in my investigation, he said, his own anger rising to meet mine. But then I saw him force his emotions down into some invisible box and slam the lid. I didn't come here to argue, he said. Then why did you come? I don't know, he admitted, not meeting my eyes, looking my place over instead. He froze, his face turning hard, his gaze planted on my kitchen counter. What the hell is that? Why do you have a blowtorch in your kitchen? It's a culinary torch, I corrected him. It's used for making desserts. You make desserts? I was offended by the look of absolute amazement on his face. Yes, I replied, hearing a defensive edge to my voice. And you do it with a blowtorch. Culinary torch. And, yes, sometimes I use open flame making dessert. Huh, you seem surprised. I couldn't resist prompting. That you cook, yes. That you use a torch, not so much. The corners of his wide mouth curved upward. You should see what I can do with a chainsaw, I said, and enjoyed the flare of unease in his eyes that told me he wasn't sure if I was kidding. He walked over and picked up the device, turning it over and over in his hands, studying it from every angle. How long have you been into cooking? I'm not really, I said. I'm more into baking. Now he was looking at me, the torch back in its resting place. So how long have you been into baking? I don't know, I said with a shrug. Since I left home, I guess. Something about it is therapeutic. It settles my nerves. Did your mother teach you how to cook? He asked. A very unladylike snort escaped before I could catch it. The idea of my mother in the kitchen was hysterical. The Golden Goddess, I said. Excuse me. That's what everyone called her. She was always dressed like a freaking Oscar. Tell me more. She's dead. Not much to tell, I said. That can't be true. Fine, I relented. This topic was not a comfortable one for me, but I felt a strange compulsion to talk. She died in a fire 6 years ago. I hadn't believed I felt anything at all regarding my mother, so I was surprised by the frisson of something that almost felt like sadness ripple through me. Sadness, not for the loss of Gloria Welling, but for the loss of the mother she never could have been. She intentionally set the hotel room on fire, although I'm not sure if she intended to die. Oddly enough, my father paid for that information to be buried, even though he didn't exactly have a pristine reputation to protect. The bitterness in my voice was a dead giveaway that I wasn't as nonchalant about the whole thing as I wanted him to believe. Maybe it wasn't his reputation he was trying to protect, he said softly. Maybe it was hers. She certainly didn't deserve it, I snapped. Maybe not, but he thought she did. And maybe he was protecting you a little bit, too. He should have done that a long time ago. I was done with this conversation and I decided to maneuver it back on him. Finding out about him was the point, after all. Your turn, I said. What do you do to relax? I wanted to lighten the tense mood that had descended. I don't have time to relax, he said. Not even to watch the annual Secrets of Ankylo marathon. I had surprised him again, and he stared at me, horrified, as if I had physically dragged out his innermost secrets. How did you know about that? He demanded. Isn't it what all the sexy bachelors in Louisiana watch in their spare time? I observed with pleasure the flush that burned up his throat and across his broad cheekbones. You saw that? I did, I said with a grin. But don't worry, you won't see anything about it in tomorrow's paper. Thank God for small favors, he said with a rueful smile of his own. It wasn't until I smelled the musky, erotic scent of his cologne that I realized he had stepped closer to me during our exchange. Goosebumps danced over my arms and a tickle of heat crawled up my belly as his hard, calloused palm caressed my cheek. The touch was soft, hesitant, but stoked the heat into a blaze. He wasn't just looking at me, now. He was staring into me and I couldn't look away, couldn't escape the pull of those emerald eyes. Jesse, he whispered, and the brush of his breath against my flesh made me shiver. He lowered his head and the feel of his mouth on mine, the fiery sweep of his tongue, brought to life a desperate hunger that crowded out all but the need to touch every inch of him. Any hint of uncertainty vanished as I tasted the soft fullness of his lips, the rasp of stubble on his jaw, the smooth skin of his throat. The contrast in textures was more arousing than anything I had ever experienced. His strong fingers gripped my waist before skimming beneath my top and over my back, branding a trail up and around to my breasts. The air burst from my lungs as he slipped under the lace of my bra and traced my sensitized nipples with the pads of his work-roughened thumbs. He sampled my neck with small, torturing kisses, making me at once both hot and cold. Patsy Cline's Crazy began to play in my head. Where the heck did that come from? In my haze of desire, it took a moment for me to register that the music wasn't brought on by lust, but by Anders' cell. He must have figured it out at the same time, because he pulled away from me, his breath coming in short, shallow gasps. Your phone, I panted, shaken by what had just happened. Murd. He checked his phone and shoved it back onto his belt without answering. The spell had been broken, however, and my ardor was ebbing, replaced by a growing sense of panic. What had I done? More importantly, why? I felt suffocated by his closeness, and took a couple of steps back to allow myself some air. You need to go, I said. That was just my landlord, nothing urgent. Doesn't matter. You need to go, I insisted. I couldn't think straight with him in my apartment. Couldn't wrap my mind around what I had come so close to doing. The last thing I needed was to complicate a situation that had already turned me inside out. Thank you for the wake-up call, Patsy. I sidled past him and opened the door. Wait, Jesse, he pleaded. We need to go, I interrupted. Please. I was desperate for him to leave, to have some solitude to regain my equilibrium. He looked at me long and hard for a second, once again lighting little fires in places that were still quivering with need. Thankfully, he smoothed back his messy hair, turned on his heel, and left without another word. Damn. Jason threw his head back against the warped vinyl siding of Jesse's upstairs apartment, hoping he wouldn't be visible if she chose to look out the small rectangular window to his left. Coming here had been a mistake. He had wanted to see Jessie for himself, make sure that she really was okay after her incarceration, maybe even apologize. He had hoped doing so would allow him to set her aside. Just the opposite had happened. His heart was still racing from that kiss, and she was very much front and center in his thoughts. If Jacob hadn't picked that moment to discuss the remodeling he wanted to do, who knew how far things might have gone? What was wrong with him? Why was he torturing himself like this? There was absolutely no way in hell he was letting another woman into his and Dahlia's life, and especially not one as unpredictable as Jesse Wells. The best thing to do, he decided, was to get back to work. If he filled his head with the case, there would be no room left for steamy kisses or crazy women. With renewed energy, he jogged down the steps and into the light rain that had begun to fall. He had a murder to solve.
Chapter 9.
What now? A churlish voice snapped in my ear, which was pressed against my cell phone. Geez, Gail, what bug flew up your ass? I was right in the middle of flinging a hibiscus at a werewolf. You were what? I couldn't imagine anyone getting the drop on Gail, but someone must have kicked hard enough to damage that stone head of hers. Flowers and monsters, she said, as if that would explain everything. Why don't you go lie down for a little bit? I suggested, now truly concerned. I'll call again when you're feeling better. It's a video game. stupid, she said, and I was going in for the kill. With hibiscus. Werewolves hate hibiscus. I'll take your word for it, I said. Now, since your game has already been ruined, can you get a number for me? I had a feeling the thwarted floral homicide was going to cost me big time. What kind of number? She asked. I could hear the edge of anger disappearing as her interest built. Does it have anything to do with our case? Our case? I asked. Why did everyone feel like they could jump right on in like it was the public pool? There isn't a case and there isn't an R. There's a story and it's mine. Whatever, she sniffed. Does it or not? Yes, I said with a sigh. It relates to my story. Well, all right, then. Hit me. I gave her a brief rundown, keeping silent about the audio file. She didn't need to know any more than necessary. So, your father was writing his memoirs. She sounded as excited as Agnes had. Wow, bet he could have dropped some bombshells. Do you think that's what got him killed? I don't know what got him killed, but I really want to know what he told 𝒔𝒊𝒐𝒏. Do you think he killed your father? Goodbye, Gail. Wait a minute, she said. We haven't talked payment. Triple chocolate, peanut butter, pecan brownies. What? You can actually do that? Her voice sounded breathless. A baker's dozen. I asked. As much as it pains me to say this, no. I want something else this time. My payback alarm blared like an air horn inside my head. Brownies and black forest cake with mocha caramel drizzle. Damn, girl. You're making this hard. But no. I want to know about you and Detective Hot Stuff. No. My answer was quick and sharp. I punched the end button hard enough to break my already ragged nail. My reaction may have been a bit extreme, but I wasn't going to talk about whatever was going on between Anders and me. I didn't even want to think about it, at least not until I had my head on straight. If that were the price for Gail's help, I'd find another way. I could send an email right now and then head for Norfolk in the morning. It would be a hell of a drive there and back, and there was no guarantee 𝒔𝒊𝒏 would be there. I could make it work, though. Someone would know where I could find him, and I could be very persuasive. I didn't have to give in to Gail's blackmail. Etta burst out in song less than a minute later, but I ignored it. Another minute and she did it again, and, again, I let it go. When stormy weather rang out a third time, I jerked the phone to my ear. Give it a rest, Gail. I barked. Now who's gotta be up her ass? I don't want to talk to you, I said, but the fact that I didn't hang up kind of took the sting out of my assertion. God, Jess, I didn't know Jason Anders was such a sore spot. I'm sorry I brought it up. Apology accepted. Now go away. I didn't feel like holding a grudge, but I didn't feel like bargaining either. I just wanted to get to work. Her voice stopped me as I started to pull the phone from my ear. Wait a minute. I have the phone number you wanted. I don't need it anymore, I lied. I'll find another way. Now you're just being childish, she said. That was the second time this week someone had accused me of behaving like a child, and it was beginning to hurt my feelings. I shouldn't have pushed you on Anders, she continued, but it's silly to punish me by refusing what I have. She was right. I was acting like a spoiled brat. Fine, I said. What is it? Since you asked so nicely. I jotted down on the back of my hand the numbers she rattled off. Thank you. You're welcome. Oh, and Jess. Yes, I asked, dread crawling up my spine. Here it came, the payback. Skip the mocha. I want pure caramel on my cake. Of course you do, I grunted as I clicked off the phone. Friends were a pain in the butt. Bowler and Brothers Publishing. How may I direct your call? I need to speak with Grant 𝒔𝒊𝒏, I said. I'm sorry, but Mr. 𝒔𝒊𝒏 doesn't work with unsolicited writers. I'm not a writer. Well, I am, I amended. But that's not the reason I called. Perhaps you can state the nature of your call and a number where you can be reached. I'll make sure Mr. 𝒔𝒊𝒏 is aware of your request. I don't want to leave a message, I said, already aggravated by her fastidious ass. I need to speak with Mr. 𝒔𝒊𝒏 right now. It's urgent. I'm sorry, MS. What did you say your name was? I didn't, but it's Wells. Jesse Wells. Okay, Ms. Wells, you have to understand. Mr. 𝒔𝒊𝒏 is quite busy. He won't be available for some time, but if you just leave your contact information with me. No, I said. I have to speak with him about his work with my father, Governor Welling. Wait, she interrupted, and I noticed that her voice had lost all traces of formality in her surprise. Did you say Governor Welling was your father? Yes, I said, and I have information that makes it imperative that I'll put you through right away. I listened, dumbfounded, to the series of tones that indicated she was connecting my call. What had just happened? Was it the fact that I was the daughter of a murdered celebrity that made the difference, or was it something more? Something about the governor's memoirs, perhaps. That was going to be my first question for 𝒔𝒊𝒏. Ms. Wells. A masculine voice brought me out of my thoughts. Yes, I understand you want to speak with me about the governor. I do, I replied. Why was your receptionist dead set against letting me talk to you until she found out who I was? Where are you, Ms. Wells? Can you come to my office tomorrow morning? My breath caught hard against my ribs, and I felt that familiar sizzle through my nerve endings. Why? I think there is a great deal we need to discuss, and it's better if we do so in person. Shit, I exclaimed, you know something. Maybe. And I think you know something, as well. Be here around 10 tomorrow morning, and we'll exchange information. I'll be there, I said and hung up the phone. My heart raced and my skin was on fire. It was going to be torture waiting. At least I had a lot of baking to do to keep me distracted. Murd, Jason shouted as he shoved away from his desk, scattering papers across HQ's tiled floor. Temper, Dylan said, wagging his finger under his partner's nose. Jason took a breath, blew it back out. Nothing. Absolutely nothing, he said, disgust dripping from every syllable. Maybe there's nothing to find. Maybe not in his financials, Jason agreed, but my gut tells me there's something. We just need to dig a little deeper. Are you sure you want to spend any more time on this? We have a lot of other angles to cover, Dylan reminded him. There's something here. I want to go back, take a look at Elroy's time at Staunton, Inc. He began rifling through the sheets he had pushed to the ground. Somewhere, we have a list of the employees who worked there with him. Here it is, he said, pulling a page from beneath his chair leg. I want to find out exactly how it all went down from the inside. If there was something sinister going on, do you think any of them will be straight with us? Dylan asked. We can't know for sure, but if we talk with employees who are no longer there, we're more likely to get the truth. And, he added, a lie can be just as revealing as the truth. So, who do we start with? Dylan asked, standing to look over Jason's shoulder. There are over 100 names on that list, and it looks like at least half of them left the company around the same time as Elroy. Here, Jason stabbed his finger at a name in the middle of the page. Starla Lott. She worked in the same department and left 2 days later. She's where we start. He pulled out his phone. With any luck, this number is still current. Hello? A soft voice answered when he placed the cell to his ear. Ms. Starla Lott? He asked. Yes, came the hesitant response. This is Jason Anders of the VSP. The woman drew in a sharp breath. Police. What's wrong? Is it Barry? Did something happen to my husband? No, ma'am, as far as I know, your husband is fine. This call has nothing to do with your family. Thank God, she sighed. Her relief was short-lived. Why are you calling me? If you're asking for money, you picked a lousy opening. That's not. Look, I think we got off on the wrong foot. Jason tried to get the conversation back on track. I've called to ask for your help in a matter my partner and I are investigating. You need my help. Her voice, along with her mood, shifted yet again. What could I possibly help you with? 14 years ago, you left a job at Staunton, Incorporated. Jason let the statement hang in the air, but it was met with silence. 3 seconds ticked by, then 10. Ms. Lott, he finally prompted. Can we come and speak with you about your time at Staunton and why you chose to leave? Why? She asked. That was a long time ago. What could it possibly have to do with anything you're working on now? I'll explain everything. But it would be much easier to do in person. There's nothing of any importance I can tell you. You can't know that if you don't know what I'm looking for, he said. So, enlighten me. It's about Bronson Elroy. There was another 10 seconds of silence before she spoke. Fine. I don't know what good it'll do, but come ahead. Jason sighed as he clicked off. He had come close to losing Lott, and he had a feeling that, despite her assertions to the contrary, she had a great deal of useful information to share. She was skittish, though, so he was going to have to tread very carefully. Come on, partner, he called to Dylan. Time to roll. The men made the trip in silence, Jason evaluating different strategies in his head and Dylan knowing his partner well enough to understand he needed quiet. It took them only 15 minutes to find the Lott house, a small bungalow painted light blue. A red tricycle sat in the yard, a bright-eyed doll perched on its seat, and a gray Ford sedan was parked in the driveway. Jason pulled in behind the car and he and Dylan approached the front door. It was flung open before they had reached the top of the steps. The woman standing before them was petite with a heart-shaped face and blonde hair tied back in a waist-length tail. She wore jeans, a plain white tee, and blue Nikes. Jason could sense Dylan straighten and knew a broad grin had spread across his partner's mug. The man tended to have a one-track mind when it came to pretty women. He lightly kicked Dylan and gave an almost imperceptible nod toward the child's toys in the yard. Dylan scowled at him before quickly turning to the woman, his smile back in place. Ms. Lott, he asked before Jason could open his mouth. Yes, I'm Detective Dylan McCready, and this is my partner Detective Anders. He reached out and took the woman's hand. Thank you for taking the time to speak with us today. I know this isn't how you were planning to spend your afternoon. Come in before the neighbors see you, she said, not softened by Dylan's attempt at charm. She ushered them into a cozy sitting area with cream-colored walls and light brown carpet scattered with Barbies in various stages of undress. Please have a seat, she said, gesturing to a pale pink sofa. "I'm sorry about the mess. I just put Lacey down for her nap and haven't had a chance to pick up." "No need to apologize," Jason said as she dragged over an armchair so that it faced the couch. She sat and crossed her legs. "I'm sure this is a disruption to your day, but it is very important that we speak with you," he continued. "So you said," she answered, shifting her weight from one hip to the other. "Why?" "We are investigating the death of Governor Welling. Are you familiar with the governor's history?" She gave a short, derisive snort. "You could say that. I was right there when it all went down." "Right where?" Jason asked, his eyes sharp. "At Staunton," she said. "That's what this is about, isn't it? You want to see if the murder has anything to do with what happened there?" "Yes," he admitted. "Do you have any reason to believe that to be the case?" "I have no idea. Why would you even come to me? I was just a mid-level manager. I didn't have anything to do with any of that." She began twisting her fingers in her lap. "But you worked with Bronson Elroy. He was my supervisor. We weren't friends or even friendly." Jason tried a different angle. "I have a feeling that you're a little nervous about speaking with us. Why is that?" She looked down at her hands. "I'm being interrogated by the police. Anyone would be nervous." "This isn't an interrogation," he said quietly. "I think you know that, and I don't think you're uncomfortable just because we're policemen." Starla began to shake her head back and forth. Jason wasn't sure if it was a refusal or if she was responding to some war going on in her head, but he could see resignation in her blue eyes when they met his. "I really don't know anything," she said, "but there was something weird going on." "Weird how?" he prompted. "There were a lot of meetings between Elroy and Mr. Jenkins. And that was unusual." Dylan asked. "Very. Account managers like Elroy don't have meetings with the CEO." "Do you know what went on during those meetings?" he inquired. "Of course not," she said, "but they definitely weren't chatting about last night's ball game. I could tell that much." "What do you think was going on?" "I don't know," she said. "How many times do I have to tell you that?" "Time to ease back," Jason decided. "Okay. Can you tell me why you left Staunton 2 days after Elroy?" "I was told to clean out my desk." Her voice was bitter. "No explanation, just pack up your stuff and go." "And you didn't ask questions?" "Yes. I was told my position had been eliminated, restructuring." She used her fingers to frame that last word in air quotes. "And it was unexpected." "Not really," she said. "I knew they would be cleaning house after everything came out, and shit runs downhill." "Why does speaking with us upset you?" Jason pressed. "They made me sign a confidentiality agreement. It was the only way I could collect my severance package. I have no idea what the consequences will be if anyone finds out that I broke it." Jason felt a thrill of vindication. His gut had been right. Something had definitely been going on at Staunton Incorporated, and people had been willing to pay to keep it under wraps. "Do you think you're in danger?" Jason asked. "I don't know." Her voice quavered. "But the last person who scratched at that particular itch was the governor. And now he's dead." Dylan reached out and stilled her fidgeting hands with one of his own. "Don't worry. We're going to keep you safe." He looked to his partner for confirmation. "Absolutely," Jason said. "I'll put officers here to watch over your family until this is all over. And," he added to himself, "after we make sure you're safe, we're going after Elroy." Starla nodded and rubbed at the back of her neck. "Thank you." "You're welcome," he said, already pulling out his phone.
Chapter 10.
I stood for a moment outside the shiny glass doors of the sleek 10-story building that housed Bowler and Brothers. I needed to catch my breath after racing the 5 blocks I had traveled from the garage, since the gated lot was permit only. Why hadn't I thought to ask about the parking situation? I looked down at my sturdy, flat boots. Thank God I wasn't a stiletto kind of girl. I wondered if Anders went for the phony, high-maintenance type. Probably not, I decided. He seemed like a man who enjoyed getting his hands dirty, maybe in more ways than one. These thoughts were certainly not helping slow my heart rate, so I pretended I was watching a round of golf until a yawn nearly split my face in half. Worked like a charm. I pushed open the door and was met with a swirl of cool air and vanilla musk. The faux marble lobby was empty and my steps echoed as I moved toward the bank of elevators on the opposite side of the room. The ride up to the top was interminable, but at long last, I was walking over the threshold. "Jessie Wells for Grant Est," I announced to the suited woman who sat stiffly in the chair behind an old-fashioned mahogany desk. This had to be Miss Priss. Her thin lips pursed into a mow of distaste, but she picked up the phone and within seconds, I was being ushered behind her and into a small office. Wowza. He was standing, so I could see that he was tall, at least 6'4" or 5", and lean. His skin was the color of hot chocolate, and his almond-shaped eyes were golden. He wore his dark, wavy hair cropped close to the scalp, and a sexy scruff roughened his high cheekbones. What on earth was going on? Hot guys were popping up everywhere this week. Maybe it was a sign that I really needed to get laid. Or maybe not, I thought, as my eyes fell on a picture of Mr. Estes with his arm around another beautiful young man in what was obviously a wedding photo. "Ms. Wells," he said, extending his hand and gripping mine with his slim, cool fingers. "Thank you for coming." "You're welcome," I replied as I sat in a chair in front of his desk. "So why is it that you wanted to see me?" "I was under the impression that it was you who wanted to speak with me," he said, also taking his seat. "True," I admitted, "but your bossy pants receptionist stonewalled me until I told her who I was. Suddenly, she couldn't do enough for me." "Why is that?" He smiled, showing off perfect, white teeth. "Because my bossy pants receptionist knows how much time I spent trying to get your father to tell me the whole story." "The whole story?" I echoed. "You don't think he was telling you the truth?" "On the contrary, I believe everything he said to me was true." "And what, exactly, was it he told you?" I asked, determined to come away with more information than I surrendered. Est sighed and ran a hand over his head. "He told me a pretty far-fetched story about being framed." "But you believed him?" "No," he said. "I thought he was just looking to cash in, au large. But, to be brutally honest, a bestseller would be a huge boost for me. I had no doubt people would want to read his side of the story." "So, what changed your mind?" "He just seemed so damned earnest," he replied, looking at me as if hoping I would confirm the governor's innocence. "He's a politician." "I know, but he never wavered, not once." "And then the murder. Did the governor ever share with you any proof that he was innocent?" "No. He promised to, when the time was right. I didn't really think it existed, but now." He raised his shoulders in an elegant shrug. "I just don't know." "Did he tell you who framed him?" I asked. "No," he claimed he didn't know. "Did he suspect anyone?" "He suspected a lot of people," Est answered, "but he refused to name names, at least for the most part." My heart kicked up a beat. "What do you mean?" "He let one name slip, Orson Jenkins, CEO of Staunton, Incorporated. One of the companies he was accused of being involved with," I said, my mind racing. "The one that employed Bronson Elroy. But why would he want to frame my father?" "Well, Jenkins wasn't charged with anything, despite Elroy's accusations. It was too hard to make anything stick, even though he was the catalyst that brought down 5 other corporations. Maybe he did it to take the heat off of himself and the person who was really granting him all those favors. And," I added, a new tickle of excitement crawling up my back, "that person would have to be in a position to make them happen." "How well did you know the members of your father's staff?" he asked. "Not nearly as well as I'm going to," I said. "In fact, I was going to get to know a whole lot of people better, starting with Orson Jenkins." "Thank you for your time," I said, standing, suddenly as anxious to leave as I had been to arrive. "Of course," he said. "I can't help feeling that if I had taken your father's story seriously, things may have turned out much differently." "There's no way to know," I told him. "But you've given me some new threads to tug, and one of them just may lead to a murderer." I all but flew out of Est's office, but stopped short in front of the elevator. Damn. The car was on the 9th floor and headed down to the lobby. I watched as it stopped on number 8 and held there for what had to have been 5 whole minutes before resuming its journey. It halted at 7. To hell with this. I would be covered in cobwebs by the time it came to collect me. I spotted a door that I hoped would lead to the stairwell, and shoved it open. Bingo. 9 flights of stairs. Piece of cake. I soon realized I had been overly optimistic in evaluating my level of physical fitness. My thighs were screaming and my breath was coming in short, hard pants by the time I reached the ground floor. And that was from going down. I shuddered to think what it must be like to climb up Mount Bowler and Brothers. But I had made it. Now I just had to sprint 5 blocks. Okay, sprinting probably wasn't going to happen, but I wasn't about to stop now. I half jogged, half walked to my car and sank into the cushioned seat with a groan. I was definitely going to have to start working out with Gail. No, bad idea. Gail would kick my ass. I'd check out some fitness videos at the library. Having resolved this issue to my satisfaction, I rocketed out of the parking garage, after paying what would probably have kept a small island nation going for a whole year, and sped out of Norfolk. Traffic was light and I reached the headquarters of Staunton, Inc. At 3:30, well before closing time. I need to speak with Orson Jenkins, I informed the avuncular man guarding a wine and mahogany vestibule that reminded me of an old-fashioned gentleman's club. And no, I said as he opened his mouth to speak, I don't have an appointment. Then I'm afraid you'll have to come back another time, he stated. Mr. Jenkins is currently in a meeting. He began tapping away at his keyboard. I'm sure he can squeeze you in sometime next month. He's going to squeeze me in now, I insisted, stepping around the corner of the behemoth of a desk he sat behind. Young lady, the man bellowed, rising and grabbing my right arm in a meaty hand. You do not want to touch me, I warned, fixing him with the glare of death I had been practicing in my bedroom mirror for years. With my left hand, I held up the press badge I had slung around my neck. And if you don't want a 10-page expose in Time magazine revisiting Staunton's sordid past in connection with the murdered former governor of Virginia, I suggest you get your boss on the phone right now. He dropped my arm and picked up the phone, looking far less kindly. After a terse conversation, he jerked his thumb in the direction I had been heading. "Thank you." I smiled as I breezed past him and through a door that had just been opened. Jenkins looked at me with eyes as cold and hard as the glass desktop supporting his top-notch computer and various stacks of paper and file folders. I had anticipated rage or even annoyance, but I saw neither. However, I knew very well the only reason security wasn't tossing me out was because Mr. CEO didn't want the bad publicity I would give him. "Why are you here, Ms. Wells?" he asked, not wasting time on introductions. I steeled myself. "I'm sure you've heard about the death of Governor Welling." "I have. What does that have to do with me?" I studied his face for any hint of nervousness when I mentioned the murder, but got nothing. "You were involved in the scandal that put the governor behind bars. Can you tell me what happened?" I knew the details as recorded in the file, but my goal was to judge his reaction, to see if I could break that icy calm. It worked. For maybe a second, definitely no more than 2, I saw anger in his face. He was good at shutting it down, but it was there. "I'm not going to discuss that with you, Ms. Wells. If that's your only purpose for being here, then I wish you good day." He dropped into his plush captain's chair and swiveled to his keyboard, obviously expecting me to leave without protest. "Mr. Jenkins," I persisted, "the governor's death could have something to do with the corruption charges leveled against him. Any light you can shed on your dealings with him could help lead us to the killer." I hoped using the word "us" rather than I would imply I was being supported by some type of authority. Jenkins turned back to me, and now his eyes were blazing. "Be careful what you wish for. I want you to get out of my office, Ms. Wells. If you are not gone in 10 seconds, I will have you escorted out." My company was dragged through the mud on a regular basis for 10 years. It took a great deal of hard work to keep it from going under, and we're finally putting that behind us. Now he was more than angry. I could see his hands shaking before he clenched both fists tightly on the arms of his fancy chair. "I will not have you opening old wounds. I was cleared of any wrongdoing, as you well know, and all my conversations with Governor Welling's man have absolutely nothing to do with any criminal activity, whether it be 20 years ago or this week. Now, get out." I took my time walking back to the car, mulling over every detail of my conversation with Jenkins. The wind had strengthened while we had been chatting, and I had to pick strands of hair out of my lip balm. A paper cup skittered down the street and crunched under my boot as I was too preoccupied to step over it. The man had been royally pissed, to put it mildly. I had expected him to be defensive, even hostile, but his overreaction was very telling. Here was yet another player who was hiding something. It could be as simple as the fact that he had been guilty of fraud, which he undoubtedly was. It could also be that he was a murderer, or it could be somewhere in between. So much for my powers of deductive reasoning. Or was it inductive? In any event, I needed to talk to some of my father's staff members to see if they knew anything. I was so lost in my thoughts that I bumped into the Taurus. "Shit," I muttered out loud, rubbing my shin where it had struck the bumper. I was bending over to inspect the damage done to my leg when I noticed a white envelope stuck beneath the windshield wiper. I plucked it free and tossed it into the passenger's seat as I settled behind the wheel. I was certain it contained an ad, but it was strange that there was nothing printed on the outside. I picked it back up and ripped it open. A single quartered piece of paper fell out onto my lap. It held 2 stark sentences. "Leave it alone. Do you want to die?" I stared at the page, trying to make sense of what I was reading. Was it a warning or a threat? And why now? Which line of questioning had made someone that uncomfortable? Should I call the police? Odds were Mr. or Ms. Anonymous was just trying to scare me off. I doubted I was in any real danger, and I could take care of myself. Did I really need to risk getting Anders involved? Now the anger hit, hard and fast. I didn't want Anders barging in on my investigation. Having him around was both infuriating and distracting, and I really didn't need either right now. And damn it if a little thrill of anticipation didn't shiver through the fury as I thought about seeing him again. No, I decided. I wasn't in any real danger, and I didn't need anyone getting in my way by trying to protect me, especially not Anders. The fact that I wanted to see him, despite everything, was just more proof that I needed to keep as far away from him as possible. I crumpled the paper and tossed it onto the floorboard. If someone thought I would scare that easily, they didn't know me at all. I was going to find out who murdered my father, and they were the ones who were going to find out what it meant to be afraid. I drove home consumed with indignation. I rehearsed in my head what I would say to the threat sender when we met, but nothing I could come up with adequately conveyed the depth of my disdain. The practice did make me feel better, and I was calm by the time I sat down and fired up my laptop. I was calm enough to concentrate on researching my father's gubernatorial cadre. After 30 minutes, however, I was back on my feet pacing and hurling insults at the stupid hunk of plastic and wire that was thwarting my best efforts. "Damn you," I sighed, winding down. I dropped to the sofa and flung my head back against the headrest. Apparently, no one cared to advertise their former relationship with a convicted felon. I couldn't blame them. Not great for a political career, I didn't imagine. I couldn't find a single reference to anyone he worked with and no idea where to go from here. Candace Pinkston. The name came to me out of nowhere. Candace Pinkston had been my father's personal secretary. I remembered my mother's jealous accusations that he spent more time with Candy than with his family. I also remembered her insinuations that there was more than work going on at their numerous meetings. Knowing my father, there probably was. In any event, Ms. Pinkston would know every member of his staff. It was easy to find information once I had a name to work with. Ms. Pinkston was now a secretary for a small law firm in Kentworth, Alabama. I looked at my watch. It was closing in on 7, too late to catch her at work today. I chafed at the delay, but it would give me time to think about my approach. I was feeling a bit apprehensive about speaking with the woman my father had relied upon and my mother had despised. If I could get the information any other way, I would avoid this particular confrontation. But I didn't want to waste time going through slower channels. I closed the computer and picked up the phone. I wouldn't be able to reach anyone in Kentworth, so it was time for takeout.
Chapter 11.
"Hello, officers," Elroy said with an expansive smile as he ushered Jason and Dylan into his office. "Detectives," Jason corrected with an edge to his voice. He knew his dislike for the smug bastard was evident, but didn't really care. He pushed his way past the man, leaving Dylan to follow behind. Elroy, however, gave no indication that he had picked up on the disdain that oozed from Jason's. "Thick as molasses." "Please have a seat," Elroy said, and damned if the man wasn't preening at the attention. "I assume this is about that reporter who persecuted me yesterday." "Persecuted?" Jason echoed. "That's a rather strong word, don't you think?" "Not under the circumstances," he said. "She was wantonly disrespectful." "Wantonly," Jason said. Another interesting word choice. "So, tell me, Mr. Elroy, what was she persecuting you about with such wanton disrespect?" "What isn't relevant," he answered, momentary anger flashing in his gray eyes as he realized this wasn't going the way he had envisioned. "It's your job to investigate her misconduct." "Actually, it isn't," Jason said, challenging the older man with his hard gaze. "It's our job to investigate a homicide." Now his fury spread, staining his entire face crimson. "What are you talking about?" he demanded. "Why would you come to me about the Welling murder? Why would you assume it's the Welling case we're here about?" Jason countered. "It's the only major homicide case in Virginia right now, and I have a history with the victim." "You've answered your own question, then. I have nothing to add to your investigation. If that's all you came here to talk about, you've wasted your time and mine." "Well, sir," Jason said, leaning back into the chair and resting his hands behind his head, "it just so happens that I have a little time to waste and a few questions to ask." "Such as?" Elroy said. "Such as why you and Jenkins became such pals right before you blew the whistle on him." "I have no idea what you're talking about." "Really? I find that strange, since it's common knowledge among the former Staunton employees that the two of you had become thick as thieves." "Odd pairing, the two of you, what with him being CEO and you being a lowly manager." "Account manager," Elroy said with an offended glare, "and my position was far from lowly." "Be that as it may," Jason said, "it strikes me as strange that the two of you had so much to talk about." "Am I under arrest?" he asked. "Because if not, I'm going to ask you to leave. And I'm only asking once. Did you hear that?" Dylan spoke for the first time. "I think Mr. Elroy here just threatened us." "I most certainly did not. I was simply warning you that I plan to call security and have you physically removed, as I would any other trespassers." Jason gave the angry little man an indifferent look that belied the determination that formed, solid as stone, under his skin. He would get answers from this Bonreen who had terrified Starla Lot and tried to take Jesse out of the game by throwing his political weight around. It was time to play hardball. "Mr. Elroy," he said, standing, "I'm placing you under arrest for obstruction of justice in the investigation of the murder of former Governor Adam Welling." Dylan's eyebrows shot up as he looked to his partner. "Read him his rights, Dylan." "Now wait just a minute," Elroy blustered. "You can't do this. Watch me." Jason pulled his steel cuffs from his back pocket. "Okay," Elroy said, pushing his chair back and putting more distance between himself and the two men. "You want to talk, we'll talk, but I'm not saying one word until my lawyer gets here." "Damn it, Elroy." Jason banged his fist on the desk in frustration. "I need answers now." "Hey," Dylan put a hand to his partner's shoulder. "Easy." Jason took a breath. Dylan was right. He couldn't risk the integrity of the investigation by strong-arming Elroy. He was going to have to be patient if he was to get what he needed from the stubborn ass. Fine, he said, sinking back down into the chair. Make the call. An hour later, Jason sat at a table in a small conference room. Dylan sat to his right and Elroy was directly across, flanked by a tall, gaunt woman in a black suit and cat-eye glasses. My client has agreed to speak with you only about matters pertaining to his departure from Staunton, Incorporated in 2001. He will not answer any questions beyond that time frame unless there is a compelling reason for him to do so. He will not answer any questions I deem an unreasonable fishing expedition. I have counseled him, as I am you, that the statute of limitations for the crime of extortion is 5 years. Therefore, any charges you may bring regarding crimes during this period of time will be null and void. Extortion, Jason said. What have you been up to, Mr. Elroy? Don't answer that, snapped the lawyer, whose name, he had learned, was Ms. Friend. Why are you and your client here, Ms. Friend, if you don't intend for him to tell me anything? Jason asked. My client will give you his prepared statement, she answered, unperturbed. He will consider answering pertinent questions when he has finished. How generous of him, Jason said. A prepared statement. That was fast, his partner added. Yes, Ms. Friend said, her fuchsia lips thinning. And I'd like to see the rest of this interview go just as quickly. Shall we begin? By all means, Jason said, turning back to his prey. Let's hear this statement of yours, Elroy. The man in question shifted in his seat. The page he held shook as he slid a pair of cheaters onto his nose. In 2001, I was employed as an account manager at Staunton, Incorporated. In the course of performing my duties, I discovered information about an illegal deal between Staunton and the office of the governor of the state of Virginia. The burden of this knowledge caused severe emotional distress that made it impossible for me to think clearly. In my unwell state, I approached both Mr. Jenkins and Governor Welling and asked for monetary compensation for refraining from making said information public. Both parties refused. Elroy removed his glasses, laid the paper on the table, and stared silently at both men sitting across from him. My client has nothing more to say, Ms. Friend said. That's it? Jason asked. I attempted to blackmail 2 of the most powerful men in the state, the end. As I said, my client is finished, the lawyer repeated. Jason felt pain shoot through his jaw and realized he was clenching his teeth so tightly he could actually hear them squeak as they rubbed together. He stared at the self-proclaimed beacon of his city's hope. You're a slimy bastard, he hissed, with no morals and no shame. You're guilty of blackmail. What else are you guilty of? That's enough, detective, Ms. Friend snapped. We are done here, and I am now going to insist that you and your partner leave this office. I'm not finished with you, Elroy, Jason said with barely contained rage. You'd better hope that blackmail is the only crime you have ever and will ever commit in your sad excuse for a life. If I find that you've so much as crossed the street against the light, I'm going to make sure you never see the sun again. He turned to Dylan. Come on, let's get out of here. So, what's your take on this? His partner asked as Jason straight-armed the door open and stomped down the steps. Do you really think he's innocent? There's nothing innocent about that man. Okay, Dylan agreed. He's a douchebag. But do you think he's a homicidal douchebag? I think Mr. Elroy is capable of just about anything, and I'm sure as hell going to find out if that includes murder. Schuller and Scott, attorneys at law. How may I direct your call? Candace Pinkston, I asked, and was greeted with a beat of silence. This is Ms. Pinkston, she finally answered. My name is Jessica Welling, I said, knowing the use of my old surname was a risk, but I wanted to throw her off balance. I need to talk to you about my father's staff during his time in office. The silence stretched so long I was afraid she had hung up. Ms. Pinkston. The sound of my voice apparently jarred her out of whatever shocked state she had been in, because she was quick to respond this time. I have nothing to say to you. Are you aware the governor has been murdered? I asked, hoping mention of his death would keep her from ending the call. If she wouldn't talk to me, I was going to have to drive down there, and I really didn't have the time to waste. I am, she answered. Then you know how important it is that you speak with me. I know no such thing. Now if you'll excuse me, I have work to get back to. Wait, I said, I just need the names of my father's staff. Her impressions of them could be helpful, but I didn't want to push it, and for all I knew, she could be the one who was making shady deals behind my father's back. That was years ago. I don't remember. Of course you do. You knew every facet of my father's life. You basically ran things for those 3 years. That was a guess, but I felt it was a pretty safe one to make. I'm not going to engage in gossip. That time is long over, and I won't throw dirt on anyone just to satisfy salacious curiosity. This is about far more than curiosity, and you know it, I insisted. I had to get this woman to talk to me, and she had just given me an idea. And if you don't, I'm going to do more than sling a little dirt. I'm a reporter, Candy, and I'll have no trouble at all finding an audience. I'll make sure to devote a lot of time to my memories of my father's right-hand man, or woman, in this case. How do you think your employers will feel about that, Candy? Do you think they'll still trust you? Will their clients still trust you? I heard a sharp hiss as she sucked in her breath. You can't do that to me, not after all I've been through. It took me years to put that all behind me. I won't be able to do it again. Then you'd better talk to me, I said in a cold tone that gave no hint of the guilt that was curling in my belly. I hated myself for what I was doing. But I had to know who worked with my father, and Candace Pinkston was my best bet for getting that information. If I didn't play this card, a murderer could go free. I need that list, Candy, I said again. Fine, she snapped. Give me your email address and then get the hell off the phone and out of my life. I didn't get the list until evening. Candace probably didn't want to use her work computer for such distasteful correspondence. In between bouts of pacing, I made use of the intervening hours. I had put in another call to Gail, digging the debt hole even deeper. She gave me the names and addresses of Staunton employees who worked with Elroy, so I considered it worth the price of a dozen white chocolate, cranberry, macadamia nut cookies. I spent the next few hours alternately combing through the roster and checking my email. It finally came through at 6:30. I was looking for familiar names when Etta shattered the stillness. It was another unfamiliar number, and I felt a mixture of excitement and trepidation as I pushed talk. Jesse Wells, I said. Hello, Ms. Wells. My name is Drake Milston. I understand that you've been looking for information about your father's time in the governor's office. Every muscle in my body went rigid. I had seen Milston on Candace's list, but I couldn't remember what role he had played. How did you get my number? I asked, scanning the names. There's not need to get upset, he said in a voice as rich and supple as worn leather. I'm calling to offer you my assistance. There. He had been one of my father's 5 policy advisors. Well, Mr. Milston, what is it you think you can do for me? As you know, I was a member of your father's staff. I'd like to offer my services as a character reference. I can give you insight into their personalities. Between the two of us, perhaps we can decide if one of them is guilty of anything. That's a generous offer, Mr. Milston. Forgive me if I seem ungrateful, but why, exactly, are you willing to do this? What the hell did this man want? I should think that would be obvious. I want to learn the truth, the same as you. My family was ruined by allegations that may have been a lie, and 15 years later, I found the body of my murdered father, shot down in cold blood. I doubt our motivations are even remotely similar. I'm sure your ordeal has been harrowing. However, to refuse my offer would be foolish. I could hear the tension in his voice mounting. And how do I know I can trust you and your opinions? I said. Because I knew your father and his people well. You really need to listen to what I have to say, Ms. Wells. Refuse me, and I won't be making the offer again. I really didn't like the tone of this guy's voice, beautiful though it was, but that didn't mean he couldn't be a valuable resource. Okay, I relented. What can you tell me? Meet me at Skeeter's tomorrow evening at 7. I'll go over the list with you. With that, he hung up. Skeeter's wasn't exactly an upscale bar, but it wasn't a hovel, either. It was a busy place, and I wasn't worried about meeting Milston there. I was worried about his strange overture, though. I had no doubt that Candace had contacted him. That was the only way he could have known what I was up to. They must have stayed in touch over the years. Why? Were they truly interested in seeking justice, or was something else at play? Now I had even more questions, and 2 more suspects to add to the list. I decided to call Kara. She might recognize some of the names, or know if my father had been in contact with any of them. She answered on the first ring. Jesse, she exclaimed, her voice sharp with impatience. Have you learned something? It's only been a couple of days, I reminded her. But I'm working on some stuff. Stuff. Disappointment clung to the word like my needy high school boyfriend. Yeah, I said, and I need to know if you've met any of my father's former staff. Not that I can remember, she said. Adam didn't talk about his past at all until he got it into his head to write that damn book. Did he reach out to anyone or mention anyone? I don't know, she replied. I didn't meet any of his friends, and he never spoke of his former employee, at least not that I'm aware of. I wouldn't have recognized their names. Now it was my turn to be disappointed, but I wasn't ready to call it quits. Can I come over? I have a list I'd like you to take a look at. Absolutely. I've been going out of my mind just sitting here. I'll be there in an hour and a half, I said before disconnecting. I wondered if I was wasting my time. I doubted my father had shared too much with his girlfriend, but I was learning that he wasn't as predictable as I had once thought. Better to follow up on all leads, no matter how tenuous. I shoved my phone in my pocket, grabbed my keys, and headed out the door. It took me a little over 2 hours to get to Kara's. An accident on the freeway meant traffic had been stop and go for 20 miles before I hit the Kingsdale exit. I had called and then texted Kara to let her know I was running late, but she hadn't responded. Odd, considering how eager she had been for me to visit, but I figured she was probably on the phone playing Flowers and Monsters or something. Finally, I arrived at my destination and knocked loudly on the front door. I stepped back, expecting Kara to answer right away. After a minute, I tried again. Still no answer. Lights blazed in the windows and the Corvette was in the drive. It was possible she gave up on me and left with someone, but that didn't seem likely. I wasn't that late, and I had the impression that she didn't have many friends in town. I redialed her number and it rang several times before going to voicemail. I was starting to get worried. Kara, I called, now pounding on the door. I moved to the large front window to my right. The empty sofa changed from red to blue to green as the glow of the TV screen bathed it in alternating colors. I didn't see any hint of movement. Kara, I banged on the window. Shit. I pulled a slim metal tool from my pocket and in a few seconds, I was inside. The smell that hit me took me right back to the governor's house 4 days ago. No, I whispered. Oh, no. I was only able to take a few steps into the living room before I bolted out the door and threw up in the bushes. I had seen more than enough. Kara Montgomery was lying on her back, eyes wide in shock or fear, a bullet hole neatly drilled into the center of her forehead.
Chapter 12.
Jason was thinking about Elroy, Jesse, and the unholy mess this case had become when he opened his front door and was nearly toppled by the tempête who hurled herself at him, tears streaming down her tiny face. "She's gone, Daddy," the little girl cried, burying her head in the crook of his neck when he knelt down to her level. "Mouse is gone." Jason looked up at Tess, who stood behind his distraught daughter. "A kitten," she answered his questioning look. "There was a stray kitten outside this morning. And this posset," she said, borrowing her employer's Cajun slang for mischievous child, "brought her in and tried to give her a bowl of milk. We've spent the whole day entertaining the little thing. But I made the mistake of stepping outside, and she shot out of here like a bat out of you-know-where." "SHHH," Jason crooned, stroking his child's tangled hair. "Don't worry, Tess will find her. I've looked everywhere," the nanny responded, her shoulders slumped. Dahlia lifted her wet eyes to stare at her father. "You'll bring her home, won't you, Daddy?" The complete and utter faith he saw there sent a jolt straight to his heart. He should be focusing on his daughter, not some blackmailing sob or a crazy woman who made his blood run both hot and cold. Dahlia wouldn't always need him, he realized with a bittersweet pang. One day, she would be a beautiful, independent adult. He should cherish this time when he and Tess were her whole world, because it would be gone all too soon. "Okay, Cher, why don't you tell me about your kitty while we look for her?" Jason said as he took her hand and led her to the sunny kitchen. The little girl described the small animal's long black tail and little white feet, her grief forgotten in the excitement of talking about her new pet. Jason opened a pinewood cabinet door and removed a can of tuna from the shelf, listening to her chatter. He opened it and dumped the fish on a paper plate. Sure enough, 10 minutes after placing the smelly treat outside, a tiny black and white kitten slunk from beneath the shrubs and began licking the juice with tentative slurps that built to hungry gulps. "Mouse," Dahlia shrieked, and snatched the animal up in her arms. "Careful," Jason warned as she tried to hang on to the flailing cat. He picked up the tuna in one hand and the cat in the other. As soon as they were inside, he dropped both and let the kitten return to her meal. "Thank you, Daddy," she exclaimed, showering his cheeks with kisses before turning her attention back to the hungry feline. He watched as she ran her hand gently over its sleek fur. The case would be waiting for him tomorrow. Tonight, he had to figure out what, exactly, was involved in providing a home for a cat. A few minutes later, his phone rang and his lofty plans for a peaceful evening at home came crashing down around him. "Gee, Ms. Wells, this is becoming quite a habit, finding dead bodies." I jerked up from where I was sitting on the front step, head between my knees trying to will the nausea away. Shit, double shit. I didn't think this day could possibly get any worse, and then Jason Anders and his mini-me partner had to go and prove me wrong. I had been on autopilot when I called 911 and hadn't thought about who would show up. His presence jolted me out of the disconnect I had been feeling, and the truth hit me. It was my fault that Kara had died. I needed to get out of here so I could process. Guilt was soon going to replace the exhaustion, and I didn't want to be anywhere near Anders when it did. "I really don't feel up to a sparring match tonight, Detective," I said. "Just ask your questions so we can all go home." "Wow, cooperation. That's a first," he said. A part of me stung from the slap, but I was too tired and disheartened to fight back, so I just stared at him. He must have read something in my expression, because his demeanor became softer. "Okay," he said. "What were you doing at Ms. Montgomery's house this evening?" "Garden club." Apparently, I wasn't as tired as I thought. "And there it goes," he said with an exaggerated sigh. "We were having a girls' night. I didn't want to give him anything. If I was to have any hope of redeeming myself for what had happened to Kara, I had to be the one to end this thing." You can't really expect me to believe that you and your father's girlfriend were planning to cultivate roses or go bar hopping. Why not? I demanded, rising and climbing to the top step so I could look him in the eye. We bonded. Unless you want to revisit that jail cell you so recently vacated, you'd better start being straight with me, he said, his face shifting back to hard. I'm not in the mood for games, either. I've got 2 dead people shot with the same Ruger, and as far as I know, you're the only link. So, you're behind the murders or you're next in line. Either way, you'd better start talking. Threatening me isn't going to change anything, I said, impatience crawling up my spine. Kara and I were friends, period. You can't arrest me for that. If you want me to make something up, I will, but it's not going to solve this case for you. I knew I was going to get caught in my lies sooner or later, but I was hoping it would be late enough that I would have figured things out. Fine, Anders snapped. He turned his back to me and shouted, Dylan, what's up? Minnie asked as he sauntered over. Take Ms. Wells and get her statement. He said my name in the tone I use when talking about gum disease or rat poison. You don't want to talk to her yourself. Dylan's voice pitched upward with what sounded like incredulity. I'm finished with her, Anders said, his disgust evident. Get what you can out of her. Disappointment blew through me, feeling as if it were hollowing me out. I had expected Anders to argue, snipe, cajole. I hadn't expected him to wash his hands of me. Even though I had been dreading his interrogation, it hurt to know I meant so little that he couldn't be bothered to speak with me. I smiled at Dylan. It wasn't his fault that his partner was a callous, unfeeling sop. I was going to be peaky pie nice. I wasn't going to tell him anything of real importance, but I was going to make sure he got more than Anders had been able to. Let Mr. High and Mighty stew on that. Hello, Dylan, I said. We have to stop running into each other like this. He seemed a little taken aback by my playful greeting. Hi, Jesse, he said. Brows furrowed. I don't suppose you want to tell me what was going on this evening. Actually, I said, I do. I want to be completely upfront with you. I hope like hell my nose didn't grow when I said this. Dylan's eyes widened. You do, of course. I don't have anything to hide. In fact, as your partner pointed out, it's in my best interest to tell you what I know. Which is, he prompted, studying me like an algebra equation. Kara told me the governor was being blackmailed. Now those gray eyes sharpened. She did. Did she say who this blackmailer was? She didn't know. When did she tell you this? He asked. Just this evening, I lied. That's why I was coming to see her. What, exactly, did she say, word for word? Dylan said. She said she had found proof that someone had recently contacted the governor and demanded money. Did she know if it was a man or a woman? She didn't say, I replied. What secret was he or she threatening to expose? She didn't tell me that, either, but she did say he was working on a book. His questions were coming like bullets, and I really wanted to end the conversation. I had given him what I had planned, so I was through. I really don't know anymore, and I'm exhausted and a bit shaky. Can I please go home now? He hesitated for a moment, looking through the open door to Anders, but turned back when he saw his partner was engaged in conversation with a uniformed officer. Yeah, go home and get some rest, he said, closing the iPad he had been using to take notes. We'll be in touch if we need anything more. I'm sure you will. He gave me an endearing little half smile before adding, Be careful, Jesse. I will, I promised. I watched him walk inside, wondering if I had done the right thing in giving him even that much. Had I let my desire to embarrass Anders push me to overplay my hand? No, I decided. They would have learned about the blackmail eventually, and now they thought I had told them everything. I had bought myself some space by sharing what they believed was all I knew. I gave myself a mental shake. I had to get it together. I was meeting Milston tomorrow. No, tonight, I corrected after looking at my watch. I had to be ready. Let me guess, Jason said over his shoulder as Dylan approached. She was just here for tea and biscuits. No, Dylan answered, and Jason felt a small twinge of discomfort at the smug note in his partner's voice. She was surprisingly forthcoming. What? Jason whipped around to face his partner. She talked to you. She did, he replied, smiling broadly. Get this, the governor was being blackmailed. Again, he was writing a book. Jason dismissed the officer standing nearby before challenging his partner. She told you this, that her father was being blackmailed. Yeah, she said Kara called her, and that's why she was here. Only Kara was killed before she could tell her what she knew. And she told you all of this willingly. Jason didn't buy it. There had to be something more to her motives than a sudden change of heart. What? Do you think I waterboarded her? Of course she gave it up willingly. He murmured, staring into the distance. Dylan narrowed his eyes. What's going on in there? He said, tapping Jason's forehead. Cut it out. Jason said, swatting the hand away. I'm trying to figure out why Jessie decided to share this bit of information with you. Because she realized cooperating with us was in her best interest. Jason snorted. He may have only met Jessie a few days ago, but he knew her better than she gave him credit for. She wasn't going to give away anything she didn't have to. No chance. I don't trust anything that comes out of that woman's mouth. She's playing us, Dylan. I don't think so, Dylan countered. Her story makes sense, especially given what we learned about Elroy today. I think she was telling the truth. Of course you do, Jason said, an unexpected flash of anger burning through him. She smiled, maybe showed a little cleavage, and you were eating out of her hand. What the hell are you talking about? Dylan said. You're the one who sent her to me. I can't help it if she's more comfortable with me. She's just good at sniffing out a mark. Dylan gave his friend a shove that sent him stumbling back a few steps. Screw you, Jason. He turned and stomped off in the direction of his car. I'm going home, he called over his shoulder. Call me when you've pulled your head out of your ass, and we'll figure out how we're going to approach Elroy. Shit. Jason knew there was no excuse for the way he was venting his frustrations on his partner. Dylan, wait, he shouted, hurrying across the lawn. His long strides quickly closed the distance between himself and the shorter man. He placed a hand on his friend's shoulder to stop him. I'm sorry. That was uncalled for. To think, he said, swinging around, eyes shooting gray sparks. Yeah, I was being couillon back there. The anger on Dylan's face morphed into concern. I have no idea what that means, but what's going on with you? You never lose control like that. Jason could feel the flush of shame heating his face, no doubt turning him bright red from his neck to the tips of his ears. For the life of him, he couldn't figure out why Jessie Wells tied him up in knots. She was a smart, good-looking woman. But he had kissed plenty of smart, good-looking women. What made her different from the others? What about her set both his body and mind churning? It was the eyes, he decided, those haunted, toffee-colored eyes. And the fact that she made his every nerve-ending buzz with desire. No matter the reason, ignoring the problem hadn't helped. He was going to have to deal with it head-on. You're right, he said. I'm not behaving rationally, and it's affecting my work on this case. Really, I hadn't noticed. Jason dropped to the curb and buried his face in his hands. Jesus, Dylan. I can't get a handle on this. He combed his fingers through his hair. He couldn't see any good way to deal with whatever it was that was happening in his head. Or his body, for that matter. He couldn't keep acting like this case was no different from any other. Nothing about it was typical. He couldn't keep insisting that Jessie meant nothing to him. Clearly, she did. He couldn't pretend everything was fine. It definitely was not. But how could he proceed without stomping all over everything he had worked so hard to build? Damn it, he always knew what to do, but now he was floundering. How was he going to keep each aspect of his life nice and neat in its own little box? He looked up as his partner sank to the concrete beside him, placed a hand on his shoulder. I don't know what's bothering you, Dylan said, but I can see it's bad. Why don't you tell me about it? Maybe I can help. Jason huffed an amused breath. Perhaps he should confide in his partner. It certainly couldn't make things any worse. That's just it. I can't tell you what's going on, because I have no idea. This woman has gotten under my skin and I don't know how to get her out. Why do you want to? Why? He asked, and cringed at the incredulous squeak that came from his mouth. He'd made a terrible mistake. He really didn't want to talk about this, not with Dylan. He was a grown man, for God's sake. This was humiliating. Talk to her, Dylan said, cutting through his thoughts. Why would I do that? Jason asked, horrified. She'll think I'm insane. She already thinks you're insane, Dylan said. What have you got to lose? My dignity, he countered, hating the idea. That's long gone, my friend. And you're not going to be able to get rid of this itch until you bang her. Jason smiled. Your tact is one of your best qualities. I pride myself on my sensitivity. Talk to her. I'll think about it. Having shared his quota of emotions for one day, it was time to change the subject. So now we have to figure out our next step in this shitstorm of an investigation. My money's on Elroy, Dylan said. We know he already tried to blackmail the governor once. But why now? If he found out the governor was working on a tell-all, he might have figured his campaign for public office was dead in the water. But his first attempt failed. Why would he risk so much knowing the governor wasn't likely to give in to extortion? Maybe he had more leverage this time. Maybe, Jason said with a sigh, but I don't think so. We have to consider that Jessie may have thrown us a red herring. He held up his hand to forestall Dylan's protest. It's a possibility, he insisted. But why? Dylan said. Jason slapped the palm of his hand against the pavement in frustration. Because that damn woman has to get her story and screw us over in the process. I don't believe for an instant she's that cold, Dylan said. I honestly don't know, Jason said, feeling the weight of the day pressing heavily on him. He wasn't sure if he could trust the information Jessie had given Dylan. But the truth was he couldn't overlook it. They were going to have another little chat with Bronson Elroy. Let's go home and get some sleep, he said, rising. We have a busy day ahead of us.
Chapter 13.
I stepped from the buzz of street noise into the throb of music and jangle of voices raised to be heard over the jukebox. A single muted television above the bar cast a blue glow that tinged a darkened corner a hazy gray. I could see a man sitting in the niche, the lone occupant of a table near the now-defunct payphone. He was lanky with a long, patrician nose and receding hairline. He wore a well-cut suit and expensive loafers. Feeling a little melodramatic, I asked as I slid onto the chair opposite him. "Not in the slightest," he answered, that mellifluous voice contrasting with the cacophony surrounding us. "I simply wanted our chat to take place on neutral ground, away from our respective comfort zones. I trust this isn't a place you spend a great deal of time." "No," I said. "The bars I tended to frequent were even worse than this one." But he didn't need to know that. I signaled a waitress in torn jeans and a too-tight tee and she trotted over. I ordered a beer, Milston a scotch. We soon had our drinks and I took a long swallow before speaking. "So, what's the deal? Why are we here?" "I told you. Your father was a dear friend and I want to do all I can to see his murderer brought to justice." "I don't buy it," I told him. "There's more, and if you really do want to help, you're going to have to give it up. All of it." He sat back in his chair, dropped the look of brotherly regard. "Fine. I had hoped to work up to this, but I can see you're too straightforward for pleasantries." "Nothing about this has been pleasant," I said. "What do you want from me?" "It's as I told you. I want justice, and I think I can help you get it." "How?" I demanded. "I have reason to believe that Candace Pinkston is behind everything." "What?" This was the last thing I had expected Milston to reveal. "She and I have kept in touch. I guess you might say we are friends." "But," I prompted when he hesitated. "But she's always hated your father for what he did, for ruining her life. Instead of dissipating with time, that hatred has festered." "She's hardly alone," I said. "A lot of people hated my father." "Yes, but how many of them contacted him last week?" Excitement fizzed in my blood. "You heard her?" I asked. "I did," he said. I didn't hear the beginning of the conversation, but her voice rose as she got angry. "I heard her say, 'You're going to regret this, I promise you.' Then she hung up. She's always had a scary temper, so I snuck a peek at her phone when she was in the bathroom. It was your father she had called." Disbelief and confusion mixed with excitement, an overwhelming cocktail, and it took me a moment to catch my breath. Sex, money, power. Murder almost always involved one or more of these, and all three played into Milston's scenario. It was quite possible that Candace, my father's lover, had felt betrayed when he was arrested. She believed he had not only lied to her, but had stripped her of the future she had always dreamed of for herself. She managed to tamp down that anger well enough to function. But when she learned that the governor was set to make a mint publishing his memoirs, her fury had burst free. It made sense. "Why are you willing to turn on your friend?" I asked. "And why come to me rather than go to the police?" "It's because she's my friend that I came to you. I don't want to involve the authorities until I know, without a doubt, she's guilty." His words rang true and sincerity shone in his eyes, but I had seen men like him turn empathy on and off at will. Maybe he was telling the truth, and maybe he wasn't. As with every other lead in this case, I needed more information. "Okay," I said. "I'll look into your theory. But I work alone. You will not insert yourself into my investigation." "I had no intention of doing so," he said, placing his hand over mine and staring into my eyes, his own dewy with unshed tears. "Thank you." Uncomfortable, I pulled my hand away and stood. He did the same, throwing some bills on the table for our drinks. "Let me walk you to the door." "And risk being seen with me?" I asked. "I have no problem with being seen with you, especially around here," he said, raking the room with a derisive glare before falling in step behind me. "Then why the cloak and dagger bit?" "I told you, neutrality and privacy were my goals, not secrecy." "Whatever," I said, having no idea what to make of the man or his story. I pushed open the glass door and stepped out into the cool night air. Stars were sprinkled like diamonds across the black velvet of the sky and a fresh breeze had risen, blowing away some of the oppressive heat of the day. I paused for a moment, enjoying the dazzle above. I had just filled my lungs with the cooler air when I felt hard punched to my shoulder. "What the hell?" I cried as I looked down, expecting to see whatever had hit me lying on the ground. What I saw instead was a scarlet blossom blooming on my white t-shirt. "Get down!" I heard Milston scream from far, far away. What was happening? My mind was scrambling to make sense of things when I felt another punch, this one to my side. I instinctively put down my hand and it came away sticky with blood. My knees started to give way and I dropped to the ground in what seemed like slow motion. A heavy curtain was falling over my eyes and I began to shake. Reality slammed into me with the same force as the projectiles. I had been shot twice. Fear clawed at my chest and throat. I didn't want to die. Not here, alone in the street. I wouldn't die like this. I thought about my little girl and desperately wished I had had the chance to tell her the truth. I gritted my teeth and struggled to stay conscious, but the darkness in front of my eyes and in my head kept growing deeper. "Not like this," I whispered, not sure if it was aloud or in my head. It didn't matter. The dark kept pressing in on me, heavier with each passing moment. And then everything went black. Maudit. Jason jerked upright, jarred from a restless sleep by the dissonant clash of heavy metal music. He struggled against the sheet wrapped around him like a straitjacket, and fumbled to grab his cell from the nightstand before it woke Dahlia and the rest of the state of Virginia. "Dylan, what's wrong?" he demanded, knowing no good news came from a call at 3:30 in the morning. "It's Jessie." "Jason, she's been shot." "What?" Icy dread swept through him. "How? Is she okay?" "I don't know," Dylan answered, "but I don't think it's good. They took her into surgery 10 minutes ago." "What hospital?" "General. I'm on my way." Jason grabbed a black tee and the jeans from the day before. He shoved his feet into a pair of sneakers and was dialing Tess as he hit the door. 15 minutes later, he slammed the gear into park and turned off the siren he had used to make the trip in half the time it would have taken without it. The fear twisting his insides was growing by the second. He shoved open the emergency room door and stood helpless for a few precious moments as he tried to make sense of the frantic activity surrounding him. Doctors and nurses were rushing to a gurney surrounded by tubes, wires, and machines emitting beeps and blips. Needles were jabbed into a tiny arm extending from the green covering. Jesus Christ! It was a child. A small curly head was nestled on the flat pillow, eyes closed. A trickle of blood had dried against the ashen skin of the boy's forehead. He imagined seeing Dahlia like that, and his racing heart stopped cold for a beat before resuming its frenzied pace. His little girl was at home, sound asleep with Tess standing watch. She was safe, but Jessie was not. God, why had he waited so long to talk to Jessie? If he had been honest with her, and himself, he might have been with her. She might have been safe at home, just like Dahlia. He ran to the nurse's station in the center of the action. "Jessica Wells," he barked. "Where is she?" Obviously used to dealing with emotional friends and family, the woman at the computer remained calm. She tapped a few keys and replied, "She's in surgery. The waiting area is down this hall and to the left." She pointed to a long corridor. "Thanks." He gave a curt nod and raced in the direction she indicated. He was going to be there when Jessie came out, and when she did, they were going to talk about everything he had been afraid to face. Time crawled. Jason stared at the screens hanging on the pale green wall opposite the sofa where he had been sitting, off and on, for the past 3 hours. The status of patient 652 hadn't changed since he arrived. Jessie was still in surgery. He rose and perused the magazines lining the rack against the wall, but neither Your Happy Pregnancy nor Living with Irritable Bowel Syndrome held any appeal. He moved on to the small percolator and poured what had to be his 5th cup of really bad coffee. The bitter liquid burned its way down his throat and set fire to his stomach. A white-coated, middle-aged man wearing paper booties shuffled into the room and scanned the anxious faces turned up to him. "Detective Anders," he called. "Here," Jason answered, tossing a styrofoam cup into the trash. "How's Jessie?" The doctor ushered him from the waiting area and into the empty hall. "We were able to remove both bullets. She's going to be fine. There was no nerve damage, and the repairs to muscle and vessels were successful. She should make a complete recovery." "Thank God," Jason sighed and fell back against the wall as relief washed through him. "Can I see her?" "Not yet. She still hasn't been wheeled into recovery, and she won't be ready for visitors for at least a couple of hours." He placed a hand on Jason's shoulder. "She's going to be as good as new, but it'll take time. Jessie was going to be okay." The reality of it was starting to sink in, and with it came the realization that he had no idea what to do next. He needed to find out what had happened to her, and she couldn't tell him. Hot anger burned through the relief and confusion as he watched the doctor retreat down the hall, probably back to the room where Jessie was resting after having been sewn back together. He pounded his fist against the wall. Elroy was responsible for this. He thought he could bribe, blackmail, and murder without consequence. This was a man who wanted to hold the second most powerful office in the state of Virginia. Well, not when he was through with him. No, once he confessed, and he would. Jason would make sure of that. He would be spending his life behind bars, not some fancy mahogany desk. Jason stormed down the corridor and shoved through the doors. Bronson Elroy was a dead man. Once inside his vehicle, he flipped on the siren and screamed out of the hospital parking lot. The tiny whisper of reason warning him to cool down first was buried too deeply beneath the rage for him to hear it. Driving one-handed, he jerked out his iPad and pulled up Elroy's address, never bothering to slow the SUV. Whizzing by vehicles that had pulled to the side of the road, he shot through a red light and jumped the curb in front of Elroy's elegant Victorian home 10 minutes later. He sprang from the seat and slammed the door so hard the entire frame shook. This bastard hurt Jessie, and Jason was going to beat a confession out of him. He strode up the walk, taking the 3 steps to the porch in one long-legged leap. Letting the momentum carry him, he kicked open the door with a powerful thrust. "Bronson Elroy," he roared into the darkened interior. Get your Leelaws out here. He marched through the house, flipping on light switches and checking rooms as he passed. Not finding the man in question, he moved his search to the second floor, taking the treads 2 at a time. Elroy, he shouted. This time he found the man huddled in a king-sized bed, attacking the buttons of his cell phone with quick jabs of his index finger. Jason was at his side in an instant and yanked him from beneath the covers. He fell to the floor in an undignified, blue pajama-clad heap, phone skittering under the bed. Get up, Jason commanded, grabbing the man's collar and tugging him until he stood. What the hell is wrong with you? Elroy sputtered, struggling against Jason's grip. Jason twisted his fist in the silk fabric, tightening his hold on the man and pulling him to his feet. You son of a bitch. A red haze blinded him to everything but the fury boiling in his blood. He channeled that rage into a shove that slammed Elroy against the wall. You tried to kill her. You're a madman. Get out of my house. Elroy screamed as he scrambled on his hands and knees toward the bed and the lost phone. Jason reached out, pulled him back. Why'd you do it, Elroy? Was she getting too close to the truth? He gripped a handful of hair and jerked Elroy's head back so he could look into his eyes. Did you plan on killing all of them, or was Jessie an afterthought? Just tying up loose ends. What are you talking about? Elroy gasped, his breath coming in hard, fast pants. What do you want from me? I want you to tell me about blackmail and murder. I want to know exactly how you did it. I told you about the blackmail, he said in a reedy voice that sounded nothing like his usual rich baritone. You can't do anything about that now. I want to hear about what you did last night. Feet Putan, Jason demanded, pulling tighter. I didn't do anything last night, Elroy wheezed. You're insane. Jason. Dylan barged into the bedroom where his partner had just pulled back his arm in preparation to break Elroy's fine Roman nose. What the hell are you doing? He said as he caught Jason's arm and wrenched him away from the prostrate figure. I'm going to get this lying sack of shit to tell me everything, he answered, breathing hard as he pulled free and turned back to Elroy. No, you're not, Dylan said, stepping between the two men. Not like this. Move. Jason spat out the word with the force of a nail gun. No, the smaller man stood his ground. You're done here. Not even close. Think, man, Dylan implored. The only thing you're going to accomplish is to get your ass thrown in jail while Elroy laughs his off. Oh, you're going to jail, Elroy said, climbing to his feet. They're going to throw away the key. Shut up, Dylan said, or I'm walking out of here and leaving you alone with him. Elroy shut his mouth. Jason felt the white-hot rage gradually recede, replaced by a simmering frustration. He wanted to pound on something, and Elroy was the perfect target. The smug bastard was the picture of bristling outrage as he stood there in his fancy PJs pretending like he was the victim. It made Jason's stomach turn, but he dropped his stance and backed up a few steps. Dylan was right. If he continued down this path, he would be the one paying for this son of a bitch's crimes. Okay, he said, holding up both hands in a gesture of surrender. I'm done. You certainly are, Elroy said, having retrieved his cell during the confrontation between the partners. I'm calling 911. No, you're not, Dylan said. The hell I'm not. If you do that, he said in a reasonable tone of voice, as if explaining something to a small child, I'll make sure they investigate that tidy little pile of pills you have lying on your bedside table. I'm willing to bet you didn't get all of those from your family doctor. In fact, I'm wondering if that little orange one came from a doctor at all. You're not going to get away with this, he hissed, but put down the phone and raked the tablets and capsules into a drawer. Get out. Come on, Dylan said. Let's go check on Jessie. Jason followed, his thoughts cringing away from the number of laws that had been broken in his pursuit of vigilante justice.
Chapter 14.
Too bright. That was my first conscious thought. Even with my eyes shut tight, everything was way too bright. And loud. I couldn't make sense of what the sounds were, but they, along with the damn lights, had jolted me out of a wonderful, deep sleep. I desperately wanted to return to that warm, fuzzy oblivion, but I couldn't ignore the distractions. I lifted my lids a tiny crack. Big mistake. Laser beams seared my eyeballs and shot straight up to my brain. Ack, I croaked, slamming them shut. I had been trying to curse, but that was as close as I could get, my throat absorbing sounds in the absence of moisture. I had been in a bright room like this nearly 10 years ago. The heartache that accompanied that thought was unbearable. Jessie. I heard a familiar voice pierce my eardrums and scatter the fog in my head. Jessie, baby, are you awake? Baby. No one had ever called me baby. I risked another peek, and this time I was gradually able to pry my eyelids apart millimeter by millimeter, and the room came into focus. Two African-American women, one young with a sleek pixie cut and one older with Shirley Temple curls, stood by my bedside. The elder was holding my hand. Agnes and Gail, I realized with surprise. What was going on? Why were they here? And where was here? It occurred to me that I was lying down, scratchy sheets rubbing against my skin and a flat pillow supporting my aching head. Water, I begged, and found a styrofoam cup of ice chips thrust at my lips. The gloriously cold slivers slid down my parched throat and felt like salvation itself. What's going on? I managed to ask after swallowing my fill of the frozen goodness. Where are we? The hospital, baby, Agnes answered. Fifi was plenty worried about you, but don't worry, you're gonna be just fine. Hospital. I started to sit up, but found my arm tethered to an IV bag hanging from a stand on the opposite side of my bed. What am I doing in the hospital? You were shot, Gail said. Her normally soft coo sounding brittle scared the living daylights out of us. Memory smashed into my brain, much like the bullets had smashed into my body. I recalled Millston, the bar, the gunfire. Millston, I said. Is he? He wasn't hit, Gail answered. He's the one who called it in. You'd have bled to death if he hadn't. He saved your life. I wanted to think about this, to figure out what it all might mean, but my head felt like it was filled with helium and the presence of my guests made it hard to concentrate. I could feel myself drifting back into that comforting darkness when a masculine voice tinged with honey brought me back. Jason, how is she? He had asked, and I realized that his drawl had been laced with something more. Something that sounded an awful lot like fear. I couldn't resist once again opening my eyes so I could take in his handsome face. He looked tired and worried. My chest tightened with a warmth that was unfamiliar to me. It was a little like the feeling one had when gazing at napping puppies or kittens, but stronger. Weird. They must have me on some really great meds. She'll be as good as new after she's had some rest, Agnes replied. As good as new. The words echoed comfortingly in my head. I was alive. I hadn't bled out on that dark, stinking street alone and helpless. But my relief was tempered by a new certainty that was creeping into my thoughts. I wouldn't have survived if I had been on my own. I was in deep trouble, and if I kept insisting that I didn't need help, I wasn't going to make it. I had to trust someone with my secrets, at least some of them, and with my life. Jason, I whispered as I sank into unconsciousness. I need you. The next time I awoke, it was to blissful silence, or as close as it can get with various monitors beeping and buzzing every few seconds. The light had mellowed, as well. Either someone had closed the blinds or night had fallen. I could feel a cool whisper of air kiss my bare arms, and on it I caught a whiff of something deliciously spicy. My eyes flew open. I knew that scent. It belonged to Jason Anders. I carefully turned my head to see his large frame draped over a chair by my bed. His head was leaning against the wall and his long legs were stretched out in front of him. His eyes were closed, but they snapped open when I tried to move onto my side. I fell back with a grunt as a dagger of agony tore through my hip and up into my shoulder. Jesse. He was at my side even before I was able to breathe through the pain. Let me help, he said as he lifted me up and laid me on my side with a move so smooth and gentle I didn't feel a thing. Here, he placed a small pump in my hand. Morphine. The pain had subsided, so I ignored it. Do you need anything? He asked. Water. The nurse. No, I said, and was surprised at how strong my voice sounded, if a little scratchy. I'm okay. But was I? I hadn't forgotten what it felt like to think I was going to die in the street. Was I ready to share my entire investigation with someone? It went against every instinct I possessed. I had always known the only person I could rely on was me. Had that actually changed? And was Jason the one I could trust? What the hell? If it had to be someone, it might as well be the hottest guy on planet Earth. We need to talk, I said. It was time. I was going to bite the bullet, and let go of my fears. Sharing what I knew didn't make me weak, and it didn't mean I had failed. It meant I was being smart. I could accomplish so much more with the resources of the VSP at my disposal. And, bonus, maybe I would live to see my next birthday. No, Jason said. No, I was flummoxed. No, he repeated. Not before I tell you something. His face was grim and his eyes were bright with intensity. I felt a curl of panic in my belly. Whatever he wanted to say to me was bad, I could tell. All the more reason for me to speak up. If I waited, I would talk myself out of the whole thing, especially after he spoke his piece. I have to go first, I insisted. You're just going to have wait your turn. I could see impatience in the set of his jaw, but he held it back. Okay, he said, so go. Here it was. I took a deep breath, screwed up my courage, and prepared to spill my guts. I haven't been completely honest with you, I began. I'm shocked, he deadpanned. Yeah, well, I had my reasons. Sure, you did. He started, but I didn't let him finish. I'm ready to come clean, tell you everything. Almost everything, I silently amended. Now it was surprise that I could read on his face as he stared at me, eyes wide. I'm listening. A couple of days ago, I received a death threat. What? Jason thundered. I didn't think it was serious, So, you went ahead and made yourself a nice big target. I can't believe you'd be so stupid. I'm not stupid, I flared. I wanted the truth and I took a calculated risk. And wound up in the hospital. Do you want the truth or not? I said. Because I'm going to stop right now and have the nurse throw you out if you don't calm down. Fine, he said. Go ahead. I hesitated, knowing that if he hadn't liked what I had to say before, he was really going to hate the next part. I met with someone last night. Someone who used to work for my father. What? He bellowed again. You met with someone you suspected of killing the governor. Alone? Yes, alone, I said. I don't need a babysitter. Your current predicament says otherwise. I couldn't argue with that, so I ignored it. It's a good thing I did. He saved my life. It wouldn't have needed saving if you had just told me everything in the first place, he said, eyes flashing green fire. This conversation was not going the way I had envisioned at all, so I took a mental step back. I don't want to argue about this, I said, voice low and in what I hoped was a conciliatory tone. I want us to start over, only this time as partners rather than adversaries. He ran his hand over his hair, which I now knew he did when he was stressed. I reached out and lay my hand over his, surprised that it only hurt a little. That's the closest I've ever come to death, I said, surprised at how easily the words came. I was terrified. Jesse, he whispered my name like a plea. For mercy, for the truth, for me to stop. I didn't know which, but I'd come too far to quit now. This next part was going to be harder. In fact, I don't think I've ever faced anything so difficult in my life. I was a loner, a confident, kick-ass ballbuster who didn't need or want anything beyond the physical. At least that's how I had always seen myself, until I lay bleeding on the street. Now I knew I wanted, needed more, and I needed to tell him. I know that I can be a bit bull-headed, he suggested with a twitch of his full lips. I was going to say independent, I said, but maybe a little bull-headed, too. I smiled back at him. The truth is, when I thought I was going to die, I figured out some things. I don't want to be alone anymore. I was ashamed of the way my voice shook on that last sentence. Had I really let one near-death experience turn me into a bowl of mush? Jesse, he repeated, and this time the word was a caress across skin that was both flushed and covered with goosebumps. He turned his hand over so that his fingers laced with mine. I was relatively tall with long arms and long fingers, but his large, rough hand dwarfed mine, made me feel delicate. I don't want to be alone, either, he said, gazing at me with eyes so dark and earnest I had to fight the urge to squirm. This much emotion was new to me, and I felt both embarrassed as hell and thrilled to my toes. This isn't just some weird sexual tension thing, is it? I asked, not at all sure what I hoped his answer would be. Nope, he replied. A wave of relief washed over me. Then the panic bubbled up. I wasn't cut out for this kind of thing, or it would have happened a long time ago. I didn't know how to do serious relationships, and I wasn't altogether sure I wanted to. I liked my life the way it had always been, uncomplicated, free, lonely. Too many feelings were overwhelming me right now, getting me all tied up in knots. Someone had just tried to kill me. It was no wonder I was at such loose ends. I had shared my feelings. Now I needed to set this aside. Concentrate on the most pressing issue right now, which was finding a killer. Once that was accomplished, I could focus on what I wanted my future with Jason to look like. I gave his hand a squeeze before carefully pulling my own free. We need to draw out our killer, I said.
Chapter 15.
What? He asked, confused by the quick change in tone and subject. My head is too muddled right now to deal with more than one thing at a time, I answered. So, let's get to work on solving my father's murder. All cards on the table. Fine, he said, heaving a sigh and sinking back into the hard hospital chair. So talk. I've already shared a couple of things. Now it's your turn. I don't think. All cards on the table, I repeated. I give you my word nothing will appear in print without your permission. He raised one of his expressive brows. Do you want a blood oath, or what? A smile lit his beautiful face. I don't think we need to do anything that drastic. Besides, I hate the sight of blood. He turned serious. I have your word. Yes, I said, exasperated. He relented. Bronson Elroy is a blackmailer. He confessed to trying to extort money from both your father and Orson Jenkins, but neither bit. So, it's possible he's behind all of this, I said. Damn, I had been torn between Jenkins and Candy, but I wasn't about to let Jason know that. I suspected him all along. Your turn, he said. Milston thinks my father's secretary Candace Pinkston is behind the murders. He overheard her threatening him on the phone. I felt a warm rush of pleasure as I saw the surprise on his face. I knew something he didn't. And you spoke with her, he said on a sigh. I did. Damn it, Jesse. Hey, I only spoke with her on the phone. I defended myself, and she gave me a list of my father's staff while he was governor. I have that, he said. But I hadn't singled her out. That's why it's so important for us work together. I have inside knowledge. Okay, he said, point taken. So far, our suspects are Elroy, Pinkston, Jenkins, and Milston. Have you encountered any additional potential murderers? Grant Estes. He was publishing my father's memoirs. I don't think he's involved, but Jason rolled his muscular shoulders and dropped his head to one side and then the other, as if he were preparing his body for a round of boxing. So, he said, we have a prime suspect. But no hard evidence and a whole cast of characters that could also be guilty. You mean you aren't ready to announce the culprit, Mr. Super Dick, and steal your thunder? I wouldn't dream of it. Bad news, I'm clean out of thunderbolts, I said. We'll just have to keep digging, then. Good, solid police work will get us there. Yeah, but how long would that take? I didn't want to spend another hour looking over my shoulder, let alone days, weeks, or even months. We were both intelligent, creative adults. There had to be a way to lure our murderer out into the open. It struck me like the bolt I had just claimed not to own. We did have a way to entice him or her out of the shadows. I have an idea, I said, grabbing his hand. We're going to use me as bait. What? Jason sprang from the chair, forgetting that he still held Jessie's hand. The tug to her arm caused her to catch her breath hard and her face contorted in a grimace of pain. Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry, Jessie, he said, sinking down. I didn't mean to hurt you. He would just as soon cut off his arm as cause her any more pain. That thought shocked him enough to push him against the chair back. The only other living being he felt that way about was Dahlia. It's okay, she said as her face began to relax. It's over. I'll get the nurse. No, I'm all right. At least use your pump. Not until we get this settled, she said, and for that I need a clear head. For God's sake, can't you just rest and recover? No one's going to risk coming after you in here. And even if they did, you're going to have police protection. No one will be able to get to you. Give yourself time to heal. And more people are going to die while I'm lying here playing solitaire. Do you really think the VSP is helpless without you? That we can't solve this case without your input? Outrage sizzled along his nerves endings. Did she really believe he was that incompetent? Of course not, Jessie said, her voice softening. But I think you will have a much better shot of drawing him or her out with my help. This is crazy, he said. It was ridiculous to even talk about it. You can't even get out of bed. How are you going to go after a killer? The doctor said I should be released in a couple of days. Once I am, I'll casually let it slip to all pertinent parties that I think the police suck and that I'm going to search Kara's house for myself. Betcha our murderer won't be able to pass up the opportunity to catch me alone and unawares. Absolutely not. Jason wasn't about to let her put herself in any type of danger, not now. But I won't be alone, she said. I don't really think you suck. You'll be there, and you can bring the whole department, for all I care. Just stay hidden until someone shows up. No, he wasn't going to consider Jessie's scheme. He had almost lost her, and had felt like his entire world had collapsed. There was no way in hell she was going to put him through anything like that again. For the first time in a very, very long time, his heart had allowed someone past the barriers he had worked so hard to erect. He was not going to let her be ripped away. You're being unreasonable, she said. This is our best chance for getting to the bottom of everything. What do you think can happen to me with you right there? I'm not going to talk about this, Jason said, once again rising to his feet. I'm going for coffee. Take something for the pain, and get some rest. I'll see you in a few hours. Jason, wait, she called. But he was already out the door. He walked out on me. I couldn't believe it. We were supposed to have a grown-up discussion about solving this case, but when I presented a perfectly rational plan, he wouldn't even think about it. Probably because it wasn't his idea. No, that was unfair, and I knew it. I could tell his overreaction wasn't about ego. He was frightened for me. He cared about me in a way no one had in a really long time, maybe ever. Fear, cold and stark, shot through me. That was what it meant to have someone care about you, having someone make decisions for you, trying to control you. I couldn't live like that. But I also didn't think I could live without Jason Anders in my life. Crap. What was I going to do? I was going to tackle this like I would any other problem in my life, head on. And with that decided, I gave myself a dose of pain relief and drifted off. The sound of light snoring pulled me from a dreamless sleep. I took great care in turning to my side, and was relieved to find the pain bearable. Jason had come back, this time opting for the recliner in the corner. He was stretched out, as much as was possible for a big man in a tiny room, and his head was thrown back. Each exhalation made a purring sound that was at odds with his masculine form. I was appalled to find the image was turning my insides to mush. God, I was pathetic. Hey, I called, and watched with satisfaction as he let out a gargled snort before shooting upright. Jessie, are you okay? Do I need to call someone? Relax, I'm fine, I said. He scrubbed his face with both hands. How long was I out? I don't know, I was out, too. I just woke up. He stared, bleary-eyed, at his watch. A couple of hours. It's 4 o'clock. a.m. or p.m.? I asked. And what day is it? p.m. And it's Saturday. I had been shot late Thursday night, so I hadn't really lost that much time. And you've been here all 3 days, I said as the realization hit me. You haven't gone into work. I stepped out to check on Dahlia. My daughter, he explained. But, no, I've called a few times, but I haven't gone into the station. He was sounding very reasonable and sane, so I took a chance and broached the elephant in the room. I need to help take this guy or girl down, Jason. You are helping. No, I need to be involved. I need to be there, be a part of it. And I need you to be safe. You don't think I need you to be safe? I said, my voice rising despite my determination to play it cool. I breathed deeply for a moment, letting my anger settle before it could flame. I'm afraid, I admitted. Then why are you so insistent on doing this? No, Jason, I'm afraid of you. His eyes widened to large jade marbles. Me? Yes, you. Or rather, I'm afraid of what I might become with you. For the first time in my life, I want to be with you more than I want to be alone. And I'm afraid that I'll end up twisting myself into someone I don't know in order to keep you. I stared into those eyes, willing him to understand. It took me years to figure out who I am, what I stand for. Please don't ask me to be anything else. My heart was pounding so hard I thought surely the nurses and doctors would come running. But the hall remained silent, and the door remained closed. What if Jason didn't care about my fears? What if his desire for control was too strong? Would I give in to keep him in my life? I was going to have to put my faith in him. That's how you earn faith in return. I'll stay behind if you ask me to, I said. I trust you in your judgment. The decision is yours. I could see the struggle as a tangle of emotions played across his face. Fear, concern, and uncertainty battled it out with reason, compassion, and an unidentifiable something that caused me to catch my breath. I let it out again when he finally said, it's your life, your choice. I don't want you to do this, but I trust your judgment, too. Thank God. Being new to this trust thing, I wasn't certain it would work. Knowing that I had done the right thing, that Jason was able to meet me halfway, was a huge relief. Now we could work out some compromises on the details. Thank you, I said. Now let's get to work.
Chapter 16.
Okay, he said. So, let's hear your plan. Shit, I don't have a plan, exactly, I said. It's more of an outline. I'm shocked, he deadpanned. Look, smartass, we have too many villains and no way of knowing which one committed which crime. We do know that one of them wants me dead. Jason flinched when I said this, but didn't interrupt. If we figure out a way to make him or her think they've got an easy shot at me, we'll have M. And how do you propose we do that, seeing as how we don't know who they are? That was a good question, and I didn't have an answer, at least not a good one. I did have an idea, but it was mediocre at best. We make sure all of them know that I'm breaking into Kara's house to have a look around. So, one of us calls up Bronson Elroy and says, oh, by the way, Jesse's going to scout around an abandoned crime scene tonight all on her lonesome. Please don't show up and shoot her dead. Don't be ridiculous. We'll have to be a little smarter. And we do that how? I said it was an outline, I snapped. I don't the details worked out just yet. He sure as hell hadn't come up with anything. It was his turn to contribute. Well, seeing as how a press conference would be a tad suspicious, I'm thinking we need to get all of our suspects in one place and let something slip. And how are we going to do that? He looked thoughtful for a moment, staring right over the top of me. Maybe we don't have to. I'll question them. Better yet, I'll question some and let Dylan handle the rest. We don't even have to bring them in. We can go to them. Good. That's good, I said, impressed. He was thinking like a cop now, and this had a chance of working. I shivered despite the rough sheet covering me up to my chin. I no longer felt like I was spinning my wheels and getting nowhere. I was finally doing something concrete to learn the truth, to get justice for my family. I was going to catch a murderer and nail the bastard to the wall. I once again took Jason's hand in mine. We're going to do this, I said. We're going to win. He brought my hand up to his lips. They stroked my skin like velvet, and I felt a shot of heat between my thighs. You'd better be right, he said. Because I'm in no mood to say I told you so. Hell and damnation. Jason had believed there was nothing Jesse could say that would make him consider using her as bait to catch a killer. But what was he supposed to do? Every instinct told him to lock her up and keep her safe until the murderer was behind bars. But what was he willing to sacrifice? They had crossed a threshold, and they both knew it. They were on shaky ground yet, and if he took this decision away from her, she would resent him for it. Their budding relationship would fall victim to an early frost. The idea of Jesse in danger sent licks of panic dancing up his spine. She'd been lucky once this week. What would he do if her luck ran out? He wouldn't be able to live with that, but he wouldn't be able to live with himself if he didn't let her be who and what she was. You're sure about this? He asked, knowing the answer but hoping she'd surprise him. Of course I'm sure, she answered, dashing his illogical hopes. Okay, I'm going to talk to Dylan and get the ball rolling. Already, it's going to take time to set everything up. It's not like I'm going down the street to talk sports with the flower vendor on the corner. Don't worry, I'm going to make sure you have plenty of time to recover. There's no way you're going into this at less than 100%. I'm not worried, she said. I want to get this over as quickly as possible. Jason gave her hand a squeeze before standing. I'll be right back, he said and stepped into the quiet hall to make the call. How's Jessie? Dylan demanded as way of greeting. She's good, Jason said. Stubborn and irritating, so I guess she's well on her way to being her old self. Thank God. And good ol' Elroy hasn't uttered a peep, so I think you dodged a bullet on that one, buddy. Thanks to you, Jason said. Hey, that's what friends are for. Yeah, well, I'm going to be calling in that friend Chip again. What now? Dylan asked, his drawn-out words making his hesitation apparent. We need to interview about 500 suspects this week. What? I'm exaggerating, Jason said with a sigh, but there are 5 people we need to talk to. What's this about? Dylan asked. We're going to set a trap for the killer. And how are we going to do that? Jason looked away. We're going to use Jessie to draw him or her out. Are you crazy? Dylan exploded. We can't use a civilian like that, not to mention the fact that she was shot 48 hours ago. You can't put her in that position. Do you think I want to? Jason said, his voice harsh. This is all her crazy idea. Well, tell her no. I can't. She's dead set on being a part of this and, honestly, the plan is a good one. I don't care. There has to be another way. You're going to get her killed. Damn it, Dylan. Jason said, frustration clawing at his throat. He was having a hard enough time dealing with the idea of Jessie in danger. The last thing he needed was for his partner to highlight his fears. We're not discussing this, we're doing it. Meet me at the station house in an hour so we can go over the details. Fine, Dylan snapped before cutting the connection. Fine, Jason echoed, his head pounding. Sometimes life was a real bitch. Thank you for agreeing to speak with me, Ms. Pinkston, Jason said, 2 weeks later, to the pinched face filling his computer screen. Did I have a choice? She asked tartly. If she pursed her mouth any more tightly, she just might swallow her face, Jason thought. In any case, I appreciate your time, he said, adding as much warmth to his voice as he could. Let's just get this over with. Jason gave a quick nod. He wanted to get this over with, as well. As much as he was loath to put Jessie in danger, Candace Pinkston was a suspect, and he really did need to talk with her. He was tempted to ignore his promise to Jessie and do this his own way. He certainly didn't need Jessie's help to solve this case, and she would be safe if he kept her out of it. He couldn't do it, though. Not if he wanted a relationship of any kind with her. She was right. He had to let her make her own decisions. If he took that away from her, he would lose her forever. I need your help, he told the annoyed secretary who was apparently unhappy despite his agreement to Skype rather than bring her into the station. You spoke with Jessie Wells a few days ago. I don't know what you're talking about. There's no use denying it, he said. I have the email. Okay, we spoke briefly, she admitted, and if you have the email, then you already know what we talked about. I do. You gave her a list of people who worked with you and the governor. Why was she interested in this information? I would think that should be obvious. She's looking for a story. Hell, Jason said with feigned indignation. That damn woman is always underfoot. She's just days out of the hospital, and already she's threatening to go back to the Montgomery home tonight. Does she think we're incompetent fools, that there's something we didn't find? There, it was done. He studied Pinkston for any reaction. Well, I can't say that I'm surprised, she said, her expression betraying nothing but her displeasure with the reporter. Someone needs to put a stop to her meddling once and for all. Those words made Jason's blood run cold. Was this bitter woman capable of murder? His instincts were telling him yes, and he had just put Jessie in her sights. That was the whole idea, he reminded himself, but that didn't stop the anxiety from settling sick and hard in his stomach. It didn't matter, the wheels were in motion and he was going to have to let it play out. Are we finished? Pinkston demanded, interrupting his bleak thoughts. Almost. Just a few more questions. The trap had been set. It was time to catch a killer. Jason felt like thousands of fire ants were crawling all over his body, tearing into his flesh, and leaving a burning trail in their wake. He needed to see Jessie. That would soothe his unraveling nerves and give him a brief moment of peace. He took the steps 2 at a time as he sprinted up to her apartment and banged loudly on her door. Jason, she exclaimed as she opened the door. I was hoping you'd come tonight. And then he was inside and she was in his arms. She felt so warm and soft and right. How had it taken him so long to realize that this was where she belonged, where she would always belong? Good, he whispered against the silk of her hair, pulling her even tighter against him. She had wanted to see him. He reveled in the fact that, for the first time in his life, a woman wanted him as badly as he wanted her. Yeah, she drew back and looked up at him, her face aglow with excitement. I want to go over our plan for tomorrow night again. I don't want either of us to miss any small details. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head. What? He asked, sure he'd misunderstood. He had been imagining the many different ways he was going to make love to her tonight, and she wanted to talk about the plan. "We need to make sure nothing will go wrong," she explained. Jason dropped his arms to his sides. He had been desperate to forget about tomorrow and just enjoy being with her, while it was all she had been thinking about. She must have noticed something in his face, maybe the flash of hurt in his eyes, because her smile slipped. "What's wrong?" she asked. "What's wrong?" He was livid. Did she not value her life, or the life they could have together? "Damn it, Jesse, you're obsessed. Worse, you're treating this whole thing like some sort of game. Life isn't Warcraft or Mario Kart. You don't get any do-overs. Dead is dead. You think I don't know that?" She flared, her own eyes snapping. "I'm the one who was in the hospital for a week because some crazed psycho decided I needed to die. And those bullets didn't bounce off, they hurt like hell. Believe me, I know what's real. Do you?" he demanded, pushing his heated face mere millimeters from hers, and then something hot exploded beneath his skin. "Because here and now, this is the only thing that's real." He yanked her to him and crushed his mouth to hers. I wasn't prepared for the tidal wave of sensations that swept over me as those hungry lips met mine. In fact, a kiss was the last thing I had expected. One minute we were at each other's throats and the next we were, well, literally at each other's throats. My skin burned as his lips dropped kisses at the nape of my neck, then trailed up to my ear, across my cheeks, my nose, back to my mouth. I was shocked by my response, primal and hungry. I had experienced passion before. I was no blushing virgin, but I had never blazed out of control like this. I needed this man inside of me more than I needed to breathe. "Jason," I moaned helplessly as I fumbled with the t-shirt covering his beautiful chest. I could feel the hard, flat muscles of his stomach, the sprinkle of hair that dusted his smooth skin. It wasn't enough. I had to have more. I slid my arms around his waist and beneath the band of his jeans. I explored the contours of his buttocks and around to his impressive shaft, which pulsed with desire. It was his turn to moan as I stroked up and down its hard length. "Christ, Jesse," he bit out, voice hoarse with pleasure and pain. Stilling my hands, he began undoing my blouse, one tiny button at a time, with maddening slowness. He finally reached the top and slid the blue cotton from my shoulders. With a deft snap, he had my bra on the floor and his mouth covering my taut nipple. With each swirl of his magic tongue, fire climbed from between my legs and up my thighs. "Now," I rasped, ripping at the infuriating belt that held the denim around his lean hips. "Now." My pleas must have added fuel to the fire, because he brushed my hands aside and yanked the belt free. My pants followed, landing in a puddle at my feet. I was thankful I had been in too big a hurry to put on panties this morning. He pulled a foil packet out of his back pocket, and then his jeans also dropped to the floor, along with a pair of plaid boxers. He scooped me up in his arms as if I weighted no more than the empty, discarded clothes. I had never been carried before. The romance of the gesture arrowed through the haze of lust to strike at my very core. That was the reason why this was so different from my previous sexual encounters. It wasn't just my body that was aflame, but my heart as well. Every kiss, every touch was stirring me inside, as well as out. Wow, so this was what the whole love thing was all about. I caught my breath as Jason laid me on the lumpy mattress and lowered himself on top of me, bracing his weight with his arms on either side of me. "My Jesse," he whispered before bringing his mouth to mine. I closed my eyes and let the glorious rush of emotions, fear, hope, excitement, joy, carry me into the abyss.
Chapter 17.
I snuggled my backside against warm, hard male inside in contentment. I couldn't remember ever feeling so sated, both physically and emotionally. Emotion had never been a part of my love life. It was nice. I was surprised to discover I liked it. I wanted more. I didn't know much about Jason, really. I knew he was handsome, smart, exasperating, and very sexy. I knew he was a hero from Louisiana who had a young daughter. I didn't know his favorite food or what his mama called him. I wanted to know those things, which shocked me. Did I also want him to know all of my secrets? It shocked me even more to realize I did. After so many years of avoiding intimacy like a root canal, I now found myself craving it. What did I most want to know about this complicated man? His little girl. The answer came easily. I wanted to know about the most important thing in his life. A sharp stab of guilt pierced my heart. How could I want to make this little girl important to me when I couldn't do that for my own child? I pushed the thought away. I would tell Jason all about her. Sharing her with him would make her a part of our lives, as well. "Tell me about your daughter," I whispered, curling myself into him. "What?" he asked, and I could hear the surprise in his voice. "Your daughter," I repeated. "Tell me about her. What's her name? What's she like?" I could feel the thrum in my own body as his chest rumbled with a chuckle. "Her name is Dahlia, and she's something else. She's beautiful and sassy, way too smart for her britches. In fact," he said before kissing the top of my head, "she's a lot like you." "Really?" I was delighted. "Then she is a special little girl." "You're right," he answered, humor replaced by warmth. "She is." "Does she see her mother often?" I asked, holding my breath as I waited for an answer. He was silent for a moment before saying, "Are you hungry?" "I'm starving." "Let's call downstairs and have something sent up." He moved to slide out from under the sheet that covered us. "Jason, wait," I said, using my hand to push him back down on the mattress. "It's after midnight. The restaurant closed hours ago. I really need to get home." He tried again. "Dahlia and Tess will be worried." "Tess, my nanny." "Oh," I said, relieved. "Don't go." "What happened to Dahlia's mother? Did she die?" His laughter was harsh this time. "You don't mince words, do you? Not when it's important." Jason's eyes were hard, glittering with a powerful emotion that could have been hurt or rage. Who or what had scarred this incredible man? I had to know. "Tell me," I insisted, caressing his face before placing my lips to his in a desperate effort to ease his pain. "Why?" Despair cooled Jason's warmth like an ice water bath. Why did she want to dredge up a past that was best left buried beneath the layers of stony denial he had piled upon it? He pulled away from the sweet kiss, stared into her golden eyes. "I don't want to talk about her," he said, but as he spoke the words, he was shaken by the sudden realization that it was a lie. He did want to confide in Jessie. Damn it all to hell. Wasn't it bad enough that Rachel had done her best to ruin his daughter's life? Did she have to ruin his, too? Was every wonderful moment going to be tainted with her memory? The hot flood began to ebb. Maybe the reason he felt tempted to tell Jessie everything was because that's what he needed to do in order to exorcise that particular demon from his life. He hadn't told anyone what had transpired between Rachel and himself, not even Dylan or Tess. And he sure as hell couldn't tell Dahlia. Maybe now was the time to unburden himself, and Jessie was the person strong enough to hear it and not pity him. He couldn't tolerate pity. "Jason," she prompted, her voice just flirting with that familiar sharpness he had grown accustomed to. That decided it for him. He would tell her the whole story and let the chips fall where they may. "Fine," he said, sitting up so he could rest his head and shoulders against the headboard. He settled Jessie against him. "But it's an ugly story." "I don't mind ugly," she said. "I've faced it enough to know it's what makes us strong." God, how to begin? Was there any way to tell this story without Jessie looking at him like a fool? Or worse, like the pathetic loser he had been? No, he reminded himself, he hadn't been the loser. He had gained Dahlia. Rachel was the one who had lost. That's what he needed to keep in mind. In answer to your question, no, Dahlia doesn't spend any time with her mother. She doesn't. Rachel, Dahlia's mother, wants it that way. "Why?" Jessie asked, shock and a bit of anger in her voice. More than a bit, actually, and it made Jason smile. "Because she's a cold-hearted bitch." "But why?" Jessie repeated. "Why is she a bitch? I think she was born that way." "No, why has she cut Dahlia out of her life?" "Because she's mine," Jason said with a heavy sigh. "Rachel and I were involved for 6 months. It was serious on my end, not so much on hers. A rich mark came along and she had no more use for me." "That's terrible," she said. "Yeah, well, it gets worse. Fool that I was, I tracked her and her new fiancé down, hoping I could talk her into coming back to me. What happened?" She laughed in my face. "Told me she and her future husband were already expecting a baby and I needed to take myself on back to the bayou where I could, and I quote, suck on crawfish and get friendly with the gators." "Bitch," Jason chuckled. "Told you so. But I thought I loved her. Anyway, I did just as she said and went back home to nurse my broken heart." His voice turned bitter. 6 months later, I got a call from Rachel informing me that I was a father and I needed to come pick up my bastard or she was going to give her away. "Oh my God," Jessie exclaimed, eyes wide with horror. "Apparently, she used her pregnancy to get Richie Rich to marry her. At some point, he must have done the math and realized what she was up to. He demanded a paternity test once the baby was born. Lo and behold, he wasn't the father. Rachel had no interest in raising a child, so she called me." "I don't mean to sound insensitive," Jessie said, "but are you sure?" "Am I sure she's mine?" Jason finished. "Absolutely. I demanded a test, too, but it only took one look for me to know she was mine. The test just confirmed it. And you haven't heard from her since." "Not a peep. And I want to keep it that way. Dahlia doesn't need someone like that in her life." "But surely she's asked about her mother." "Not yet, but she starts school in the fall. I'm sure the questions will come." "What will you tell her?" "The truth. Her mother isn't well and couldn't look after her. I won't keep her from knowing more when she's older, but that's enough for now. She doesn't need to know that her mother was the kind of horrible person who would throw away a child." I flinched at that statement. "What her mother did to you is wrong and evil," I said, "but giving Dahlia up was the best thing that could have happened to her, given the circumstances." "True," he answered. "What kind of heartless woman would give up her own child?" "Not always heartless," I said softly. "Sometimes it's because she cares too much." Jason looked at me sharply. "If you had a child, you'd understand how impossible that would be." "I understand all too well," I whispered, taking his hand in mine. Now was the time to share my secret. I understand because I had a child. I was too young and too lost to take care of her. I had to give her up to give her a chance at a good life. Jason pulled away, a look of horror on his face. You have a child? No, I mean, I did, I said, confused by his reaction. I was only 18. After everything that happened with my father, I went a little wild. When I found out I was pregnant, there was never a question in my mind about what I had to do. What kind of life could I give her? So, you just passed her on to someone else, like the minor inconvenience she was, he said with cold, flat eyes. Rage had me vibrating like a tuning fork. He had no idea what my life had been like, or how hard it had been for me to do the right thing for my daughter. How dare you? I hissed through gritted teeth. How dare you judge me for giving my child a good life? A good life would have been growing up without knowing someone had tossed her aside, he said. I would as soon cut out my own heart as to do that to 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚. Are all women so selfish, or just the ones I'm unlucky enough to fall for? He rose angrily, jerking the sheet free and covering himself. Disgust was evident on his taut face. Thank God I realized just what kind of person you are before I made a bigger fool of myself than I already had. I lay there, too stunned to cover my own nakedness, staring at this man to whom I had just shared my deepest secret, and who hated me for it. He gathered up his clothes and stomped wordlessly into the bathroom, slamming the door behind him. In my head, I knew that his reaction was completely irrational. I knew I had nothing to be ashamed of, that I had done the right thing for everyone, and that he had no reason to be angry over something that was absolutely none of his business. But deep down, there was a part of me that had always felt guilty for abandoning my child. That part of me was certain he was right. What I had done was unforgivable, and I had made a terrible mistake in confessing such an evil act to someone I had hoped would love me. My instincts had been right all along. If you let people in, they use your vulnerabilities against you. Jason hadn't even glanced at the bed when he stormed out. His mind was swirling with mad thoughts of how Rachel had come into his life once again, in a different guise. She had manipulated him into falling in love with her once more, and he had been stupid enough to fall for it. It wasn't until he pulled up in front of his snug little house that reality crashed down around him. What the hell had happened? He had behaved like a raving lunatic. He was a sensible man, most of the time. He knew that, sometimes, giving a child a loving home meant entrusting it to the care of parents who could provide in ways a birth parent could not. Jessie was nothing like Rachel, but her story had hit too close to home. He had worried that Rachel would taint everything good in his life, and here was proof positive. Only it was his fault, not Rachel's, that he couldn't let go. He was holding that old hurt in front of his face like a shield, hadn't been able to see past it. And still, the devil on his shoulder taunted him. If she could abandon her own child, how easy would it be for her to discard you and 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚? He recalled the stark hurt in Jessie's eyes when he had put on his little freak show and knew that it hadn't been easy for her to do what she had. She had made a huge sacrifice to ensure her daughter's well-being. She had opened up to him about her loss and had been devastated as a result. He slammed his fists against the steering wheel. He had no doubt that he had severely damaged what he had been trying to build with Jessie. He had a vision of 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚 and her blocks. She would stack them up so carefully, and then gleefully send them crashing down with a sweep of her arm. He prayed Jessie would allow him to try to rebuild what he had so carelessly destroyed.
Chapter 18.
I was nervous, anxious to have the whole thing over and done with. I wanted to look my father's killer in the eye, and I was ready to cut Jason Anders out of my life once and for all. After tonight, we could go our separate ways. I'm not sure why I was so angry. He had just proven to me what I had known all along. You can't trust anyone but yourself. But I had trusted him. I had let down my walls enough to give him a peek inside. I had thought he was the one who would have my back. My mistake had been disastrous and humiliating. But I had learned my lesson. I stuffed my hurt deep down and looked at my watch, a scratched Timex that I had been meaning to replace for over a year, but had never gotten around to doing. It was only 1 o'clock. The day was crawling along at a maddening pace. I heard the thunk of my front door, accompanied by the clomp of heavy, booted feet. My back stiffened. Jason had returned, carrying 2 fast food bags in his large hands. "What are you doing here?" I demanded. I had no desire to spend an awkward afternoon pretending like he hadn't wounded me at the core of my being, but I'd be damned before I let him see that. "How did you get in?" "You hid your key under the doormat," he said. "That's a really bad idea. You'll have to be more careful, Jessie." "Crap. You had no right to walk right on in." "I came with a peace offering," he said, holding up the food. The smell of French fries was enough to make my mouth water, and I grabbed one of the paper sacks. I hadn't eaten all day, and I realized I was ravenous. "Accepted," I said with my mouth full of fried potatoes. "Now you can go." "Not before I apologize," he said, setting his meal on my small kitchen table. My heart was racing and I felt lightheaded. but nothing this man could say would erase last night. A burger and fries aren't enough to buy my forgiveness, I said, staring into his eyes with what I hoped was cold disdain. I know that, he said, and his face did seem to be etched with misery. I was completely out of line last night. I am so sorry for hurting you the way I did. He took both my hands in his strong, warm ones, but I yanked mine back. Jesse, he said, please give me a chance to explain. I have no excuse for my behavior, but can we at least talk about it? There's no need for an explanation, I said, and focused my attention on my burger. I didn't want to hear his reasons. I knew them well enough. He thought I was the same type of cold-hearted bitch he considered Rachel to be. He was feeling guilty about this, for whatever reason, but I wasn't going to let him off the hook. He was a judgmental, arrogant ass, and I would not give him the comfort of absolution. Damn it, Jesse, he said, shedding his conciliatory manner as frustration apparently got the best of him. I love you. I wish to God I could go back and take away the things I said, but I can't. Please give me another chance. My heart turned over and I wanted so very much to believe him, to believe that he did love me and wanted to make things right. But it was too late. He was right, there was no going back. He had shown me his true colors, and I couldn't afford to be hurt over and over again like that, even if I did love him. Just go, I whispered. Jesse, go, I shouted, my voice echoing off the walls and window panes. What was left of my heart shattered as his face twisted in agony, but he did as I asked. He turned on his heel and walked out the door. I stared at the empty space where, just seconds before, he had been standing. Then, I sank down into the chair and gave in to the tears I had been holding back for far too long. I climbed behind the wheel of my Taurus, stony-faced, at 8 o'clock on the dot. My tears had dried up about 4 hours ago, along with any sentimental residue that had lingered. I was feeling a bit shaky, but I attributed that to the fact that I hadn't eaten much all day. My knotted stomach couldn't handle the fast food lunch Jason had presented. I was also hot and uncomfortable, thanks to the bulletproof vest I was wearing. Jason climbed in beside me, unsmiling, and sat ramrod straight, muscles at rigid attention and mouth set in a grim line. I didn't want him in my car, but we had agreed that the fewer vehicles, the better. I picked up my key and was mortified to realize that my hands were trembling too much for me to slide it into the ignition. Jason's harsh veneer crumpled, and he placed his big hand over my trembling one. I jerked away, as if his hand were a hot poker. Jesse, what if it doesn't work? I whispered, staring at him in terror. What if no one shows up? What if we never solve this case and I spend the rest of my life looking over my shoulder, never knowing who I can trust? You can trust me, he said, sliding his hand up my arm to cup my cheek, gazing at me with those soulful green eyes. I leaned my head into it, savoring the warmth of his rough, warm palm against my skin, the feeling of reassurance and safety. Then realization came rushing back and I ripped free of his touch. No, I can't. My words sounded resolute, gave no hint of my despair. His hand fell as if a string had been cut. He turned back to stare at the windshield and said in a voice as devoid of emotion as mine had been, well, you can trust the VPD, and you'll have their very best at your service. He glanced at me once again before continuing, and we're going to throw this bastard in a hole so deep he'll never be able to claw his way out. I smiled at Jason. I couldn't help myself. For some reason, his confidence made me feel better, more sure of our plan. Why was that? I wasn't some weak-kneed damsel in distress. I was a freaking action hero. I snapped a clip into a gun I had never used outside of the shooting range and slid it into the shoulder holster Jason had given me. All right, I said, let's do this. I managed to cling to my semblance of calm all the way to Kingsdale, but I felt it disintegrate when I saw the large blue Chevy parked only a block from Kara's house. What the hell? I said, stomping on the brake so hard our heads whipped forward, and the equipment resting on the back seat went crashing to the floorboard. Careful, Jason said, that's expensive stuff back there. Why is there a police car here? I demanded, staring daggers into his bewildered face. You knew there was going to be a team of officers, he said. They're going to monitor you just like planned. I knew they were going to be listening, be close enough to intervene, but they might as well put a neon sign over the house announcing it's a trap. They're not going to stay there, Jason explained in a reasonable tone that set my already jangled nerves even more on edge. They're just waiting for me to put them in position. This isn't going to work, I said. After all the plotting and planning, it wasn't going to work. What are you talking about? Jason asked, incredulity written all over that chiseled face. You have to send them away, I said. I told you, they're not staying. I'm going to put them somewhere out of sight. Fine, but what about the rest of the team? Where are you going to stick 3 Crown Vics? And the men stationed inside the house? Are they going to be hiding in the bathroom? We talked about this, Jesse. His voice was harsh with exasperation. In fact, we've spent weeks talking about this. I forced back my panic and took a few deep, calming breaths before responding. It wouldn't help me to plead my case while in the throes of hysteria. I know we did, I said. But I needed to see it to know it wasn't going to work. We've planned hundreds of ops. We know what we're doing, he said. Yes, but so does our killer. You have to send everyone away. Absolutely not, he ground out through clenched jaws. This may be our only chance, I said. We can't risk making a mess of it because you're afraid. I knew I had made a mistake the second the words had left my mouth. I had let my anxieties get to me and had returned to my old habits, attacking his pride. He grabbed my shoulders and yanked me to face him, fury radiating from his entire body in burning hot waves. You're damn right I'm afraid. You're getting ready to put yourself square in the crosshairs of someone who's already murdered 2 people. I know, I said calmly, reminding myself that, despite everything, this man did care about me in some way. I'm not thrilled about it, either, but we can't screw it up. You've had your people watching this house since before you put the whole thing in motion. Elroy's not in there right now. We can get in place and leave one surveillance team to let us know when he gets here. And, I added before he could interrupt, we'll leave the sniper I know you have stationed somewhere around. We don't need a battalion. Jessie was right, Jason knew. He had gone overboard in trying to keep her safe, but damn it, she had no idea what she was getting herself into. No, that wasn't true. He corrected himself. She was the one who had been shot. She knew better than anyone how high the stakes were. She wanted her life back, and he couldn't blame her for that. And in order to make that happen, they needed to be smart. Okay, he sighed in resignation. One team will stay and monitor our mics. One man will stay where he is. Everyone else goes. It took only a few minutes for Jason to contact the inhabitants of the police cars, which were not actually Crown Vics, but sedate unmarked sedans, and the 4 officers inside the house. 2 cars were sent on their way and one nondescript Chevy was parked in a driveway 1 block over, close enough to hear what was going on without being in the thick of the action. The sniper was left on his perch upon the roof of the neighboring house. Happy? He asked as the final police vehicle disappeared down the road. I'm not sure happy is the right word, she answered, but I'm definitely more comfortable. Wish I could say the same, Jason mumbled, but Jessie was already on her way up the walk, so the comment was wasted breath. He jogged a few steps to catch up, ducked under the police tape, and unlocked the door. I figure we've got a good 3 hours before we need to start watching for our invited guest, he said. But I want to get in place just in case he's overeager. Jason knew it had to be his imagination. But the smell of death crawled up into his nose and down his throat, made him want to gag. The stale, fetid air was stifling. But he didn't dare search out the thermostat to turn up the air. With the drapes drawn, the house was as dark as a tomb and felt hot, heavy, and dead. He dropped into the plush sofa, hoping to relax, but he couldn't stop his knee from bouncing and he caught himself raising a hand to run through his hair. He watched Jessie walk back and forth, wearing away his already threadbare nerves. Jason rose to his feet and placed his hands on her shoulders, halting her in mid-stride. Stop, he said, holding her in place. Her bones felt as delicate and fragile as Dahlia's china doll. What? She asked, her voice tight, the pitch just a little too high. Stop pacing. If you keep that up, you're going to fall through to the basement. I can't help it, she said. I'm too edgy to sit still. If you want me to settle down, you're going to have to distract me. They stared at each other in silence, and Jason knew the precise moment that Jessie realized what she had said. He watched a slow flush paint her face deep red. Nice weather today, she said in a tone reeking of artificial animation. Sure is, Jason replied in his slow, easy drawl. This is the first day in a long while that we've had a break in the heat. I'm going to go stark, raving mad, Jason decided as he listened to her mindless prattle about barometric pressure, and what did it really mean? Anyway, he was stretched to the breaking point, and the inane chatter was more than he could take. To hell with it. He grabbed Jessie and pulled her hard against him, stopping the flow of her words by covering her mouth with his own.
Chapter 19.
Everything disappeared. The house, the cops outside, her nerves. All that existed were Jason and the delicious icy fire racing through my blood. He pulled back, leaving me panting and feeling quite bereft. I raised my arms and almost wrapped them around his neck, wanting to be closer to him, wanting even more. But then I remembered my heartache and let them fall. That would only lead to more pain. I'm sorry, he rasped, still catching his breath. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. I managed to whisper and turned away so he wouldn't be able to read the doubt on my face. How was I going to stand this? How could I spend 3 hours teetering on the very edge of insanity? It would take so little to push me right over. I had to find a way to keep my mind busy. Tell me about your family, I said, not really sure why I was asking, but knowing anything was better than the terrible silence. My family, he asked, brow furrowed. Why? I just want to know, I answered. Humor me. He shifted back onto the cushions of the sofa, fiddled with the collar of his jacket. Not really much to tell, he said. Of course there is, I insisted. You came from somewhere. You didn't just drop, fully grown, out of the sky. No, he said with a smile, but I'm sure my mother wished I had from time to time. So, tell me about her. I found I really did want to know about the woman who had birthed and raised this man, and that made me very uncomfortable. I didn't want to know more. His smile turned wistful, and his green eyes lost focus, as if he were staring at something in the distance. She's a powerhouse, he said, his voice holding a hint of a chuckle. You don't get in her way 'cause she'll mow you right down. When I was growing up, I learned to never let Mama know if I had any problems at school. If I did, she marched right down there and bulled her way into the principal's office to find out what was going on. If the blame lay with the school, she'd threaten lawsuits, mass destruction, and Grammy Lou. Grammy Lou. Now he laughed out loud. My grandmother Lou was a full-fledged voodoo priestess. You mean with dolls and pins and everything? There's more to it than that, he said. But, yeah, she was a mighty threat around my neck of the woods. I began, but didn't really know where to go from there, so I changed the subject. What if you were to blame? If it were my fault, she'd jerk a knot in my tail right then and there. But she loved you, I said, hearing affection in his tone. Yeah, she did. There were 3 of us boys. She wouldn't take sass from any of us, but she loved us. Brought us up on her own. Our daddy was never in the picture. Cleaned offices at night so she could be there when we needed her. Where is she now? I asked. Florida. She retired about 5 years ago and moved to a senior community where she plays bingo and takes trips to Disney World. Do you see her often? Every Thanksgiving and Christmas, he said. And your brothers? One's in Texas and the other's in Ohio, but they and their families are all there during the holidays. I could imagine what such a gathering would be like. I pictured Mama Anders, a great big bear of a woman in a shapeless house dress and slippers, at the head of a huge table. I saw Jason and a pint-sized female version of himself seated, along with 2 additional Jasons with various wives and children, all gathered around. It was rowdy and messy, and my heart ached to be a part of it. What was your home like growing up? I asked, wanting more images of Jason and his family to hold in my mind. Small, shabby, full of love, he answered. Care to elaborate? Not right now, he said. Let's talk about you. Me. We had already talked about me and he had found me sorely lacking. I wanted to hang on to the happy childhood Jason had put in my head. I wanted to experience, vicariously, life through him. I didn't want to look back on my own misery. I don't know what's left for me to say, I said. I was an unwed mother who gave up her child. Apparently, that's all that matters to you. I took a mean bit of pleasure in seeing the shame color his face. Jesse, you can't begin to imagine how sorry I am for the way I acted. Please. I don't want to talk about this, I interrupted. Not now. Hey, guys, a scratchy disembodied voice said into my ear, startling me. It took a few seconds for me to remember that we weren't exactly alone, and that I wasn't having auditory hallucinations. Damn, I forgot they were listening. Jason muttered. You've got company coming, the voice continued, barely controlled excitement vibrating through the static. My heart rate jacked into overdrive and every part of my body felt like it had been hit with an electric charge. Showtime, I said on an exhale. This was it. I was ready for Elroy. He had murdered my father and killed any chance I had to really get to know the man I had shut out of my life for 16 years. I was going to look him in the eye and I was going to take him down. Hide, I hissed, making shooing motions at Jason with my hands. I love you, Jesse, he whispered before disappearing into the shadows. His words left me so breathless it was several seconds before I could think clearly. However, I did manage to recover enough to flatten myself against the wall to the left of the door, pistol drawn. I searched the darkness for Jason, but he was completely hidden in the uncanny recesses of the room. It made my heart quicken, being alone. I had to remind myself that he was there, even though I couldn't see him. He's coming up the steps, the voice in my ear said in a rushed, excited voice. My pulse was thrumming, my breath coming in short gasps. In only minutes, I would be getting my life back. His hand is on the knob, the same voice said. I'm right here with you, Jesse, a whisper came, close in the darkness. I had never thought of myself as a coward, and now was certainly not the time to start acting like one. My heart continued to race and my breathing was still too fast, but my hands were steady. I was ready to face the man who had forced me to live in fear. I watched the knob begin to turn, pressed my back harder against the wall, gripped the pistol so tightly my knuckles glowed white in the dark. Time seemed to stop as the door began to ooze inward mere millimeters at a time. I could feel sweat trickle down my back. I could hear the monotonal tick-tick-tick of a clock somewhere in the living room. I could smell the dust motes that must be floating around in the still air. Then things began moving too fast. The door was open and a shadow, only a shade lighter than those surrounding it, stood in the room. Before I had a chance to take a step toward Elroy, I was blinded by a sudden flood of light. Freeze, Jason shouted. He was on his way to putting himself between Elroy and me when the man struck with the speed of a snake. My gun clattered to the floor and the cold hard barrel of a pistol was pressed against my temple. "No, you freeze, or I'm going to blow her brains all over your pretty face." Something was wrong. Okay, that was clearly an understatement, but something besides the obvious was very, very wrong. Fear may have paralyzed my body and a good deal of my brain, but I could still hear, and the voice shrilling at Jason did not belong to Bronson Elroy. In fact, it was a woman's voice, high-pitched and keen, a voice I hadn't heard in years, but recognized instinctively. This had to be a fear-induced hallucination. Or maybe Elroy had already shot me and I was being greeted in hell. "Surprise," she hissed into my ear. "No," I gasped as I struggled to make sense of what was happening. "You can't be here. You're dead." "I am here and I'm not dead," the woman said. "You never were smart enough to figure anything out on your own. You always needed someone to spell it out for you." Shock had numbed the fear as I stood there trying to comprehend the fact that a dead woman was standing behind me and holding a gun to my head. It wasn't possible. An inner voice began clawing its way through the buzzing in my brain. Not only was this possible, it was dangerously real, and if I didn't do something, I was going to die. "What the hell is going on?" I demanded. My racing heart froze as I saw Jason materialize out of the shadows and step into the dim wash of moonlight coming through the windows. "Drop it," he said. "I don't think so," she snarled, wrapping her free arm around my neck and twisting me so that I was between the two of them. 10 years of self-defense training, and my traitorous body refused to do anything. Shock was a bitch. "Let her go," Jason said, his voice as cold and hard as the lump in my throat. "No, who the hell are you?" he asked. "How soon the world forgets," she said. "Jason," I whispered in a voice little more than a croak, "it's Gloria." His face didn't change. If I hadn't known him, I would have missed the slight lifting of his eyebrows, the tiny flare of his nostrils that gave away his surprise. "I'm giving you one more chance," he said with surreal calm. "Let her go or I'll shoot you right between the eyes." She laughed, and it was a sound so full of glee I shuddered. She was insane, and this mad woman was going to kill both of us. I had to do something. I couldn't continue to stand here helpless while she shot us in cold blood. I had too much to live for. I had to use the only weapon at my disposal, my tongue. "Why?" I asked, trying to keep my voice from pitching into hysteria. "Why are you here? Why aren't you rotting in your grave? What a lovely thing to say to your mother." She gripped my hair in her fist so tightly I couldn't believe it was still attached to my head. Her breath was hot against my cheek and the steel of the gun barrel was icy against my temple. I felt it slide in the slick sweat that coated my skin. "You shot me. What a lovely thing to do to your daughter." I hated that it bothered me that the woman who gave me life had tried to take it back, but the rage gave me courage. She snorted against my ear. "I wasn't trying to kill you. I was aiming for that little worm Milston." "Yeah, well, your aim sucks. If you had kept your nose out of everything like I asked, you wouldn't have gotten hurt." Jason must have caught on, because he joined the conversation. "So, you were the one who planted the note in Jesse's car," he said. "Of course," she replied. "I may not be overly maternal, but I certainly didn't want to kill my daughter unless I had to." "Real Mother of the Year material," he said. Anger flared in her eyes and she yanked harder, making my scalp throb. "I never wanted to be a mother," she said. "That was all Adam's idea. I gave in because he promised me I wouldn't have to take care of it. No dirty diapers, no snotty noses. Nanas would do it all." "And you hated me for it," I said. "Hated you?" Gloria asked, sounding truly surprised. "I never hated you. I didn't care enough to hate you. Sometimes, when your father was out banging Candy, I actually liked having you around. No matter what he did, I would always be the mother of his child. He could never be rid of me."
Chapter 20.
Jason felt his skin crawl, looking at this horrid creature with stringy blonde hair and Jesse's hazel eyes. "So, if you wanted to hang on to Welling, why did you do it? Why the fake death? Why come back and kill so many people?" Gloria gave an inelegant grunt. "Adam was going down hard and I wasn't going to go down with him. Who was going to associate with the wife of someone like him? I had to reinvent myself. I got a new face, a new name, courtesy of a few Swiss bank accounts he knew nothing about. Voila, a whole new me." "But you didn't change everything, did you?" Jason asked, his eyes raking over her golden pantsuit. "Your signature color suits you. Bet you didn't know you left a little of it behind with the governor's body." "The me declared you legally dead," I said. "He had proof that you died in that fire. People are easily bought." "Jesse, dear," she said, gloating. "But you didn't pay him, did you?" Jason asked, thinking about Dr. Voorhees and his unexpected death. "You shot him. You murdered him and made it look like suicide." Gloria shrugged her shoulders. "He knew too much. Why come back?" I asked, cringing at the plea I could hear in my voice. A plea for answers, for understanding, for this woman to be anyone other than who she claimed to be. I couldn't let that man, with his woe is me, I was framed sob story, go digging around into the past and discover too much. Gloria Welling is going to stay dead and buried. Her eyes were fierce. I don't care how many people I have to kill to make sure that happens. But neither Kara nor Milston knew anything, I protested. She jerked my head hard enough to bring a new sheen of tears to my eyes. Shut up, she screeched, her control slipping. I'm done talking. It's time to finish this. Fear, bitter and hot, exploded behind my eyes. Yes, I thought, it was time. With no real plan in mind, I stomped down on Gloria's stiletto shod foot with all my strength. Apparently, I had a lot of rage behind the move, because the skinny heel snapped like a toothpick and, with a cry, she listed to the right. I jumped in the opposite direction as the room was filled with the loud bang of a gunshot. Jason felt the sharp bite of cordite singe the back of his throat, heard the roar of blood in his ears, felt the weight of the gun tremble in hands that had been rock steady when they had needed to be. Jessie, he heard himself roar through the ringing in his ears. Jessie, he took a step toward her, where she lay crumpled on the floor, but the room erupted with shouts and the pounding of feet as officers came storming in. They surrounded Jessie, and he could no longer see her. Jason, Dylan was in his face, holding him back. You okay, man? Jessie, Jason repeated, shaking off his partner and pushing past him. She's okay, Dylan called after him. She's fine. Jason didn't slow. He stepped around the officers and paramedics working on the inert form of Gloria Welling and forced his way into the group blocking the woman he loved. And there she was, sitting up and sipping from a mug of water someone had placed in her hands. The cup shook so violently he heard it rattle against her teeth. She was pale and her hazel eyes were huge and glassy with shock, but she was alive. His head swam with relief and he, too, sat down before his knees could give way. You hurt? A young uniformed officer asked with concern. I'm fine, he said. Or at least he would be as soon as he could touch Jessie and feel for himself that she really was okay. Jason laid a hand on her shoulder, careful not to startle her. She turned those haunted eyes to him and crawled into his arms. He held her as the cops and EMTs hurried about like ants scurrying to and from their hill. He was more than fine. He was better than he had been in a long time. I sat upright on my shabby sofa, an uncomfortable distance, both physical and emotional, separating me from the man I loved. 3 days had passed since our terrible ordeal, and most of the shakes had gone. Despite my recovering nerves, I didn't want to let Jason out of my sight. I had thought I was going to lose him that night, and I still needed to keep him close, just not too close. He must have felt the same way, because he hadn't left my house since he had picked me up and carried me out of Kara's bloodstained living room. He'd FaceTimed his daughter every day, and I could see that she was an adorable creature with a winning smile and feisty spirit. She was going to be a real heartbreaker someday. I smiled to myself, wondering if Jason had any clue about what he was in for. What's so funny? Jason asked, reaching out as if to touch me, but letting his hand fall to his lap instead. I felt the absence of that hand as strongly as I would have felt a slap. Nothing, I said, my amusement crashing as quickly as it had arisen. I was still trying to wrap my head around everything. It was hard to come to terms with the fact that everything I had believed for nearly 20 years was a lie. Worse, I still didn't have the whole truth. Gloria may have murdered my father, but she wasn't responsible for the corruption that cost him his career. I needed answers, all of them. I'd never be able to rest until I had them. I was coming to realize what I had to do. I was going to have to face the monster that brought me into this world only to tear me apart. The only way I was going to find out what I need to know was to talk to Gloria. I have to see her, I whispered. I know, Jason said. We'll go whenever you're ready. Tomorrow, I said. We'll go tomorrow. I could see the world passing outside my window. Houses, trees, and mailboxes were there and then gone, so I knew we were racing along. Still, it felt like we had been on the road for hours and had gotten nowhere. I glanced at the clock. It had only been 10 minutes since we had left my apartment. That meant we still had about 45 minutes to go. How was I going to make it? Once I had decided I needed answers, I had been seized with the desperate need to have them now. Electricity zinged through my body, making it impossible to sit still and enjoy the scenery. I twisted and turned. I tapped my feet. I raised my butt off the cushions and repositioned myself. Nothing helped. You're going to drive us both crazy if you don't settle down, Jason said from behind the wheel. I can't help it, I said, rolling my shoulders. I just need this to happen. Here, he said, snapping on the radio. He twisted the knob until the rich strains of classical music filled the vehicle. I had no idea who the composer was, but, oddly enough, it helped. I wasn't a superhero able to bend time or hurl myself down the road at the speed of light, so I leaned back against the soft leather seat of Jason's SUV and closed my eyes. I forced myself to imagine the music was actually sliding over me in a soothing wave. My heart rate slowed and the panic began to seep out of my skin and roll away. I can't say that I was tranquil when we finally pulled up in front of General but at least I had survived the car ride without jumping out of my skin. Knowing my answers were just minutes away set my heart hammering again, though. And the anxiety was accompanied by a leaden sense of dread. I wanted the truth, but I wished with all my heart that I didn't have to see Gloria to get it. I wanted to forget about her, exile her memory to some distant part of my brain where I could lock her up and never see her again. The inner war of opposing instincts was so overwhelming that I couldn't move for a moment. I sat frozen until I felt a gentle hand on my shoulder. "Jesse." I looked up into Jason's concerned face and my resolve returned. "Let's do this," I said, climbing out of the vehicle. A stern-faced policeman guarded Gloria's door, but with a nod to Jason, he let us pass. Seeing Gloria was like a sucker punch. She was pale and her face had been altered a bit from the one I remembered from childhood, but she still looked way too much like the woman whose indifference had influenced me for too much of my life. "What are you doing here?" she snarled, eyes growing less vacant and a look of disdain twisting her features. That pushed me back into myself faster than anything else could have. "I want answers, Gloria," I said in a cool, even tone that surprised me. No hesitation, no plea, no tremble, completely matter of fact. "Well, I want out of this bed," she said, "but I don't think that's gonna happen, either." Her eyes followed me as I walked over to the bed and picked up her call button, holding it out of her reach. One way or another, I had to know the truth. "Hey, give me that." I leaned in and felt a little thrill of pleasure as she cringed away from me. I placed a steady right-on hand on the arm strapped to her chest by a sling. "Get away from me," she shrieked. "Who framed my father?" I asked. "No one. The jackass dug his own grave." I applied the tiniest bit of pressure to the bullet hole. "Oh, shit, that hurts. Tell me who framed my father. What do you care?" I pressed again. "Okay," she gasped. "It was that pissant Millston. Why do you think I shot at him? That bastard. He was the governor's man that Jenkins had been dealing with." I released Gloria's arm and she jerked away from me. "He tried to tell me it was all Candace." "Candy," Gloria hooted. "That bimbo couldn't plot her way out of toilet paper." A new fury burned now. That little troll was responsible for everything that had happened. He may not have murdered my father or Kara with his own two hands, but his actions had indirectly resulted in death. He had started it all, and he needed to pay for that. He would pay for that. "Jesse," I heard Jason call as I swept past him, but I didn't stop until I felt his hand clamp down over my shoulder. "Jesse," he repeated. "Hold up." "Can't," I said, not daring to look at him. "He's probably already on his way out of the country." "No, he isn't. We've had him under surveillance since that night at the bar." He turned me to face him, forced me to look into his eyes. "He's not going to get away with anything. I promise." "But he cut me off. "I have already called it in. He'll be in custody before you make it across the parking lot." "I want to see him," I said, trying to pull away, even though what I really wanted was to crawl into Jason's arms. His voice was as soft as the gentle caress of the hand on my cheek, brushing away tears I hadn't realized I had shed. "Will it really help, Jesse?" A stark, icy wave of despair washed over me. I knew, deep in my inner core, that Jason was right. Confronting Millston wouldn't change anything. It wouldn't dissolve the hard stone that had settled in my chest the moment I learned my father hadn't thrown away his life, that it had been stolen from him. And it wouldn't ease the guilt that had been eating at my soul. I shuddered as the knowledge slammed into me. No one, neither Millston nor Gloria, was going to make this better. I was going to have to let go. I had to release all the anger, resentment, and regret that I had unknowingly been harboring deep inside. Knowing this didn't make me feel better. In fact, it was far worse. The only person left to direct my negative energies toward was me. I felt Jason's arms around me, pulling me close as I cried against his chest. Losing this man was one more regret to add to the already crushing pile. I couldn't take it any longer. I jerked free and raced through the hospital corridors, too blinded by tears and self-loathing to see where I was going. I could hear Jason shouting my name, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop until everyone and everything was left far, far behind me.
Chapter 21.
My head was pounding as I swam through the soup of sleep and dreams and into consciousness. The night had been long, and I had spent most of it either crying or shouting into my pillow. God, how I wanted this nightmare to be over. I forced myself to struggle to a sitting position, and it was only then that I realized my head wasn't the only thing that was pounding. Someone was knocking on my door. Crap. I really wanted to wallow in self-pity right now. I didn't have the time or the inclination to deal with whoever was out there. I flopped back down onto my bed and burrowed under the covers. The knocking stopped, thank heaven. But then my phone started buzzing. Damn, but someone was persistent. I groped on my side table, swearing as I knocked both the cell and the lamp onto the floor. I scrambled out of bed and snatched up the phone, hitting the answer button without bothering to check to see who was calling. What? I barked. Open the door, Jason demanded. I froze, but my heart throbbed at the sound of his voice. I can't talk right now, I managed to say. I didn't have the energy for this, or for him. "Let me in," he insisted. "I have news. It's important." I didn't want to let him in, didn't want to see him or deal with whatever it was he had to say, but nothing seemed to quell my inherent thirst for answers, not even my own abject misery. I stomped over to the door and flung it open. "I'm glad you removed the hidden key," he said by way of greeting. "Wow, you look terrible." "Thanks, I feel terrible. What do you want?" I said, keeping a firm grip on the door so he wouldn't be able to step into my apartment unless he pushed me out of the way. "We got him," he said. "Who?" I asked, confused. I had no idea what he was talking about. "Milston. We got Milston." The room spun and I found myself reaching out to Jason to keep from sliding to the floor. He gripped my arms, providing the stability I needed until the wave of dizziness passed. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of hurt that he hadn't pulled me against him, but I reminded myself that was the last thing I wanted. "So, it really is over," I whispered, trying to process the idea that I was finally free of the horror that had lapped at my heels for so long. I was safe, and my father's reputation would be restored. Now everyone would know what I had come to learn. He had been a good man, flawed, to be sure, but good. Like Kara, he had his justice and now he could rest in peace. I waited for it to hit me, but I wasn't feeling the relief that I had expected. Surely it would kick in, wouldn't it? Surely it would replace the emptiness I felt yawning down deep into my very being. "It's over," he agreed. Milston confessed as soon as he realized Gloria was still alive and out to kill him. Guess he thought prison was a safe place to be while on her hit list. "Unless she winds up in the same penitentiary," I said. Jason smiled. "Now that would be poetic justice. If only we could arrest that piece of crap Elroy and lock him up with them." "Why can't you?" "Damned statute of limitations. But believe me, if he doesn't keep his nose lily white from now on, he'll be very, very sorry." If Elroy could have seen the hard glint in Jason's eyes, he would have been certain to keep said nose pure as ivory. "At least his political career is kaput," I said. "His days as a beacon of truth and light are over." I stopped talking, examined my feelings again. Still no exhilarated relief. What was wrong with me? "I should go," Jason said. "Good luck, Jesse. I hope you find what you're looking for." He turned to walk out the door. I shuddered as an unassailable truth hit me. All this time, I had believed that as soon as this nightmare was over, as soon as I had my life back, everything would return to normal. But it wasn't going to happen. What good was having my life back when I'd lost what mattered most? I had made a horrible mistake. By rejecting Jason, I had thought I was protecting myself when, in reality, I had been causing irreparable harm. Jason had reacted viscerally to my story and had hurt me badly, but he knew it and was sorry. I had been punishing him for his error by not allowing him to apologize. Self-preservation hadn't been my motive. It had been all about making him suffer. "Jason," I whispered, reaching out to stop him and running my fingers over the broad planes of that beautiful face. "I need—" He didn't let me finish. With infinite care, he grasped my hand and held it against his heart for the merest hint of a second before releasing it. I let it drop to my side. "I have to go," he said. And with that, he was gone. "This is ridiculous," I said, swirling the amber liquid around and around in the shot glass I held in my hand. "Yes, it is," Gail agreed. "You're supposed to drink that, not play with it." She was absolutely resplendent in a gold sequin tank that showed off her powerful shoulders and looked fabulous against her caramel skin. Next to Gail, I felt even more rumpled than usual in my worn levis and white crew neck tee with the barely visible ink stain below my left breast. "I don't know why I'm even here," I said. "You're here because you've been moping over a man for a week now, and I can't stand by and watch any longer." "And this helps how?" I asked, looking around. Pulsing lights pounded against my eyes while throbbing drumbeats vibrated in my chest. The young and beautiful swarmed around and over me like gnats as they ordered and picked up drinks, rubbed body, and all but made love on the dance floor. God, I felt old. This helps because it's therapeutic. "You get to tell me all about the scumbag who did you wrong," and she turned me around on the bar stool to face a trio of impossibly gorgeous and equally impossibly young men who were looking Gail over with obvious interest. "If you play your cards right, you just might get something even better." "Gail," I hissed. "They're babies." "Not from where I'm sitting," she said with a lascivious smile. "They're over 21 and we're under 100, so it's all good." "I am not going there," I told her. "Prude." She turned back to the bar. "So, tell me what happened between you and the jackass. What horrible thing did he do to mess this up?" "He didn't, I did." "Well, he did do something horrible, but he was sorry. I wouldn't let him off the hook." "Care to elaborate?" "So I did." I gave her the whole story from beginning to end. All of it, Jason, my father, Milston, Elroy, my mother. She already knew a lot of it from the news and social media, but I didn't leave out anything. I was drained by the time I finished, and so was my glass. "Wow," she said. "You don't do things halfway, do you, kid?" I snorted. Definitely not. So, what are you going to do now? What can I do? I asked. Besides get drunk and whine about my problems like a silly co-ed. For starters, you can go find Jason. What good would that do? I asked, despair weighing heavily on me. I had had several chances to clean up the mess I had made of things, and I had wasted every one. He was tired of me and my baggage. It's too late. I tried to fix things and he walked away. I blew it. Is he dead? I looked at Gail, shocked. Of course not. Don't say things like that. Has he moved off planet? She asked, ignoring me. No, but has he contracted some terrible communicable disease that makes it dangerous to risk speaking with him? I glared at her. I'll take that as a no, so it's not too late. Go talk to him. The past 5 days had been a nightmare of self-pity and regret. Losing Jason and knowing he would still be with me if I had only let him and was killing me. I wanted him so badly. Could it really be as simple as Gail was making it sound? Could I really just walk up to him and ask him to take me back? To forgive me when I had refused to do the same for him? I don't know, I said. Well, I do. This ain't my first rodeo, girl, and you need to get right back up on that particular horse. But what if he doesn't want me? I asked, putting into words the most unbearable outcome I could imagine. But what if he does? Do you really want to waste any more time regretting something you didn't do? She had a point, and I had never been a coward. All right, I said, feeling emboldened by Gail's no-nonsense advice, and probably by the alcohol. I'll do it. Click, 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 click. Jason jabbed at the remote control, rejecting all 175 channels that whizzed before his eyes across the TV screen. Nothing captured his attention. He hungered for some relief from unrelenting thoughts of Jessie, but nothing could drive her from his mind. Not even for a few minutes. It was easier during the day. He had work and he had Dahlia. But after Dahlia and Tess had gone to bed, he was left without distraction and the terrible loop played over and over again in his head. He revisited his first meeting with Jessie, and remembered how much he had thought he disliked the cold, pushy journalist with her obvious agenda. He thought about that first kiss, and the punch to the gut that had come with it. He relived the first time they had made love, and he despaired at the look in her eyes when he had made the biggest mistake of his life. It had taken every ounce of willpower he possessed to walk away from Jessie last week, but she had been emotional, vulnerable. More than anything in the world, he had wanted to pull her into his arms. How easy it would have been to pretend her desire had been real, but it would have made things so much worse if he had taken advantage of her. He snorted, as if worse were possible. He remembered the dark time after Rachel had left. He had been crazed with jealousy, wounded pride, and guilt. He had thought his heart had been broken, but now he knew better. This was what a broken heart felt like. There was actual, physical pain, as if someone had smashed his chest with a wrecking ball. His days seemed endless and meaningless. If it hadn't been for Dahlia, he wondered if he would have even bothered to get out of bed. Thank God for his little girl. The sudden knock on the door made him jump as it jerked him out of his thoughts and back into the cozy living room. What now? He groaned to himself as he rose and made his way to the front door. Jessie, he gasped after flinging it open. She was the last person he had expected to see standing on his front step at 10 o'clock on a Friday night. He drank in the sight of her, loving her makeup-free face, her messy ponytail, and her easygoing t-shirt and jeans. She was perfect. Hi, Jason, she said, her smile shaky. Long time, no see. Hope bloomed, but he tamped it down, knowing it was irrational. Jessie had made herself perfectly clear more than once. She was through with him. Forever. That day a week ago hadn't meant anything, except that she had needed someone to reach out to and he happened to be the only warm body around. He had destroyed their relationship with his inability to let go of the past. He could only thank God that Dahlia hadn't been involved. What do you want? He bit off, wincing inwardly at how harsh his voice sounded. Can I come in? He stepped away from the door, giving her room to enter. She looked around at the small living area, taking in the warm ivory walls, pale blue sofa, and rich hardwood floors covered with colorful rag rugs his mother had made. He wondered what she saw, gazing at his home, comfort, as he did, or an albatross. Nice, she commented around the fingernail she was worrying with her teeth, like a dog gnawing on a bone. She seemed to realize what she was doing, dropped her hand, and clasped it in the other. Where's your? She began, just as he said YR. They both stopped and an awkward silence hung in the air. Go, he said, surprised at the sudden fury washing through him. How dare she come and make him hope again? Say what you need to say and then go. He cursed himself as he saw the flash of pain spark in those amber eyes. He didn't want to hurt her any more than he already had, but, damn it, she had hurt him, too. Where's your daughter? She asked. In bed. Tess. She went home. What do you want, Jessie? He was weary of the emotional roller coaster. Why couldn't she just say what she needed and go? I'm sorry, she said, looking at him, eyes huge as if she were afraid he was going to rip her to shreds. The spark of hope burned a little brighter, overshadowing the anger. "Sorry for what?" he asked, and held his breath as he waited for her answer. "I'm sorry that I wouldn't forgive you. I'm sorry that I ruined what we had." Her voice caught and he could see the shimmer of tears in her eyes. "I told myself your standards were way too high, that you would never be able to love someone who wasn't perfect. I thought I was protecting myself, but I was lying. I wanted to make you suffer, and I'm so sorry." Tears were now rolling freely down her face. "Jesse," he couldn't believe what he was hearing. She was apologizing to him. "Jesse, stop." He couldn't bear to see her in so much distress over something that was his fault. "I was the one who was wrong. I was the one who needs forgiveness. You could never, ever be anything but perfect to me. I love you. I love you, and I let you down in the worst possible way." "No." Her eyes blazed and she spoke with so much vehemence he feared Dahlia would wake up. He didn't dare quiet her, however. There was too much at stake. "Actually," she continued, her voice softer, her expression thoughtful, "I think we both messed up." She studied him, as if uncertain of his response. She looked so scared, so vulnerable that he couldn't resist. He pulled her to him, wrapping both arms around her and drawing her against his chest. He could feel her heart racing like a hummingbird's as she clung to him. "God, Jesse, I've missed you so much," he whispered against her hair. "Me, too." She laughed through her tears, raising her head to look at him. "I was so afraid you would never forgive me. And I thought you would never forgive me." He smoothed the dampness from her cheeks with his thumbs, loving the feel of her velvety skin. "Stay with me tonight." "But Dahlia, I think it's high time the two of you met. After all, you're going to be a big part of our lives from now on." "But what will she think?" Jesse hissed. "She's 5. She won't think anything. And Tess is considerably older than 5. She'll think we've had a great night of screaming hot sex." He couldn't help but grin at the thought of Tess walking in to see the three of them around the breakfast table. "And she'll think it's about time." "I love you, Jason," Jesse said, stroking his hair. Her eyes were filled with so much emotion it was hard for him to breathe. "I love you, too, Jesse. I'll love you forever."
Epilogue.
1 year later. "I look ridiculous," I said as I stared at my reflection in the full-length mirror. "Why did I let you talk me into this?" "Hush up," Gail commanded as she fussed with the silky white fabric that flowed like a waterfall over my hips and down my legs in a shimmering cascade. "I didn't talk you into anything. You look beautiful, and you know it." I did look beautiful, thanks to my trio of fairy godmothers, Gail, Agnes, and Tess, who had devoted the entire morning to my hair and makeup. I stared at my reflection. I didn't look anything like myself. My normally stick-straight hair fell about my shoulders in glorious, shiny ringlets and framed a face that belonged to me, but boasted eyes that appeared huge, luminescent, and more gold than brown. My cheeks were faintly pink, as were my lips. The dress was magnificent. Beautiful creamy lace traced the sweetheart neckline, enhancing my bust, which had grown a cup size thanks to a magical bra. The bodice followed the lines of my body, forming an hourglass silhouette I had no idea I possessed. The skirt flared out gently at my knees, making me look a bit like the mermaid I had dreamed myself to be when I was a kid. Pearl drops glowed at my ears and a string of them encircled my neck. The pearls were old and borrowed from Agnes, covering 2 of the traditional stipulations. The dress was new, and the roses and hydrangeas in my bouquet were blue, offset by white calla lilies. I reached out to snag the flute of champagne I had abandoned on the small side table, but my hand was slapped away. "Don't touch that," Gail said. "You'll spill it on that expensive dress, and then the whole look will be shot." Fortunately, the door opened before I could tell Gail what I was going to do with the wine glass. "You look very pretty," Dahlia announced as she marched in, Tess holding her little hand in a tight grip. The small dressing room should have felt overcrowded with the child and the 3 women who had come to be friends, but it felt just right. 4 women, I amended as I heard Fifi give a soft woof when Dahlia wrapped her arms around her neck and squealed, "Doggy." "Dahlia," Tess snapped. "You're getting dog hair all over your dress." "Let the child alone," Agnes bellowed. Fifi was feeling left out. "Well, she'll just have to find another way to participate," Tess said, tugging the reluctant child to her feet. "That's an awful pretty dress," Gail said, distracting Dahlia from the dog. "I look like you," she stated, and you. She pointed to Gail, Agnes, and Tess in turn. All 4 dresses were different, but they were all a deep, royal blue. I had insisted they all choose their own style, which they certainly had. Agnes was draped in a silky caftan with feather trim. Gail had chosen a sleek, body-hugging gown that highlighted her killer curves. Tess wore an Align fit and flare gown perfect for a fairy princess. Dahlia's dress was much like Tess's, only with a sweet Peter Pan color and white sash around the waist. "Fifi has to have a blue dress, too," the little girl piped up. Agnes's lips twitched. "Sweetie, there ain't no way Fifi's gonna wear no kind of dress. She don't look good in 'em and she knows it." She has to wear blue, 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚 insisted, her jaw set in a stubborn line that made her look exactly like her father. How's this? Gail asked, coming to the rescue by tying a piece of blue ribbon to Fifi's tag. Woof, she preened. Before I knew it, it was time. My heart jerked to a stop and then began beating so hard I was certain Agnes could hear it as she cradled my arm in hers. Let's do this, baby, she whispered before tugging me gently toward the dressing room door. We started down the red carpeted aisle, stepping on the blue and white petals 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚 had strewn about with great abandon a moment before. All of my senses seemed to have sharpened. I could feel the cool breath of the air conditioner sliding along my arms, making me shiver. The strains of the bridal chorus rang in my ears. I could smell the cloying scent of my bouquet as it wafted upward. I saw every detail of Jason's elegant black tux as he stood at the end of the impossibly long walk. He was so handsome. An overwhelming wave of tenderness chased the ripple of nerves. And then those green eyes met mine, and everything stopped. Woof. The spell was broken when a huge, furry, beribboned blur came hurtling past us and plopped itself at 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚's feet. Doggy, she cried with glee. I saw a range of emotions, from confusion to distress, on the faces of the small crowd in the church. Then 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚's happy giggles rang out as Fifi, resplendent in her wedding finery, began to lick her face. This, combined with the comical look of absolute horror on Jason's face, was too much for me. I couldn't hold back my own laughter. The tension snapped, and soon everyone, including Jason, was enjoying the impromptu bridesmaid. Agnes and I finished our procession and I took Jason's hand. Time sped up, once again, and it was over before I had a chance to really grasp what was happening. I was married. I couldn't imagine the wonder of that ever growing old. Are you sure you don't want to slip away to some private beach? Jason murmured. His arms were wrapped around my waist, mine were twined around his neck. I didn't recognize the song that was playing, but the beat suited our sensual movements on the empty dance floor. Nearly everyone had gone home. Only my trio of friends, +2, and Jason's family, his mother and brothers, along with their broods, remained. Gail and Tess were bustling back and forth between the tables and the kitchen, apparently wrapping up leftovers. Agnes was regaling Jason's clan with stories about her days in Hollywood, and seemed to be charming the pants off them all. 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚 and Fifi were curled up on the floor, a tangle of sleeping child and snoring dog. You know we can't, I answered with real regret. As wonderful as that sounds, the campaign is just getting underway. I can't disappear now. So, this is what it's going to be like being married to the governor of Virginia. He teased. Aren't you optimistic? I said. Let's get through this city council election first. I have faith in you, he whispered, and his breath against my ear sent a shiver across my skin. His lips slid to mine and heat bloomed low in my belly. This incredible, sexy man was mine now. And 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚 and Fifi and Agnes and Gail and Tess and the tribe at the table, they were all mine now. I waited for a beat, but there was no panic, no fear of being crowded. There was only joy and overwhelming love. Seeing Jason with his wonderful, smart, sassy mother had sent a tiny zing of pain to my heart. My own mother was a monster that had stolen my father and made sure he would never be a part of my new life. But at least I knew him now, I reminded myself. Not the evil image I had created, but the real man, who was neither all good nor all bad, but completely human. I also thought about the little girl that I had given up to make sure she had a family like Jason's, boisterous and loving. Perhaps one day I would try to find her, tell her why I had done what I had. But that would wait until she was old enough to understand. I rested my head against Jason's shoulder, soaking up the warmth inside and out. Why don't you get a room? A young voice called out, and I turned to see Jason's nephew screwing his face into a theatrical grimace worthy of Agnes herself. Excellent idea, Ethan, Jason said. He looked back to me and waggled his brows. What do you say? Shall we take his suggestion? Absolutely. He took my hand and led me toward the door and away from our well-meaning loved ones. Tomorrow would be about new beginnings and bittersweet goodbyes. Tonight would only be about us. And so would the night after that, forever and always.
The end.